story I was working on can now resume, as drama from game journalists doesn't stop there. In fact, an editor of the gaming news site GameSpot.com took to X to poke fun at Mark Kern and tens of thousands of other gamers' grievances. Accompanied by screenshots of Mark Kern's Change.org page, Jessica Cogswell states in her tweets, "This is the most unhinged behaviour I've seen in quite some time, and I have a 2-year-old. So, let me get this straight. She disapproves of tens of thousands of gamers who feel they have been missold a product through what they feel to be false marketing and calls them unhinged for feeling that way, with the cherry on top, comparing those she doesn't agree with to babies." That sounds familiar. Honestly, I don't know where to start with this stupid tweet, as not only is it directly insulting tens of thousands of people, but she's also insulting her own child by alluding to them being unhinged too. I'm a mother of 2 children, currently 3 years old and 5 years old. Both lads at times can be demanding and challenging, but at no point would I refer to their behaviour as being unhinged. They're children, acting like children, so I'm not sure where the dunk is, unless it's her own parenting skills or lack thereof. For the record, I don't know this lady and I have no clue how she parents, and that's no one's business in any way, shape or form, but that doesn't detract from her tweets being unhinged and making little sense whatsoever. Even if it was just a rubbish joke, attempting to poke fun at the people she doesn't like. When you think about it, it's terrible that people are willing to tweet every random ridiculous thought that pops into their head, no matter how stupid, and it becomes even more alarming when you consider that this woman is an editor of GameSpot, which can't even handle sending out appropriate tweets that make sense. How can we possibly have any trust or confidence in the outlet that has empowered her?
God, why did I start yawning as soon as I start editing? Fuck.
That Cogswell's unprovoked attack on gamers is not an isolated incident, and she has years of tweets offering up similarly combative takes and fringe ideas. Collating some of her outrageous tweets, Trent spotlights that as recently as the 29th of March of this year, this professional game journalist would laugh at who she refers to as incel gamer dudes, expecting games to have hot characters and characters representative of them at the same time. I don't know about you lots, but I haven't noticed a correlation between the sorts of people who crave a more idealistic style of design in video games with those who are complaining that video games need more representation. Again, it's that typical example of game journalists gaslighting, making points that don't actually exist. After evidently being rebuked in her replies, she replied calling them weirdos and telling them to get a life. Since her previous tweets didn't make sense, she would double down, mocking those who said to her they didn't even ask for representation, vindictively stating, "Every other fucking time your collective tweets about how woke characters and women are in every role and you miss cis het white men being allowed in things." Sadly, the way Twitter is designed is to encourage smooth brain discourse so that people can argue back and forth with one another using limited characters. It incites people to shoot from the hip rather than taking time to think and respond eloquently. The website is basically imbecile battle royale. There are no winners. There are only people trying to make each other look foolish, with ultimately no one winning and everyone looking like heads. Unfortunately for this GameSpot editor, she now has a documented record of making a fool of herself with low-effort takes and unsubstantiated claims and statements. So going back to that last tweet accusing other people of complaining about woke characters and missing cis-hetero white men being allowed in things, she bases her argument by drawing a false equivalence that gamers are asking for representation when that couldn't be further from the case. Online, sadly, most people seem incapable or, at the very least, can't be bothered to try to put across their opinions and beliefs properly. But I should imagine that what the people want, that she's referring to, is not to see themselves represented, but rather instead when they talk about wokeism and the decrease of characters with certain characteristics in games, what they actually mean is they have concerns over what they perceive as forced diversity or tokenism in entertainment media, including games. They might argue that their criticisms are not about excluding diversity, but are against what they see as artificial or heavy-handed inclusion that prioritizes political correctness over storytelling and character development. What they are often trying to express, albeit often very poorly, is that ensuring every group is represented can sometimes come across at the expense of narrative coherence or authenticity, and they might advocate for a more organic approach to character and story creation, where decisions are driven by the narrative needs rather than external social pressures. On the subject of the word woke, it's not really a word that I like to use, as it's a stupid Americanism that doesn't really seem to have a proper universal meaning. What I've noticed though is that in America, both sides of the political spectrum seem to use that word as a stick to beat each other with. I only ever see
Why
it
is such a
used
fucking
in
delay?
faith, and is terminology that in the modern day is used in smooth-brained arguments of one-upmanship amongst those trying to win the imbecile battle royale. For example, you'll regularly see people who are left-leaning demand others to define woke after they have witnessed someone use it as a pejorative term. This is usually done as a pretext so that they can then dismiss the definition provided, argue that the concept doesn't really exist, or redirect the conversation to focus on perceived inconsistencies in the term's usage. This tactic is often used in debates to challenge the validity or coherence of the term woke, which has evolved to have various connotations depending on the context in which it is used. By asking for a definition, individuals may attempt to expose what they see as a lack of clear and agreed upon meaning, thereby undermining arguments that rely on the term. This strategy can also serve to shift the discussion away from specific criticisms associated with being woke and towards the meta-discussion about semantics. Put it this way, on Twitter, on both sides of the political spectrum, their arguments are extremely boring and extremely predictable. They all seem to follow an established script and don't deviate from it. Now, for the sake of pedantry, I found a video recently uploaded by someone who actually commented on one of my recent videos, the short fat otaku. I've only seen a couple of his videos so far, but I've enjoyed them, particularly the one where he actually rather eloquently tries to define the word woke. So if you too would like a better explanation, then check that out. I find the contemporary use of woke quite frustrating and choose to avoid it altogether, as it often feels like mere jargon to me. Similarly, you'll seldom hear me use terms like snowflake, social justice warrior, or at the other extreme phrases such as TERF or bigot. I believe these words tend to resemble childish bickering and name-calling more than they contribute to constructive dialogue that leads to meaningful conversation with any kind of positive outcome. Back on the subject of Jessica Cogswell's attacks on gamers, a tirade can be found regarding the term JRPG. In one of the most ignorant exchanges regarding gaming history I've ever seen, agreeing with a fellow game journalist, Hannah Kim, who, if you look at their Twitter, has been looking for work since March of 2023, though they have written for GameSpot and IGN, amongst others in the past, claims that the term JRPG was created to otherize and outgroup. See what I mean by these people with partisan views, always using buzz terms when it comes to making fringe takes. The buzzwords are one thing, and we can forgive that, but Anakin goes on one step further and calls the term racist.
Oh. It's racist.
I guess the stereotype rings true. You can't spell ignorant without IGN. So rather than being a normal person and recognising that this is an insane take, Cogswell instead takes it and runs with it, wholeheartedly agreeing never to use the term JRPG again because she feels games should be separated by content rather than the race of who created them. We'll talk more about the term JRPG in a second, but before we get to that, by this absurd logic, does this mean, as someone who has lived in the United Kingdom my whole life, I should not be otherising and outgrouping American football? Despite there already being an existing sport in this country since Tudor times, I might add, and before the United States even existed, called football. Going one step further than this, are we also not supposed to say that we're going to an Indian restaurant, to a Chinese one, a Greek one, an Italian one, etc.? By the logic of these literal radicals, this seems to be how these people who are affiliated with IGN and GameSpot want us all to be policing our speech. As I always say, they are looking for misery where there is none. They are looking for harm where there is none to be found. As for the term JRPG, yes, it indeed does exist as a way to distinguish nuances between two gaming subgenres. Has anyone ever heard anyone refer to the term JRPG in a derogatory manner?
What the
before
fuck?
this example? Because this lunacy is new to me. I must not spend enough time online. And to compound this view further, to look at the Japanese gaming industry as an out group in the first place is also ridiculous. Throughout the 80s and 90s, they were the most powerful and influential gaming superpower on Earth, and to this very day, they still remain one of the most dominant national forces in gaming. Japan is both a rich and powerful nation, and in the 80s and 90s, they had the strongest economy on the planet, second only to the US. So this Hanakim can't even claim the Japanese as being marginalised, another term that these people love to throw around, because, let's be honest, the hard-working people of Japan...
What
are
up,
not
Jeffrey
a
B? How you doing?
marginalised group. Amongst the gaming community in general, the term JRPG has mostly been used with reverence. I've never known a single person to hold any kind of negative connotation to that term. These two journalists must have very long arms to be able to make those kinds of reaches. For those innocent people who are using the heinous term JRPG, Cogswell adds that even if you don't mean to use it negatively, you need to think about how it comes across, so you realise it feels a bit ick. Let's be honest, the only people who are going to think something feels a bit ick are the thousands and thousands of people watching this at time, cringing in their seats at the level of ignorance displayed by these takes. Perhaps the most painful reading of all, she has the audacity to add, I think if you're white, please consider thinking before tweeting. Actually, I don't know that it's racist because... Then promptly delete that tweet and listen to the opinions of the people you're putting in the box.
What's the meme about?
All the millions and millions of crying Japanese people who are terribly sad about the billions of dollars the West has spent on importing their products. They must feel so disrespected and marginalised. Luckily for me in this instance, I'm not white, and I am whom Cogswell would probably refer to as a woman of colour. Maybe this means by her logic I have enough victim points that my voice is deemed valid enough to deserve an opinion in this scenario, but who really knows?
It's a Rust meme.
I'm sure they'd find a reason I'm not allowed to say anything, like call me a far-right grifter, or a white adjacent, or something equally unintelligent. She has loads more tweets and self-loathing takes attached to her accounts based around race, but one particular tweet is perhaps both noteworthy with regards to current goings-on. Going on the attack against gamers once more, she writes, gamers are f***ing bullies and don't even deserve the voices they desperately need to hear. People of colour, especially women working in this industry, have a thicker skin than any one person should need to have, and it sucks that's some prerequisites at this point. Now, what's quite tragic about all of this is that underneath the layers of madness, expletives and insults still lies an element of a good point. However, it's sadly lost under her vitriolic language and communication skills, or lack thereof. Here's the first problem with this post. She sweepingly generalizes gamers as a whole as being bullies.
I think I've watched some Rust videos on YouTube of like these kids ganging up on a guy and stealing all this stuff, and then him going and getting all of his friends with rocket launchers to light him up. It's pretty satisfying to watch. But I know I would just be cannon fodder if I ever started playing Rust. I just don't have time. I started playing Nier Automata because I can't get Stellar Blade because I ain't got no PS5. I'm never going to buy a PS5 because fuck Sony. But it seems very inspired by Nier Automata. And I'm looking at I'm watching people's gameplay of Stellar Blade, and I'm like, this is an awful lot like Nier, so.
In this instance, although terribly worded, especially for someone who claims to be a professional editor, women do need a thicker skin working in gaming. This does make sense though. Gaming is a male-dominated hobby, and I feel perhaps even the reason I'm much more drawn to it than many
Jeffrey,
biological sex is because I I'm
Do you
from other women due to having ADHD. I have heard
Oh God, my
that
eyes.
women don't, and was drawn to gaming even though marketers at the time weren't trying to target women. Being more educated now, I think
I was gonna ask if
for me it was very
you could. I was gonna say, but you just told me you make a Rust meme, so I was gonna say you should make Rust content for YouTube. I bet you that would take off. You could probably be a lot more successful than my channel, which is just a clusterfuck of underwhelming content and some funny stuff a few times a year.
A community or in charge of an outlet hold your community to higher standards regarding bullying.
Yeah.
On this note,
I paused though. I'm just like, he probably does make Rust content, and I just haven't memorized. I haven't, and I'm just forgetting. That's why I paused after. I was like, you should. We already talked about this. I told you we could do a new channel about something and take over the world. Yeah, maybe.
Personally, I don't believe they do. But this seems to follow the line she suggests. What we should take from this is that neither side should make broad generalizations about entire groups, and everyone should
do gaming stuff or something.
In online interaction. I mean, honestly, we're all going to be dead soon anyway. If you're still here after all of that,
my channel is such a mess because I have like 1,000 more videos than I have subs. I have like 2,400 videos, I think, and it's all these massive video game streams that I just let sit there. I put the playlists to try to guide people, but yeah. Well, I could tell that you know how to edit enough to make Rust content. I've seen through the memes, like you. It holds people back because they look at Adobe Premiere or video editing programs and they're just like, how do I use this? But you seem to already know how. So I would say jump on it. Do you record all your gameplay? You should stream all of it, and you could take stuff out. Excuse me, as you please. I think the only issue is you probably, like, your gaming sessions probably go on for many hours, and that might be a pain in the ass trying to rip 8-hour streams off of a YouTube channel. Well, I think you might be able to directly download them. I think I did that when they took down my... They took down a trailer thing. A trailer reaction thing that got taken down because of fucking Lucasfilms. They don't want people talking about their dog shit looking new show.
Unintentional N-word reference. What? That's the title? Gaming journalist. Sony says Stellar Blade art referencing racist language was unintentional. Will be patched out. Well, thank God. Seeing the hard R literally triggered me so bad that I almost pissed myself, and then I shit my pampers. I barely made it to the furry convention in time. Lyle pointed out how all the journalists had the same racist concerns within 30 minutes of going live with each other for the review embargo. Weird how the hard graffiti, meanwhile, can be found numerous areas throughout the game. Per IGN, and the juxtaposition was noticed so fast. It's almost as if there's some sort of Slack chat. And it was blocked by Lance. It's like I always say, men named Lance are always up to some gay shit. Lyle immediately fired back with probably one of the greatest catchphrases I've heard all year. Eat my... Most people would write this off as conspiracy theories or coincidences. But the last 4 years of America have proven to me that a lot of conspiracy theories were proven to be right. The The journalists on Twitter wanted to dunk on Stellar Blade so bad that they pretended that they all loved Bayonetta all of a sudden. And I remember when that game came out. My God, it was so problematic. I couldn't keep my hand out of my pants.
There is a subtle but important distinction between empowering sexuality and the male gaze, ass, and
Yeah, it is really
Is that what the hell she wrote? I think it is. Who cares?
it is really irritating. That's what prevents me from
This out of the game for
making content for my channel that's as polished as
who think that America is more racist than it's ever been.
the stuff I make for Biggest Problem or
The
Pete
bunny
here.
suit got nerfed. Arguably the cutest
It's
suit
like,
she has in the game.
am I gonna write a big ass script for something and put hours and hours of work into a video and then it gets 27 views?
Hell, Nintendo has
It's
more
so
edge
fucked
now.
up.
Gore was also cut from the game demo, which
I obviously have more subs than I ever have, but I get the least amount of views. Like back when I had like 230 subs, I would get like hundreds of views on trailer reaction, stuff like that. Now it's like, nah. I don't know if I'm pushed down. Sometimes, not all, it doesn't happen a lot, but somehow, I don't think YouTube likes that I take drugs on camera. Like I had videos automatically age restricted. It was just a video of me using a dab rig, and I'm like, how did they know? How did they know? So, if you have age restricted content on the channel, I gotta think that that might push you down in the algorithm.
They got a load of our military. For some reason, some of our generals don't need tampons, but they have them anyway. That's all I can say.
Stop! Look at those meat racks. Yuba, booba, booba. Now you might say that this game is offensive to women. Well, here's some video of women enjoying Stellar Blade on Twitch.
Let's go!
Oh yes. Oh yes, I can see a whole bunch of reasons why one might enjoy this game.
Oh, this is fun. Ooh, look at the hair.
Yo, what are her shoes? Is this girl fighting in heels?
Boom!
So far, this is honestly better than I expected.
Try again, Puritan. I'm of two schools of thought on this one. One, I don't really care. But I don't care about much outside of my little dog. Two, on the other hand, people paid for one thing and were bait and switched with this patch. It reminds me of when I ordered Taco Bell recently for the first time in ages. And I got a trash meal that wasn't what I paid for. So I'm all for this movement. How dare you sell me a beef taco with 3 little tiny pieces of chicken, some lettuce, and a whole shit ton of cheese? You little dickbags. This is something else. Screw you, Taco Bell. Of course, Twitter prods had to dunk on people upset with the Stellar Blade patch. God forbid you get upset with a company in 2024. They have your best interest in mind. You coomer.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, but actually not. Thank you, Adam Ellis. Notice how this character has a red hat. So if you like this game, and then they censored and upset you, you must be a MAGA supporter. Hey, I'm stupid.
Holy shit, this game looks good. Wow.
Well, Adam got destroyed in the reply, so he locked down his Twitter like a little bitch. Sayonara! People then began altering his meme to truly fit the modern narrative, and it's pretty much on the money. Grums launched the Free Stellar Blade hashtag and a change.org petition that will change nothing. The only thing this will do is give the progs something to meme on. Let's name a time when change.org petitions actually did something to change something. Don't worry, I'll wait. Well, anyway, as I stated, the progs got wind of this and started to mobilize.
YouTube on Android is doing this weird thing with the damn bar. What's it called? The rewind, fast forward.
Say that this game is offensive to women. Well, here's some video of women enjoying Stellar Blade on Twitch.
Let's go!
Oh yes. Oh yes, I can see a whole bunch of reasons why one might enjoy this game.
Oh, this is fun. Ooh, look at the hair.
her shoes. Is this girl fighting in heels? Boom! So far, this is honestly better than I expected.
Try again, Puritan. I'm of two schools of thought on this one. One, I don't really care. But I don't care about much outside of my little dog. Two, on the other hand, people paid for one thing and were bait and switched with this patch. It reminds me of when I ordered Taco Bell recently for the first time in ages. And I got a trash meal that wasn't what I paid for. So I'm all for this movement. How dare you sell me a beef taco with 3 little tiny pieces of chicken, some lettuce, and a whole shit ton of cheese? You little dickbags.
This is something else.
Screw you, Taco Bell. Of course, Twitter progs had to dunk on people upset with the Stellar Blade patch. God forbid you get upset with the company in 2024. They have your best interest in mind. You coomer.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, but actually no. Thank you, Adam.
Oh, I like the idea of doing my own morning talk show, radio type show, with a co-host and just covering the current trending events.
Be a MAGA supporter.
Stuck with covering just one subject.
Shit, this game looks good.
Yeah.
Well, Adam got destroyed in a reply, so he locked down his Twitter like a little bitch.
Damn it, I keep missing the part that I wanted to look at.
I'm stupid.
Holy shit, this game looks good.
Oh, this character has a red hat. So if you like this game, and then... You coomer.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, but actually no. Thank you, Adam Ellis. Notice how this character has a red hat. So if you like this game, and then they... You coomer.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, but actually no. Thank you.
The fucking editing on It's a Gundam videos makes it impossible to see any of his reference material. Is that the right word?
Understanding this correctly?
Yes, but actually no. Thank you, Adam Ellis. Notice how this character has a red hat. So if you like this game, and then they censored and upset you, you must be a MAGA supporter. And stupid.
Holy shit, this game looks good.
Well, Adam got destroyed in a reply, so he locked down his Twitter like a little bitch.
It's seriously impossible to see anything.
Holy shit, this game looks good.
Well, Adam got destroyed. In a reply, so he locked down his Twitter like a little bitch. Sayonara! People then began altering his meme to truly fit the modern narrative, and it's pretty much on the money. Grums launched the Free Stellar Blade hashtag and a change.org petition. That will change nothing. The only thing this will do is give the progs something to meme on. Let's name a time when change.org petitions actually did something to change something. Don't worry, I'll wait. Well, anyway, as I stated, the progs got wind of this and started to mobilize by sending Grums a threat.
20K to anyone that makes this dick disappear.
Well, that isn't very progressive of you, Mr. Tone Man. I thought we were against violence and bigotry. Why don't you stop the Asian hate?
Oh, no. What? No. What? How dare you kill sexy hot Asian women?
Here we go. High five. Cool.
Here's one from my boy Eric. This is actually one of my favorite attempts to dunk on people who like Stellar Blade and got upset with this. Let daddies zoom in. Oh, you little slut.
You may as well say, sign this if you never had a woman.
But then we catch him yet again.
That OnlyFans video was hot, hot, hot. I'm subbing.
Bro, you got caught in 16K. To hell with 4K. At the end of the day, this is our culture war. Ultimately meaningless and pathetic. Much like our lives at times. A few pixels on the screen that have been deemed evil because it isn't safe warning. For those who don't know, safe warning is anything gay or just basically not heterosexual. It's also not the game that the game's media has deemed to be acceptable, wonderful, and progressive. We live in an age where consumerism and the never-ending war against heteronormative interests or sexuality marches on. Grey Fox once said best at the end of Metal Gear Solid, "We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I fought for what I believed in." And on that note, give them hell, make them annoyed, who cares? Piss in their soup, take a shit in a paper bag, set it on fire, and put it on their porch. That's how you take it. Out of the closet and into the streets. That's what I say.
For a white audience, for Filipino audiences, because it's using the same engine as No One Lives Forever 2, so it's readily available to the masses. And then there was a lot of promotions, and then when the game came out, it was...
Now, Joe Lycett is a funny comedian, you know, I do like him. He is a standard, like, mainstream comedian, though, where, like, 80% of his stuff is, like, Tories, am I right, and everything, but, you know, he's still quite a funny comedian. However, he's made some comments on cancel culture, and some of the dumbest that I've ever heard. I mean, it's obviously okay for him because he's a safe comedian. He doesn't actually joke about any like sensitive topics or anything like that. He's a very status quo comedian. He jokes about the things that are safe to joke about. In other words,
popular local publication called Games Master Philippines. It's like this local branch of that British paper, that British
is what he is. He does what he's told.
For a while, it was very popular. It approached reading from a Filipino perspective, which was at the time an absolute rarity.
One of the things that lots of comedians, especially ones that are just starting out, are very, very worried about is that they make the wrong joke in front of the wrong person, boom, that's the career dead immediately. And you get a million people screaming at you on Twitter over that awful thing you said. In an interview last week with the disingenuously named Wide Bible, stand-up comic Joe Lycett answered a series of questions sent in by viewers. One of them concerned cancel culture and whether it has had an effect on comedy. As someone who is in the nice comedy sphere, not the usual, not the losers. Not the losers. I'm with the fun one.
Share you some references right now, so you have an idea.
A lot of new, especially guys that are just starting out, are very nervous about it. And even if they write
do you have access to screen share if you want to use that?
Absolutely bang a
or you
joke.
can just share it to me, either or.
No, and remove it for their set because they're worried about getting into trouble. I think that people are more thoughtful about
yes,
what
it
they
is
make
really
jokes about.
interesting when you actually look into these kinds of
do comedy. I don't want
articles.
to annoy anyone. Oh, I might ruffle some feathers with my jokes. Yeah, that's the best kind of comedy. The safe comedy that everyone's like, with their best middle class laugh. Those are the best ones. Carefully, there are jokes I've done in the past that I wouldn't do now.
I'm sure this is going to be edited
I
out.
would do Nazi Pug again. If it wasn't a dead joke, I would do it again.
No, that's the advantage of doing these recorded
that's a good thing, he added. Yeah. Isn't it great when loads and loads of jokes? Like, isn't it great when whole sections of an art form aren't allowed anymore? Isn't that wonderful? That's great. If there's one thing that art needs,
this is basically what was being touted as.
Definitely needs.
Okay.
It's probably made life difficult for people.
So I gotta cut all this out.
No, it's great. Do you know how hard it is being racist? I had hair when I started. It's difficult being racist. Stressful. So stressful being racist. But I strive and I survive. I hold down, I stick to my guns. You just want to do lazy material. I love how everybody lazy material with 80% of jokes are like Tories, they're so shy, aren't they?
Do you have access to screen share if you want to use that?
Lazy material is everything that's on the TV right now. Go online, say something about the Tories, say a few things about Catholic priests nonsense on children, but never ever mention anything about the sexuality of those priests. But do all that stuff, and apparently that's not lazy. All the same jokes that have been made 100 times before. Right, like,
and we're gonna copy this layer.
Lazy, like Joe. I'd like you. I do think you're a talented comedian, but
and we're gonna zoom out.
The jokes that you make, I've heard them before. They're just worded differently. Tories are bad. Christians, am I right, guys? Like that's lazy because it's what everybody else is doing. You need to be clever to be racist and get away with it, right? You need to be smart. You need to plan ahead of them. You need to outsmart smart people. It's harder work, Joe, is what I'm saying. It's made it a better industry and a more inclusive and interesting industry. No, it's not. I mean, it's not interesting because all the jokes are the same because there's so many things that you're just not allowed to joke about. So it's like, here, all of our jokes are about these 6 things.
Yep,
These
this
are the
is
6
basically what was being
safe
touted
things that
as
we're allowed to joke. No, it hasn't. It's made
top-tier
it worse.
gameplay, and this was
It's made it worse.
developed by a
Honestly, it
Filipino
has.
studio.
The off-screen interviewer then asked whether audiences were on board with this. Some audiences probably feel like they've been left behind, Lysa admitted.
What year
yeah,
was this
a
game?
lot of people are moping out of comedy because it's
This was
like, we're going that
2006,
Authority's
and
bad.
believe it or
I've
not,
heard this. In fact, this is what the
this
last
was
CBS
actually
came up to
highly
talked about. Yeah.
touted. It was promoted
They
as,
used to
out of
enjoy the
Filipino
sort of stuff that
pride.
might
It
have
was the
happened in the past,
usual
and nobody's really doing that
nationalistic
anymore,
stuff.
and their
But then it was
views
found
aren't
out that
represented. I mean,
the
there are loads of
publishers
this. We are
were
doing it. We
actually
fucking sell out
closely
all
colluding
the
with
time
the
because there is a
magazine.
massive
So
demand
there was
for
this
it. Unfortunately, a lot of the comedy clubs are owned by fucking
collusion
left-wing nutters.
that,
Right, so
well,
you can't,
people
or even if
started
you do
catching
manage to get a
attention
venue, a
to,
lot
and
of people threaten
eventually
the
when
venues
one
that you
person,
cancel them
if
or
I'm not
shit.
mistaken, and
Right,
is currently an artist on
there is
Art
demand.
Station right
People
now,
do want it, but it'd
actually
be nice
called
to be
them
able
out.
to do it, but
the
unfortunately,
editors
you lot are
actually
fucking prices
posted
out of the
his
market.
email address.
You
So
just have
this
to
was
look around a
literally
bit more. If
doxing
you're
before
looking for
doxing was
racist stuff,
cool.
you can find it. Don't worry, I love how
And
that's
it
what he
destroyed,
immediately goes for.
can't say it
Oh, if you
destroyed
want
the
racist jokes, yeah,
magazine's reputation,
because that's the
right?
only
Almost
thing that's been
immediately.
banned, isn't
But
it, Joe?
at the time, it was
I mean,
seen
of
as
course,
also
you wouldn't
local
know. You're doing
Filipino
these
thing.
privileged, like London
No one would
metropolitan
probably
elite
catch on
comedian,
to it
no
until,
clue whatsoever
well,
about the
Gamergate
struggles of the
happened.
normal working man. He's no fucking idea. Right.
Interesting.
He's basically
That's
a
kind of
guy
like
educating you
a
about
good
a country that
example
he's
of
never
like
fucking
the
been to.
ethics and
Right, he doesn't
Okay.
understand the regular working man. So, the working man was racist. He wants racist comedy then. No, that's not it, Joe. But of course, like being as privileged as you are, you wouldn't fucking know that, would you? Putting aside for one moment the bizarre notion that this interview, posted as it was by a simpering, giggling journalist laughing at Joe's highly camp vacillations, one thing that I will say, and I will own up to this. One of the reasons that my comedy does really, really well in America is my accent sells it. My accent does.
A good
The way that I
example
say
of
things
like
in my
the
Scottish
ethics
accent,
and journalism
I could just go on
concern
stage and go,
with
oh, hi,
regional and
Americans
before
would be like,
Gamergate,
like
remember that.
fucking, my accent does sell it.
Before 2014
Joe-
and all that came together.
He's a lot like Alan Carr, where his camp voice is what sells it, right? It's what basically, if some other guy
For
did the same joke he
2014,
made,
and all
it
that
wouldn't
came
land as
together.
well. But the voice and the campiness helps the joke land. And I'm owning up to that myself, Joe. With the Americans, my accent helps. It helps massively with the delivery of jokes.
That
Right,
I couldn't stand.
Anyway, has any place in a supposed Bible for lads? I want to start by steelmanning this argument as much as possible. Cancel culture has never been a very exact term, and for what it's worth, I think it's more applicable and more concerning in fields such as academia, where your career prospects should have less to do with some
2006.
casual
They
remark
began
that you
sharing
make at
this
a
one
conference
game
or an ex
called
than
Terror
comedy.
Wars NY
We're being
Invasion,
judged by what
which
you say
it
is
kept
pretty much
touting
baked
as
in. The treatment
it
of
is
Nobel laureate,
geared
Sir Tim Hunt,
a
who
wide
was hounded out of his
for a wide
university
audience,
over a
for
clumsy
Filipino
joke almost a
audiences, because
decade
it's
ago,
using the
still
same
has the
engine as
ability
No
to
One
raise
Lives
my
Forever
blood
2,
temperature by
so
double
it's readily
digits if I
available to
dwell
the
on it too
masses.
long. It
And
actually
then
annoys
there was
me
a lot
far
of
more than the
promotion, and
cancellations
then
of
when the game
comedians
came
like
out,
Jerry
it
Sadowitz
was
or Barry Humphries, who at least knew the
absolute
power
trash.
of words to offend.
As in,
By the way, Jerry, you've
I
heard
can
some
share
some of
you
you
some
probably
references
came to
right now,
the
so you
shows that I
have
did
an
in
idea
Birmingham
of
in Scotland
the
recently.
absolute
Like,
horror.
I'm quite.
This is basically what was
some
being
people in the
touted
audience,
as
especially
top-tier
especially the
gameplay,
one that I did
and
in
this was
Edinburgh,
developed
were
by a
not fucking
Filipino
happy,
studio.
right? I'm a dick. I'm a fucking arsehole on stage. Jerry Sadowitz makes me look like a pussy. Jerry Sadowitz.
What year was this
sex
game?
and stuff, man. Jesus.
This was
Teach
2006,
me.
and
Despite
believe
the
it or not,
periodic outrage over the latest
this
Jerry
was
Carr
actually
gypsy joke,
highly
very few British
touted. It
comedians
was
have been
promoted as,
fully
out of
cancelled
Filipino
for a
pride.
bad joke.
I could probably cut this
They
part
all
up a
censor
bit because there's
themselves.
some
All of them.
silence. I don't need to show all the gameplay.
Yep, this is basically what was being touted
Right,
as
seriously.
top-tier
Tories bad,
gameplay,
Catholic
and this
priests,
was developed by a Filipino
that's it.
studio.
That's the overwhelming vast majority of comedy. That's what it is now, and it has been for a good few years. Andrew Lawrence lost a lot of work after some tweets about the England football side during Euro 2020. That was a pure shame. I like Andrew. I've actually done gigs with Andrew as well. I did a gig with Andrew. Very funny comedian. He's very good. Graham Linehan lost virtually all of his professional opportunities and connections over his commitment to challenging gender ideology, which, as many of you will have noticed, there are some U-turns on that happening. Big fucking U-turns. Jesus
Horror.
Christ. Was expelled.
Yep, this is
Daniel
basically what
O'Reilly,
was being
aka
touted
Dapper Lass,
as
who I've also fucking performed
top-tier
with, was
gameplay,
expelled from TV
and this was
for repeating
developed
a
by a
heckle about
Filipino
rape
studio.
from an audience member. I regard these outcomes as deeply
What year
regrettable,
was it?
certainly, but they
The
are merely
shorts?
the tip of a much
I
more
don't know,
troubling
man.
submerged what now goes smothered and unsaid on stage as a result of cancel culture is a far bigger worry.
Sometimes, like, Vito will get into, like, with the clips. It's kind of been up and down. Like, for a while, he'll release something that I send him once a week for, like, 3 weeks, and then he's busy doing other stuff. So, I think he was looking into shorts for a little bit. He's probably talked to some people, and
Right, it could have been good. It could have been fucking.
I don't know. He's not posting shorts.
Right-wingers back in the 90s were like Christian jokes.
At least I don't think he is. I would have seen him. I go through my YouTube.
What year was this
You're
game?
the new age boomers. Right, you're the one, by the way,
It was
see how the
2006,
next generation
and
that are
believe it
coming
or
up,
not,
you're going to be the cringy bastards that
this was
everybody
actually
rebels against.
highly
Shut up, old man.
outed. It was promoted as,
Shut
you know,
up,
out
old
of
man. I'll
Filipino
talk about
pride.
whatever I
It was
want.
the
You're such a
usual
square, you're such a loser.
nationalistic stuff.
You just
But
don't
then it
get
was
it.
found out that
Fucking
the
boomer.
publishers
It's going to
were
happen one day.
actually
I'm calling
closely
it.
colluding
If all
with
that
the
has happened,
magazine.
as Joe seems
So
to be
there was this
suggesting, is that
backroom
comics now cause to wonder
unethical
whether a
collusion
joke is
that,
needlessly cruel
well,
towards a
people
vulnerable
started
group.
catching
But,
attention to,
would that
and eventually when one
necessarily
person,
be such
if I'm
a
not
bad
mistaken,
thing?
and
Yes,
is
I
currently
still
an
think
artist
it would
on
be,
ArtStation
although of
right now.
course it's much worse than that. I make fucking horrible mean jokes on stage.
And
I
then
see.
But people
destroyed.
laugh at them because they know
Yes,
I
it's-
don't really mean them. Like, that's the point. On comedy, you're on stage doing an act. Right? It's not a sermon. So this is the problem. I go on stage and say things that
I don't know.
really
It's worth a
there's
try.
comedians that did that. Right? Especially people like Frankie Boyle and Jim Jeffries, who were actually some of my biggest fucking
I have to have, like, a meeting with him that I've been putting off for a really long time. Well, for a year now. We have to sit down and, like, hammer out a plan, because right now I'm just, like, randomly passing him clips. Right now he only has 1 or 2 videos that he hasn't released of mine. One of them is Vito's Booty 2. I just confirmed that he at least saw my email about that yesterday.
Like, I went up, like, one of my biggest bits is I went up and said,
And I
"Fuck
sent it to
Israel
him like
Palestine,
a
fuck
week and a
Israel
half
and
ago.
Palestine." And that,
No, actually 2 weeks ago
I
tomorrow.
like that because it made a
2 weeks
lot
ago
of
now.
people really
So
angry.
that's kind
I
of
can't
like
believe you didn't
a
pick my
good
team.
example of like
Like,
the
people were
ethics and
fucking
journalism
angry about
in
that
short,
shit.
but
And this was the thing
regional
that was funny,
and
is even though I
before
still do that
Gamergate,
bit,
ever that.
and even though that bit doesn't get a lot of laughs,
Before
how
2014 and all that
uncomfortable
came
it
together.
makes everyone in the
Oh yeah,
audience.
and it wasn't just
Makes
that
me feel
either.
giddy
It was
inside, and that's
also
why I still
the
do it. That's why I
horror
still
of
do
Gamers
that
Are
whole
Dead
bit.
articles,
And
this
everyone's like, not
constant
a lot of laughs at
stream
that
of
one, and I'm
just,
like, there wasn't.
I'd say passive-aggressive, patronizing, and
I
just
don't know what it is.
downright
See, making people
dishonest
uncomfortable.
reporting. It's like, it
It's
wasn't
so
enough that they
immature,
were
it's so
basically
shit,
painting
but
a
that
broad
making the audience
swath
feel
of
like that,
gamers.
I find it funny.
Oh, I need to write down notes for this.
I can't explain it. Cancel culture introduces a hypothetical offended third party into the equation. It leads to
What is all this
second
shit?
guessing. Comedy is live ammunition. On that, Joe and I can probably agree, and risks are taken when using it. That's what makes it fun. Some jokes are purely at one's own expense, and some at the expense of the powerful and well-protected, like the government. Bill Gates, cheese.
Okay, 24.
But there are many good jokes that invite you to generalize
Carlos.
for them to do what. That can become a bushfire
24
without.
minutes.
Fantastic routines about his girlfriend that are
Gamers are
specifically
dead.
But they also invite you to regard all women. Is it not his wife now? I think they're married. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But they also invite you to
Fucking, I
regard
keep on
all
getting
women
too
as
hot and then too
stupid,
cold.
that all relationships is lies and doomed, and all the dice loaded against them. Fact. One hopes that most of his audience are able to detach these propositions from the jokes in due course, but his walking of this tightrope is what makes him, for me, perhaps the most exciting live stand-up of the past
No
10
matter
years.
where they were
I
from,
do
as
love
you know,
Bill Burr.
these
Bill
bigoted
Burr is very good.
right-wing
I think he's a great
white
comedian.
American
The
stereotypes,
license
like,
for takes
where did
does
this
not
come
come from
from?
nowhere.
And
It
then
comes
you
from a
had
tradition
people
that
like
he insists upon,
Sarkeesian, you had
that is
people
in danger of
from
being
the games
lost.
media
At the
basically
stage,
covering each
that
other,
the stage itself is a
you know,
space
circling the wagons,
licensed for
doing this
effects,
massive
which is true.
stream
The
of
term safe space
absolute gaslighting.
is
to
often
somehow
rightly mocked,
persuade the
but
wider
I don't
public
think
that
live
there are
comedy
these
should be a
enemies
space
in their
where
midst,
the
that
performer
somehow
is
they
safe,
had to be
not a
squashed for
space where the
gaming
audience is safe from
to
hearing the
progress.
inconvenient, abrasive,
And
disobliging truth.
that
It should be a
I couldn't
it
stand.
should be a space safe to express
It is
oneself
interesting, though,
honestly
because
or
I
even
think
dishonestly
the
without fear
games
of
media is
censure.
very
To take
Western
a boot or
centric,
even a
at
bread
least,
roll,
at least
sure,
the ones
but
that
not
I've been
to get,
exposed
not
to.
to
And
get
it's
home to
interesting
find
that
out
even
that
though
your
all this
family
stuff was,
is in hiding.
it was coming out of places
safe
like
space
San
in which
Francisco
to
and
try
New
and
York,
fail.
it
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
affecting
By the way,
people
see
all
when we
the
say,
way out in the
cancel
Philippines.
culture and
But
all
I
that
think
stuff,
we,
that doesn't mean, when
Americans
we go on
especially,
stage,
we are
whatever joke
very
we tell, you have to fucking like it,
American-centric.
right?
We don't
No,
really think
Jesus
of
Christ,
the
never,
countries outside.
never make things like that. I've done it myself. I've never bombed. I've not bombed yet.
Centric. We don't really
It
think
will
of
happen one day.
the
It will
countries
happen one day. I will bomb. It happens to everyone. I haven't bombed yet, but I've told jokes that didn't land. Right. And then I tried them the next night. Still didn't land. Alright, that's a bad joke. Back to the drawing board. I'll just remove that one. The ones that really don't make sense, by the way, is where you tell a joke one night and it doesn't land, and then you tell it the next night and fucking
we don't really think of
everybody
the
laughs at
countries
it. That's
outside
never made
our
fucking
orbit.
sense to me. I delivered the
Which
joke
is
the exact
too
same way.
bad, but it
Why?
is interesting to me that
anyway,
all that stuff that was happening live was also
However,
being seen in
when you go
places
on
like
stage
the
and you make
Philippines.
jokes, people are allowed to tell you,
I would say
go home and tweet,
it's
I'm
partly
shit, didn't
because
like
it's
his comedy,
American
thought this joke wasn't that funny, blah blah blah. People are
places
critiquing
like the
people are using their speech to define
yeah.
the show.
Why are you
Maybe
freezing
that'll make people
timeline?
not like you, maybe
Places
that'll
like
make
the
people want to
Philippines.
check you out, blah blah blah. All of that's fine. Right. When you go on stage, you're trying to win the audience over. They owe you nothing, by the way. They don't owe you a laugh, they don't owe you a smile, they don't owe you a clap, they don't owe you a cheer. It's your job to earn that from them. And if they decide that you've earned it, well then there you go. There's your little bit of self-aggrandizing and praise that you like to validate your own existence. Right, there you are, right? However, that doesn't mean that the audience can
like
then turn around and go, fucking skin this man
I would
alive,
say
get
it's
fired from his job,
because
blow up
partly
the
because
university
it's
he went
the
to,
American
like that
heritage and Filipino culture.
So you can't have
It's
that either.
14 years
Stand-up
at the
comedy
What's up,
should
Green
be
Moose?
here
How you
at
doing?
Chinese Cultural
over
Revolution
3
struggle
centuries in the
sessions.
convent,
It should
40
not be
years
there
in
to
Hollywood.
reinforce the views of the regime.
Oh,
Absolutely.
fuck.
It should
This
be
week
the
we
pure
are
stuff of
editing
C.S.
an
Lewis
interview.
valued, the omnipotent
What the fuck is this? Oh. I fucking hate when YouTube, the fucking Chromecast just shits out. Now I have to set up my whole fucking playlist again. A journalist from the Philippines. Games journalist. Yeah, well, that's kind of on purpose because I don't want to like spoil the episode.
Affecting people all the way out in the Philippines. So that we Americans especially, we are very American centric.
Not that
really think
I mean,
of
not that
countries
watching, not that watching me edit this is. If you're trying to watch the interview, watching me edit it is not the way to do it because you're gonna have to rewatch the same set of words over and over. And look, I think I've gotten like maybe 12 minutes of the video done, and it's been 51 minutes. It's taken an hour to get through 12 minutes. Fucking thing. Goddamn fucking Chromecast. Goddamn fucking Google.
fucking skin this man alive, getting fired from his job, blow up the university he went to, like that type of stuff. Right, so you can't have that either. Stand-up comedy should be the opposite of Chinese Cultural Revolution struggle sessions. It should not be there to reinforce the views of the regime. Absolutely. It should be the purest snub to what C.S. Lewis branded the omnipotent moral busybodies and the tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims. It should be the unwanted erection at the funeral. What? Jesus. The giggles that get you expelled, not the reassured laugh of affirmation.
By the time I get done editing stuff, I want to throw up from hearing the same audio clips over and over again.
Sermons more than anything else. A lot of it is comedians that are like, I actually really like immigrants, guys, and then the crowd's like, woo, yeah, and he's like, yeah, and then he goes off on some other tangent, and it's like, oh, I thought you were building up to a joke there, pal. Alright, okay then, thanks for that. Fucking shit. To do this, stand-up needs to be a different kind of safe space. Safe for creativity.
YouTube added better timeout options for moderators like Twitch has. Oh, that's cool.
And that bit before they have had a chance to run it past their own internal Minister for Wrongthink, they should also be able to relish the implicit threat that we are handling volatile materials, that there might be an actual explosion any minute. Comedy is chemistry, not physics or biology, and the teacher has got his goggles on. I don't think many of us are mourning the past that Joe Lycett seems to hint at, of racist jokes, jokes about gay people, jokes that say rude words for effect. I don't do the rude words for effect, but I do make racist jokes and I do make jokes about gay people. And people love it, because there's demand for it. People still like that stuff. Like, I don't understand.
Oh, yeah?
People think that type of shit just went away. Like, it didn't. There's still huge demand for it. And the funny thing is the more and more you people scream about it, it becomes this little naughty thing, you know, a little, I'm going to buy a few tickets to that boy's show, but I'm going to wear a scarf up to here so that no one can see me. A speakeasy, almost, but for racist comedy. But to be honest, thank you very much for still complaining about all the fucking racism and all that
Alright, God damn it. You can already see the fur glow. The silhouette around the character. So they're keeping the same kind of design ideas, I guess. You can also already see the trailer's not in 4K. Very cool. Oh my god. We're using the old music? There we go.
I want someone to be toxic on there so I can try it.
I thought those were people on the mountain, but it's not. Oh, this time there's snow. And also that just, god damn it. It's just release it in 4K. You're supposed to be a tech demo. That's what you're trying to do. I guess the animation's not finished yet or something. I don't know what the fuck. Wow, Disney. I love Disney so much. Rafiki! Dude, it's Rafiki! In just terrible, terrible pixelated mode.
Why are they making another live-action Lion King? Did that seriously make money? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Dude!
Just watch the original.
Legit, okay?
It's better.
I've said this a million times. You can't see shit. It's compressed. It's not even enhanced bitrate, okay? That's it. Oh wait, it is enhanced bitrate. Doesn't even seem like it. Looks like shit. It's like
Not enough people caught AIDS from the last one. I hate everything about these live-action Disney remakes. It's like, ew. They just look depressing. It's like, oh, look at this amazing cartoon that we made with breathtaking, groundbreaking animation that will stand up and be fun to watch for like hundreds of years or whatever. And they're like, let's do this CGI crap where the animals can't express themselves. My sister, she's got a little one, so she said she's watched this stuff. She says she likes the Aladdin remake, but it just looks like they're all on blue screens and stuff. I saw the clips from the Beauty and the Beast live action, and I'm just like, this looks like the Telemundo version of the frickin' Beauty and the Beast. It looks cheap. Hakuna Matata can eat my ass.
Which is too bad. But it is interesting to me that all that stuff that was happening live was also being seen in places like the Philippines.
Oh yes, I would say it's partly because
Do you know how I did this?
American heritage and Filipino culture.
The guy doesn't want to go on camera. So what I did was screen record Windows Media Player doing a visualizer of the squiggly line. And Pete provided me this image you should use as a placeholder or whatever, and I put it on there, and I think it looks pretty sharp.
Over 3 centuries in the convent, 40 years in Hollywood. Yeah, American colonial rule can do that, but it is what it is. So we're this mix of East and West. We have American influence. We get a lot of American stuff, just as we get a lot of stuff from Taiwan, Korea, Japan.
Justifying all of these
Oh yeah,
lists
no.
and
So you have your country has a good branch to both Japanese culture and American.
is doing.
However much they're paying you is not enough.
Seems like he's just a good
Thanks.
Like, I don't believe that he believes it.
What up, what Edel? How you doing?
Wow, it's like the just can't wait to be king.
It's what it is.
Zebra?
So we're this mix of East and West. We have American influence. We get a lot of American stuff, just as we get a lot of stuff from Taiwan, Korea, Japan.
Oh yeah, no. So you have your country has a good branch to both Japanese culture and American culture. So you got both arms of the game industry then.
A stampede? There was an elephant stampede in Kimba? Are they gonna do an elephant genocide? Oh my god.
Oh. War Kettle is
It's funny how
now
and they're like, yeah, there's a stampede scene.
on Twitch. Ah, yes, yes. Very good. Very good.
He's having a tough time with that rock. Where is he? It's two zooms. Yeah, right here. Look at this guy.
Oh yes. So it kind of gives you this.
Fuck! Having a tough time with that. Alright.
So you got both arms of the game industry then.
I mean, obviously. It's really soulless. But now we don't have the trailer of everybody going like,
Never
I
true.
remembered that scene.
At all.
So now it's not as effective. I'm just getting, like, I already know, just based on what I've seen on Twitter and people being like, oh, why is this happening?
I got the YouTube chat up too, but I don't use it because I find it to be the electronic equivalent of rectal cancer compared to Twitch chat. Man, I don't know if it's because my phone is like 6 years old now. I can't believe my Note 9 is, this thing came out in 2018, but I don't want to replace it. I like the Note 9, and there's no new phones that have like, you can't add in a fucking SD card or plug in your goddamn headphones. So it's like, I don't want that. It's not compatible with what I want a cell phone for, because I use it out in the field when I'm filming things. I need to be able to plug in power bricks into it, and I need to be able to put in a dedicated jack for a microphone so I could fucking interview people, or at least have myself mic'd up. I don't want to do Bluetooth with a mic. That always sounds like shit. Yeah, only reason you upgraded to S9 Plus is because the battery was getting weak.
What the frick?
S9 Plus, is that a Galaxy? Yeah.
This is so
I love the Note 9, and I don't want to get a phone that doesn't have... I want to have a stylus pen, because I actually do use that a lot. Use it to take notes when I'm seeing movies in a theater I need to review and stuff like that.
Is the game industry then?
We actually got Kimba.
Oh yes.
You know what I might get though? I might get that phone that has a foldable screen. It's real nice looking. It's a little square. I was looking at that. I'm like, that looks sharp. I really like the design.
Nothing like a Barry Jenkins film. It's gonna feel
You can get a US. Oh yeah, USB-C adapter for your mic and headphones. War Kettle's getting the S24 soon. They're already on the 24. I think they skipped a few numbers. How'd they get all the way up to the 20s? I had a Galaxy 3, I had a Galaxy 4, I had a Galaxy 7, and I had a Note 9. And before that, I had some cheapo Boost Mobile ZTE Warp. The ZTE Warp, that's what I had. Those are all my smartphones. Over the little over 10 years I've had smartphones.
And then it's gonna be
So it kind of gives you this wider perspective on things. So when you have these
Samsung
game
really fucking
journals,
rest
these
the
people
world
claim
there.
to represent who claim to be the voice of the gaming industry, not just in the West but internationally, talking about these white bigots or gamers as these, white men hiding in their basements as if they're like these walking stereotypes from South Park. It's like that was never true at all.
It's like an outline.
26, 30, 26, 32. Gamer stereotypes.
I like how they have the Lion King in the title still.
Yeah, definitely, because gaming isn't just enjoyed in the United States. It's enjoyed globally by a great many people who are not Caucasian. Which I don't know. I don't know if anyone. They really. I don't think they really thought that way. But you brought up the example of the Filipino magazine that got in trouble with game ethics, and I think it's people like to say that's so trite, but I think that is the if anything that came out of the original GG.
I bet I could find the phone I'm gonna get.
Princess B?
Oh
no.
Purple Samsung Fold. Ah, yes. This is the one.
Alright.
Hold on.
He's done a bunch of bad musical shit, hasn't he? Oh no. So if you're a person, the cultural conversation seems
what the fuck?
Everybody
Why?
seems to be complaining about this. Let's see what the comment section looks like. Let's see if this is...
This is the phone I want.
Without a drop of nobility...
Isn't that cool looking? I love the color. I like that it's compact. And just the novelty of the folding screen. I think it comes with a stylus too. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the phone I want.
A punk bitch. But then eventually you knew how to become king at one point. That was obviously the setup for the prequel.
For 2023, for some reason, Samsung decided to make the CPU the same worldwide, so I've effectively gone the same as the US model.
Yeah, wish they were making a classic
Chris.
2D animation.
Good phone
Who asks
advice,
is a
Chris.
question that needs to be put before Greenlight movies. People did because the
Was useful. I think on that point it was, which is why I think it was the reason why so many people got canceled over it. We on the show we had Alex McCree, who was the founder of the Escapist magazine. He basically got pushed out of his own organization.
So people did ask for this.
Goodbye.
Buying a ticket to the first movie.
Because he said, look, I'm not pro-Gamergate, I'm not anti-Gamergate, but if people want to talk about it on the Escapist forums, that's okay with me. I think conversations about ethics and journalism are always good to have. And it was just that, like, that very milquetoast, middle-of-the-road opinion. It just destroyed his life. And he was pretty much just pushed out of working at dudes altogether. Now he's working tabletop. He's got some really big things going on there, which is really exciting for him. But it was that one point that I think, and this is the reason why I think it was attacked so harshly as it was, because it was, at least in part, true, that there were concerns about ethics, about, well, if I go to your site and you're reviewing, Command and Conquer 3, and do I trust to review if the site I'm reading is just plastered with ads for the Command and Conquer series? And that's like a fair question to ask, right? I mean, you should, if you're a journalist, you have to have, like, well, hey, we have editorial, we have no control over that, we're totally separate. But that's not the answer they gave. No, instead they says, well, why are you noticing that, you man baby? You terrible person, go back in your hole.
Oh god, yeah, I actually remember.
They're making another one.
Person, go back in your hole.
Be completely ignore the problem entirely, and then
what to say to you. Yeah, that movie made over $1 billion.
Ourselves and
the fucking Lion King remake made $1 billion fucking dollars.
We have done nothing wrong, or B, completely ignore the problem entirely.
Entirely.
completely ignore the problem entirely.
Yo, what's good, React family? It's
The Photoshop G Fuel. That's pretty good. I like it.
It's your boy Jake Reacts, and today we're gonna peep that new Mufasa trailer. Let's get it. That brought you a little nerve.
Italian named
Oh,
Bone
shit, my
Golem.
camera's blocking his. I gotta move this around. There we go. Oops.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
There.
Pinocchio.
Bring put that stuff out to light.
She-Hulk. And Chef.
I mean, I get the reference. I don't think Chef was Disney, but I get the reference. And I understand the irony.
What about my phone? What about the phone I showed you, Chris? Does that look like a good phone? What's it called even? The Samsung Z Flip 4. Doesn't it look fun?
Thanks, Jack.
Isn't it pretty? Do you trust the folding screen, or is that a bad idea? Is it gonna fuck me? And does it come with a stylus? I don't know. And I like this little screen on this side too. I like how it has a little screen right here that I could read things on when it's closed.
That flounder image is fucking
Anything with a fragile the folding screen's fragile as fuck. Do you think that this has added protection, seeing as how that when I'm walking around with it and I accidentally drop it, it will be closed? And, oh, I wonder if I could listen to YouTube videos while that's closed. Screen couldn't cope with it. Bummer. Bummer.
That's not true or confirmed, but I wouldn't be surprised. And also they would probably
You can mark the screen with your fingernail. Oh, yeah. They have to be pretty sensitive.
Subreddit has had a funny kind of evolution.
Huh.
In the sense that when I joined,
That we have done nothing wrong, or B, completely ignore the problem entirely. And then it's partly because of that you have like homebrew organizations or homebrew initiatives like Deep Freeze, which, if not mistaken, was actually run by is still run by an Italian named Bone Golem.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Respond with your favorite.
Yeah, it's like, monitoring unethical behavior, keeping tabs on journalists and editors with either very sketchy track records or like being unusually close to certain developers or they're promoting developers or some variation thereof. But the thing is, for some, that's considered too dangerous. It's like you do not want to put that stuff out to light.
I mean, to be fair to the game's journalists, I mean, that...
Yeah. I could feel that. I bet you that there's some... I know that there's going to be some downsides with it where I'm just going to be like, well, I'm annoyed about this, but...
Disney, we will be watching.
And, it's a big decision, getting a phone. So I'm going to... Yeah, here's the thing that I think about. I can't put an OtterBox. I don't think I could put like an OtterBox around it. Or they do make them for it, but I bet you it's not as protective as something for just a regular square phone. And
We gave the movie over $1 billion.
that's the other thing. Oh, I got a clear case for this, which is actually it's turned yellow, but at least with this one you could see, because it's an impressive looking device. Phone cases make
At least it's just gonna be a shitty
really nice, sleek looking phones look all blocky, but I drop the fucking thing all the time.
I don't know if I'd go that far, because it's clear.
Oh, there's only one phone with stylus nowadays. Do they still make notes?
That started in the 2019 film. I mean, it's all
Dude, actually, maybe I don't want to have a note anymore because I'm starting to get like this horrible pain in my wrist that makes it hard for me to like push on things or lift things. And I notice that it hurts because it's when I'm trying to, here's my hold the phone hand position, and I could feel the pain right there just with my hand like this. If I'm with one hand trying to navigate things and I'm sitting there for an hour doing that, it's probably, the phone's probably giving me fucking carpal tunnel syndrome. Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm anticipating The Lion King Part 1 being my most viewed video.
That industry came out of the hobbyist press. It's relatively smaller than other industries relative to size. Like there are way more people in sports media than there are in like games media.
True.
And the way that culture works and journalism often works, and this is probably true in the Philippines also, it's very much about who you know, working with editors, finding partners to work with you. So it's easy to fall in the trap of, oh, I'm just going to do this thing for this one buddy of mine, this is something like Nate Grayson got in trouble for. Oh, I have our, I forget the other name, but they're like, oh, I have this roommate. They came out with this little indie game. It wouldn't hurt to cover it. I guess to some extent that's fine. The problem is if it goes much farther than that, it can lead to big problems. And if you are going to do this, hey, I'm covering my friend, you should say, hey, by the way, this person is my friend. I think this game is great, but I might be a little biased. But for whatever reason, at least at that time, it seemed like most outlets didn't even want to go and do that much, which really wasn't a lot to ask, and pretty much in any other part of journalism would have happened.
Living expenses have gotten higher, not just because of inflation, but just because I'm trying to like live in two places at once. My boyfriend lives in the States.
Even in 2014, games journalism was already starting to show cracks. It was also in the wider...
I'm, a resident of Canada, so I can't spend all my time in the States or else I'm going to get kicked out.
And its criticism.
I'm still very much at a point where it's difficult to...
Pretty much in any other part of journalism would have happened.
Exactly. It's like, and part of the other problem I'd say was that it also bled out of, it wasn't just in the gaming sphere, as it were. As you already described, even in 2014, games journalism was already starting to show cracks. It was also in the wider legacy media, as it were. Like you were starting to see many of the similar hit pieces coming from The Guardian, even I think Time Magazine. It's like you have these major publications, even the New York Times, respected international publications that have had decades, if not, over 100 years behind their name, suddenly doing the same thing. And people, of course, will try to defend them, saying that, oh, they're just doing due diligence, or simply the brand recognition alone is enough to...
Damn it. I just found out, I'm seeing right here that this is over the border. Did that fix it? No, it didn't.
Fucking typing with my notes. Like if I'm gonna do notes for a movie, I have to like not have this.
That fixed it, but how many other pieces do I need to fucking do now?
I can't take notes on my phone anymore because doing this a lot fucks up my tendons. But my mom has the same thing, and she's been out of commission for a while, and it's not as bad as hers, but I'm trying not to like exacerbate it and make it as bad as hers. So I've got like a personal trainer now. I'm like going to the gym, trying to focus on things that are going to get me some actual exercise and activity, because I was literally my entire 20s was just like sit at a desk with a way worse chair and like way worse desk and mouse.
Oh, don't need to do that.
Which probably, negatively contributed to all of this. That was just how I did things for a long time.
And the same thing, and people, of course, will try to defend them, saying that, oh, they're just doing due diligence, or simply the brand recognition alone is enough to somehow silence criticism.
So with the amount of time that I spent,
without realizing that by using media like that, to use it like a hammer, they're putting they're scratching up the reliability and the legacy of those, like the luster on sites like IGN. When they go through something like they just had a thing going on with IGN France, that they made some comments about the Stellar Blade game, which is this...
that watch.
Yeah.
Viewed other artists that create things.
Stellar Blade.
is I've never really been.
Oh, that watch. Yeah.
You know, try and pressure something to be done before it's ready. Especially things that are important, and especially things that take.
Comments about the Stellar Blade game, which is this. That watch. Yeah, and they made some comment about this looks like a character designed by someone that's never seen a real woman, and then it turns out, well, actually, the game
require me to be in it completely for like half a year. And right now, since I've made part 1, not only did I
the character.
Like, okay, I'm not doing this right away. I need to take the break. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a part 1. I wouldn't have made a part 1 if I didn't need a break.
By someone that's never seen a real woman, and then it turns out, well, actually, the character designer is a woman, the model is an actual woman. It's like, oh. Yeah, when that happens, though, it does. It takes a little luster off the media, and you have sometimes it's not very much, but you just have a bit of fewer people who trust the source. And the problem is you do that over and over and over again, and soon enough, then you have no shine at all. It's all gone. No one trusts you.
When I first got
all gone. No one trusts you.
Tendinitis symptoms, my thought process was, I'll just do everything with my left hand. Then I got tendinitis in my left arm. Now my
No shine at all. It's all gone. No one trusts you. Which I kind of think is where Kotaku is now. And I like Kotaku, and I said that last week, but there are very few people I think that will rely upon Kotaku unless it has the most strictest of receipts.
And then I was like, okay, what work can I still do without my arms, without being able to use both of my arms? And so I tried to catch up on some like list shit.
JRPGs and
okay, I've got a huge watch list. I can just watch these things and get these out of the way because you have to watch movies to review them.
Fish,
so
the one.
Like, like on my old couch, just spending the entire fucking day, what I consider to be a work day, which was just like wake up and then do that until I go to bed. The entire day going through other shit that I need to watch. Then I developed sciatica because I guess the couch I was on wasn't great or like ergonomically great for me. And that I need to be, I don't know, like I'm in my 30s now. I need to be like not just in one position for very long. So I got sciatica all the way down my left leg. From essentially like, I don't know if it's technically like a slipped disc in the back or however sciatica works. And so I had literally 3 limbs out of commission because I had the mindset of like, no, I'll just keep working. And I'm like a workaholic and I just try my best. And I still kind of am very much, but I'm also in the position now where I know because of having that experience where I wasn't able to use 3 out of 4 of my limbs, and then my only remaining limb was
has to be representative.
In 2012, the leg with that knee.
God damn it.
Oh no. Gaming has to be representative.
So my sciatica symptoms are better, my left arm's better, my right arm is my dominant arm. I swapped around my mouse buttons, I've tried, a bunch of different mouses.
One said outright, your game sucks to a Japanese developer. They were basically
like the past month and a half.
Strictest of receipts.
Yeah, I don't blame you in that respect, and well, on my end, even beforehand, it's like I was already becoming pretty sketchy regarding Kotaku, because I'm not sure if you remember this particular bit, but back in the day, they were incredibly avidly against JRPGs and Japanese gaming in general, because they were supposedly problematic, they were sexist, they were behind the times, and mind you, this was before 2014, and I think they were also, while they weren't exactly on the same page as Phil Fish, the one who said outright, your game sucks to a Japanese developer. They were basically touting his work. And at the time, they thought that they felt comfortable enough because it was the apparent consensus. It's like if you repeat it so many times, then eventually people will just buy into it. And yet, fast forward like 5 to 10 years later, they are singing praises to Japanese gaming now, relatively speaking. I mean,
34 minutes. Love? No. Hate to love
I can't afford to have a huge chunk of time
JRPG.
where I'm
Excuse me. God.
Up until Resident Evil 4 Remake, where they started doing the same patronizing angle, or with, you know, the Final Fantasy, where they kept claiming, no, gaming has to be representative.
I'm working to figure out ways to make
Yeah, last year there was when Final Fantasy 16 was coming out, there was the story that they were saying people are describing this as Japanese role-playing game, but we never used that term because when we used to hear that coming from Western outlets, it was always an insult. Which is like, to me, that's crazy, but they're not wrong. That was how it was with so many people. I remember enjoying those games in the late 2000s, early 2010s.
already know, but I'm getting a lot of these questions about The Lion King Part 2, obviously from casual watchers, because it's...
And it was like, oh, you're playing this game, you know, what a weirdo, you know, all of it. I don't know. I don't know.
And so...
It's amazing.
Then I come across, like, okay, well, how do I do some sponsorship things? Because
Oh, you know, all of it. I don't know.
I love to be able to get The Lion King Part 2 out, because I know that even, no matter what it is, it's going to get a lot of views. But I feel more strongly about my art and what I create and what I put out there, that I can't just fart something out, and I can't have that particular video be one that another editor takes care of, because a lot of...
Who are they trying to fool?
A lot of the jokes...
Why does it fucking freeze?
Who are they trying to fool?
The entire personality of the video is through the editing process, through me. And that's not something... I don't want there to be, like, Lion King Part 1, and then have, like, a dramatic...
This game, you know, what a weirdo, you know, all of it.
Right? I don't want
I don't know. I don't know.
a video that's just...
It's amazing. It's like the same, many of the same people who over a decade ago were basically dishing on Japanese video games, including the people behind X-Play. Like, some of the stuff that they were showing there, it went beyond mere jokes. Like, they were, let's just say, incredibly spiked. And yet fast forward to more recently, like the early 2020s, and many of the same people are either pretending they never said that or claiming that, oh, we've always loved Japanese video games. Or if you want a more recent example, you have stories about how some of the same critics who were bashing Nier Automata as, you know, bimbo, or calling the creator sexist, now they're claiming, oh, we've always loved Nier Automata, when this...
I'm playing Nier Automata. Fuck. 35. 30. Hate. To love.
Might even put you in a worse situation than you started. And so all of these things, also, I mean, like, this dumb fucking legal issue,
you know, comparing it to Stellar Blade. Like,
I've had to lawyer up
who are they trying to fool?
right? And so all of these things...
I don't know. That is one of the weird things that I was reading on your Substack that you do observe, is that many of the same people that were involved the first time around, that were part of the, like, the Gamers Are Dead articles or the people commenting on, are these exact same people 10 years later, which is, I mean...
Make sure people understand, because again, this is some casual watchers, and this is some people that are, you know, some people watch my content and they just don't
Which is...
because they like the big videos or whatever. Some of these people are really uncharitable and don't have any sort of sense of understanding of, like, time.
36. Same assholes as 2014.
In order to keep the channel running, I need to do
which is, I mean, that's a little fascinating to me. I don't know if that really means anything. I just think that's an interesting curiosity about the situation.
Actually,
also, I should mention, even with other videos being edited by other people, they're still going to me, and I'm still checking over them, and I'm making adjustments depending on the video. Sometimes it's just like, oh, I watched it and it's done, that's great.
And I think that's the idea.
I wind up needing to re-record some things, send some things back, make adjustments on my end, tweak the audio levels, replace footage, you know, it's not if I'm gonna have my creative control over it.
I'm kind of
and I feel strongly about how things are
getting
presented,
through this
then
pretty quick.
it's
What
not
is it?
just
Hour and a
like
half, and I
just like
finished
the entire channel's operation.
almost.
And I'm trying to manage a bunch of different channels. Obviously, the YMS one is the main one.
So it's 10 minutes set up in the timeline. So I finished like 30 minutes of it. I finished not half of it.
Situation.
Actually, you're more right than you realize, because some of these same people, it's like when they were exposed, like some of them basically had their careers ruined. I mean, not necessarily at the hand of gamergaters, but basically by their own hand. But the problem is, some of these people, they found a different angle, as it were. Instead of basically going for an increasingly, increasingly exposed, increasingly
Got a half price thanks to the Turkish lira crashing over the last year. Ooh.
scrutinized games journal scene, they shifted more towards gaming consultancy, something that is so behind the scenes that unless, if you ask people like 1 to 2 years ago what Sweet Baby Inc. was, though most people probably wouldn't bat an eye, or they would have no idea what you're talking about. And I think that's the idea.
Yeah, no, that's a good shifting point. And you have a lot of great commentary in 2014. I when you look back and try to figure out what was going on back then, you have a lot of good stuff on it that people should definitely check out. What is the connection point between, and you were kind of just talking about, between 2014, the original Gamergate, and whatever we're calling today's thing, what GG 2.0, whatever you want to call it? What's the connecting link?
I would say the connecting link is that
whatever you want to call it. What's the connecting link?
I've gotten all but one editor from the gaming channel.
To the tactics they used back in 2014, 2015.
And that editor is one that I trust. And so now everything happening on that channel, I don't have to look over. And I can just trust them to publish things without me even needing to.
It's 1,300 USD. But as I was billed in Turkish lira, total paid in USD was about $650. That's awesome.
Things like the YMS watches stuff.
Between, and you were kind of just talking about, between 2014, the original Gamergate, and whatever we're calling today's thing,
Man,
GG 2.0, whatever you want to call
for
it.
that phone.
What's the connecting link?
I remember I think that my note was a $999 telephone when I leased it or whatever. I was paying leasing. I was paying leasing money on this phone for like a year after I finished paying it off. So stupid. They I tried to go in once to pay it off, but the computer was down the day I went in, and then I didn't go back for a year.
I would say the connecting link is that apart from some of the same people being involved, it's also that many of the same issues that were discussed in the original Gamergate are still there. It's just that the focus has shifted from gaming journalism itself more towards within the industry, because some of these people are...
And now my phone bill is only like $35, unlimited everything, because I'm still under an employee pricing plan, because a girl I dated in 2013 bought the phone for me, and she worked for T-Mobile, or Sprint. It was Sprint at the time. And now even when it's T-Mobile, now I'm just like in the shuffle. So the people at T-Mobile, they're not going to shut it off. They have no idea why it's even that price.
Attempting to make inroads, they're trying to somehow exploit their connections, assert their authority, as it were, and essentially get their piece of the pie, through the consequences. But at the same time, there's also another interesting parallel. It's their tactics. I mean, change a few words here and slightly tweak the framing, and it's almost fundamentally identical to the tactics they used back in 2014, 2015.
I'm at the point now where
Yeah, it's very subversive. It's very much let's try to get inside these institutions, change them from the inside out, get a bunch of our buddies in, and flip them. I mean, it's the same pattern we've seen in so many things. Inside, outside gaming, unfortunately.
Which, I can still work on a bunch of these different projects, but like The Lion King, I care too much about
things.
to try and do that
Inside, outside gaming,
in
unfortunately.
different places at once and not have my full attention or my full. I want to be able to do things at the best of my ability, and that's the reason why it's not out yet. Is because I care about that project so much. And there's people that won't understand that because there's people that don't know what it's like to care about something or care about what they create. 99.9% of the people on this platform, YouTube,
to the bag.
are people that are just
What can
gaming
possibly
the
go wrong?
algorithm and creating insincere content for money.
We already have this in the
I'm one of
bag.
those people.
What can possibly go wrong?
And, there's a lot of people that don't understand the difference between what goes into something like the Lion King or Kimba video versus someone.
It's the same pattern we've seen in so many things. Inside, outside gaming, unfortunately.
It's not just that. It's also, that extends also to how they're trying to basically cover for themselves. It's like resorting to the same rhetoric. It's like, of course, adjusted to 2020's lingo. So instead of
global sexual marketplace, or could it be that sexlessness is rising among everyone, women included, because of the disintegration of communities everywhere? And everyone fucked by this. Broads across America gets affected by this. As you can see, here's this chart of where male virginity started increasing rapidly. You'll notice around 2020 is when I started doing well on YouTube. It's over, bros. I'm 6'2" and I can't even get laid. It's me. More for me.
Oh, really? You've been off since Christmas? Nice.
The scarce sexual capital. That's why there's so many male virgins. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know how to stop.
It's not just that. It's also, that extends also to how they're trying to basically cover for themselves. It's like resorting to the same rhetoric. It's like, of course, adjusted to 2020's lingo. So instead of, it's racist, sexist, homophobic, you have to point it out all the time. Now it's, these are, it's not just that. It's also, that extends also to how they're trying to basically cover for themselves. It's like resorting to the same rhetoric. It's like, of course, adjusted to 2020's lingo. So instead of, it's racist, sexist, homophobic, you have to point it out all the time. Now it's, these are far right. These are reactionaries. These are backward gamers who
38, 57. Everything is istaphobe.
Instead of, it's racist, sexist, homophobic, you have to point it out all the time. Now it's, these are far right. These are reactionaries. These are backward gamers who can't adjust to change. Basically, there's this hinge of triumphalism, hinge of hubris, that they feel that they've already won, so they could just do more or less the exact same use the exact same rhetoric they used back in 2014 because they think, oh, we've already won, or oh, we already have this in the bag. What can possibly go wrong?
Yeah, it is odd. There is a weird connection between GG the first time around and whatever this thing is. Like when you look at like Sweet Baby Games and like the connection with like Zoe Quinn, you have Eileen Holocaust, who's the sister of Alec Holocaust, who was was, oh yeah.
Right now it is sitting at 5 million views, 86,000 likes to 166,000
Alec Holocaust, who was, oh yeah, canceled from life. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
roasting this trailer and saying nobody asked for this,
Yeah.
and we can see how desperate you've become, and that is definitely something that I've talked about a lot on this channel, is how desperate Disney really is.
Alec Holocaust, who was, oh yeah, canceled from life. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, he did Night in the Woods, which is a fabulous game, really great. And it is weird, but there is some kind of sort of connection between what was going on back then and today. Have you played the new Suicide Squad? Have you played any of these games that Sweet Baby Inc. have worked on, Carlos?
There. I think I've yawned like 30 times since I started doing this.
Baby Inc. have worked on, Carlos?
I don't think I have, but I did actually do research into what those games were while doing the articles. I mean, I'm always considered like taking due diligence. Like, even if you haven't played the game or the games in question, the least you can do is do the legwork or try to at least get as good a read as possible, rather than, you know, making stuff up out of thin air.
Yeah, no, which is good. Yeah, like Suicide Squad is a great example, I think, of, and I mean, I could talk about the extent to which I think consulting actually has to do with all this, but it's a great example of things that gamers are bothered in modern AAA gaming. It's like, this is not a very good game, and it's being given a luster because it says all the right things about all the right people. And it's just weird. You play it, and it's like Flash, Batman, you know, Superman, all the male characters. They have to be taken out in very humiliating ways. At one point, one of the characters urinates on the corpse of Flash, who just tried to save all the protagonists' lives. And then Wonder Woman dies, but she dies in this heroic, triumphant kind of way. And then you can even read like the
lore.
Yeah, the lore, like the glossary in game, and then it's like every.
This initial feedback, it doesn't look like a lot of people are going to go and see it, or if they see it, they're not going to be paying for it.
The lore. Yeah.
So this movie literally retcons Mufasa's whole conversation with Simba, making him the first king of the Pride Lands. Yep, and that is
heroic, triumphant kind of way, and then you can even read like the
lore.
Yeah, the lore.
in order to, you know, make movies for modern audiences. And
She dies in this heroic, triumphant kind of way, and then you can even read like the
lore.
Yeah, the lore, like the glossary in game, and then it's like every entry. Oh, this male superhero, he's terrible. What a loser! And then it gets to Wonder Woman. Oh, Wonder Woman is amazing. She's fantastic. We all love Wonder Woman. And I mean, it's like you see so much of that over and over again. It's kind of hard to ignore. Not that every claim that GG 2.0 has is correct or anything, but it's just like one of those things. It's like it's there. It's happening. Maybe it's hard to describe as to why, but something is up.
I mean, you're not wrong.
My jaw dropped in awe. It is just hilarious to see people react this way, because that's what Disney has become, is a giant joke.
General lack of polish.
Content that people want to see. They're not listening to
Gameplay and just the general lack of polish.
content that they're putting out because we hate it and we want it to fail. I want movies and TV shows and entertainment to be great. I want them
As to why, but something is up.
I mean, you're not wrong. You see, even beforehand, like,
doesn't want to make good content. They don't want to do a 180 and start listening to us and actually realizing we are criticizing content to try to make it better and to get them to understand.
I mean, you're not wrong. You see, even beforehand, like, this wasn't Sweet Baby's first rodeo. Like, there was Alan Wake 2, there was Spider-Man 2, which at the time, like, most people didn't really notice, or if they did, they couldn't quite put their finger on it. because at that time, like, there wasn't really a smoking gun. There were no glaring signs. Like, even that Alan Wake 2 article on GamesIndustry.biz about, sorry, game developer, regarding, Sweet Baby's involvement, particularly in how they helped design the co-protagonist for that game. Well, there was just enough plausible deniability that you can't really pin the blame squarely on Sweet Baby Inc. But with Suicide Squad, on the other hand, it was already laid bare, which wasn't helped at all by the poor gameplay and just the general lack of polish.
Yeah, half the writing credits are Sweet Baby Inc. people, including the founder. Like there's like 12 people who worked on the game, and like six of the writers are Sweet Baby Inc., including its founder. Including its
ultimately until the end of the year when this film finally releases, and it will be hilarious to see the
founder, which is
to get roasted by moviegoers who are sick and tired of being laughed at by Disney and kicked to the curb by
the Inc., including its founder, which is like it's right there in bold. That you cannot deny.
Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this, make sure to give it a like, and if you
cannot deny.
dislike, I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Thing is, some of those were former Rocksteady devs, so you
UCLA's campus, a student wearing a Star of David necklace is denied entry to the campus
The fuck?
by masked pro-Palestinian activists. Watch this.
We're doing this way. You guys have closed the entrance. We have UCLA students.
didn't really bat an eye.
I'm being blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you three. You three. We'll see what happens when a based Jewish student confronts radicalized pro-Palestine protesters.
You cannot deny.
Exactly, and the thing is, some of those were former Rocksteady devs, so you have this like extra layer of like intertwining. You could almost say collusion, as it were. But that's not really discussed, and anyone trying to bring that up would be called a bigot, because somehow such an otherwise tiny thing wouldn't really bat an eye.
Yeah. To some extent, like there's some games where it's like they'll do race, like one character race swap. I think Thor Ragnarok does that. Other games they might go farther. Alan Wake 2, I actually liked Alan Wake 2, but I can see what people are saying where there's certain changes were made. I think what's kind of true is when the games are good, no one really cares, and when the games are bad and this stuff isn't it, that's when they notice.
Yeah,
that's when they notice.
There's going to be a couple other examples, and we'll also see later on the same based Jewish student confronts another protester about why they're wearing masks. Now, there's some certain irony happening here as you're taking a look at footage.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine.
It's like you can have the most diverse thing being how that input meshes with the rest of the end result. It's like you could have the most quote-unquote divert. Is it still working?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're fine.
It's like you could have the most It's like you could have the most quote-unquote divert. Is it still working? That input meshes with the rest of the end result.
Look, they're making a protocol. I'm doing this way. This is what they do. Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student.
It's like you could have the most quote-unquote divert. Is it still working?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're.
Which, by the way, that's very smart of him. That was happening to me, especially because of because I'm a ginger, like just something about me that would enrage me. And I think it takes a lot of great self-control to not get physical, which was very smart of him.
Of course, absolutely. Thank you for having me. So, I take the same path to class every single day.
Seeing how that input meshes with the rest of the end result. It's like you can have the most diverse thing in the world. You can have the most diverse cast in the world. You can have all the checkpoints,
my phone to my fellow Jewish friend, and he started filming so we could document exactly what was
the most diverse thing in the world. You can have the most diverse. You can have the most diverse.
still lightly sleeping to see what's going on. Like these protesters, and this isn't protesting, they're blocking his way into the college that he pays to go to because he's Jewish. This only makes them look bad. And I would dare say that's good as well as bad.
Worst thing in the world.
Who are denying you access to your space?
They could have been UCLA students. They could not have been. I honestly would not be surprised if they were not UCLA students, but they were part of the pro-Hamas mob that has taken over our school.
Were you tempted just to divide them? I mean, because you're larger than they are, it looks like they're mostly women. Could you have just gotten through them, or did you decide not to do that?
We are for peace, and we will never
Meshes with the rest of the end result. It's like you can have the most diverse thing in the world, the most diverse cast in the world. You can have all the checkpoints marked, but if the gameplay itself doesn't match up with all of that, then you just end up with a mess. You don't end up with a good game.
No, very true. Two recent games I've really enjoyed: Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They do have quite a few black NPCs, racial minorities, etc., etc. But at no point in either game do you ever feel like you're lectured or you're being attacked. If I was told, "Hey, Sweet Baby Inc. worked in the game," and I'd be like, "Well, I guess it's not that big of a deal." To my evidence, I don't think they've worked on it because those two games are not American. Those are Japanese-made games. And I think where we're seeing Sweet Baby Inc.'s hand, it seems to be in Western AAA studios. Is there something you think about
And I think that
AAA over here? Is like, do you think there's some?
Protesting is not a crime. Crimes are in fact a crime. They are not protests. You can be doing crimes under the cover of a protest, but they are still a crime.
AAA studios.
I also saw footage
Is there something you think about AAA over here? Like, do you think there's something about AAA in the?
It's not a lack of a police problem.
Is there something you think about AAA over here? Like, do you think there's something about? Like, do you think there's something
college universities in the United States
over here? Like, do you
allowing these students to spread their hatred, their bigotry,
like?
and their anti-Semitism against Jewish students all around the world. And many Jewish students, feel very unsafe.
I think it's also worth remembering the footage we all saw many months ago of the three heads of Ivy League
AAA
schools,
studios.
Claudine Gay, Harvard, UPenn, some other school that I don't give a crap about, testifying in front of Congress and said, like, are you good? Is calling for genocide against Jews, does that qualify as hate speech? None of them said yes. No, that's all right.
I think where we're seeing Sweet Baby Inc.'s hand, it seems to be in Western AAA studios. Do you think there's something about AAA in the Western market versus Japan? Since you are in the Philippines and since you have a good sense of both in parts of the industry.
And if you did, are you getting a little worried about the many health implications that are now being documented? Well, if so,
A good sense of both.
spike protein causes a whole host of long-term health issues that we're now documenting in real time. And fortunately, help is here.
Since you are in the Philippines and since you have a good sense of both in parts of the industry.
I mean,
It's the revolutionary over-the-counter gold standard for combating spike protein, the toxic substance that seems to be at the root of all these new issues. The all-natural ingredients are researched to block and dissolve the spike protein in the bloodstream. With the wellness company Spike Support Formula, you've got your daily supplement to get back to feeling your best and to relieve your worries. Get it now and reclaim your health by going to twc.health/jpreacts. And while you're there, use the code JPREACTS.
Japan. Since you are in the Philippines and since you have a good sense of both in parts of the industry.
I mean, I would say that the
October 7th. I think that a lot of them do understand and they still choose to say what they say. We go to the #1 public school in
and
the world.
they're basically
People are
playing
smart, they are educated.
with fire.
School in the world? That's true. This is a crappy world.
They know what they're saying. They know what an intifada is. They want an intifada. They want to see the mass genocide of Jews.
You know, Eli, it's gotta be complicated being you on that campus right now because some of them might be your teachers. From what I've seen in some of these demonstrations, they don't like the fact that you're Jewish.
Oh. Oh, no, I'm just going to burn one real quick. I'm going to edit for a few more minutes. I'm going to probably play some Nier if I could even stay up. I'm so tired. There's so much I have to do. Maybe I should get to sleep earlier than I have. I gotta make some money. I am insanely fucking broke. I just deposited some cash and I made my car payment, which is 10 days late. I turned in my rent for April, which I put in 3 weeks late. And I get my credit card payment go through. That's another 120. So I'm worth $17. I have $17 in my fucking bank account after that. And I need to get brakes on my fucking car. And I forgot to... I just opened a thing from the electric company. I owe them $300. So I need to make like $700 appear real fast. Ew. I love Americans depositing cash. Well, that's how I get paid, is in cash. So that's how it works for me. I don't have, well, some things I get direct deposited, like money I get for doing freelance stuff, and I used to do like rideshare food delivery, but yeah, getting paid in cash is weird. I haven't done my taxes in a long time. I'm trying to get on top of it though before the fucking IRS shows up. Cheers. Be right back.
I'm doing the best at this.
Respect.
Last year, in the infancy of my channel, I had a debate with the creator I admired, Matt Keppel. She performed poorly and attempted to sacrifice my budding reputation to save face. With the consent and encouragement of a former editor, Sherry, I'd like to share these messages. What happened to the debate? There was a debate on the term dayfab. I took the I don't really care if people use this term position, and you shouldn't tell police trans people using it when they're venting about prejudice. Karl Marx took the it is a transphobic slur, and you're perpetuating transphobic position, so full disclosure, I didn't do great. We all have our debates where we don't do well, I understand. But because I took down the VOD, I have control of the narrative, so I'm editing the intro to immediately poison the well, including putting the Xanderall thing at the start. This person's just like a dishonest fucking liar. Like, why can't you just accept that you lost the debate, especially on whatever dayfab is? What is dayfab? Signed female at birth, one that does not change their physical appearance. So they're saying it's a transphobic slur or something. And Keppel's her way to deal with losing a debate is, well, let's edit the video so it looks like I won, actually. Let's poison the well. Literally using the word poison the well right off the bat. What a horrible person. How much more shit are we going to find out about how horrible a person she is? How many more people she debated where she took them out of context and just lied about them? So basically.
So, the reason I'm like this right now is because my brain is dying.
Then get off stream. Why would you be a good streamer when you're doing this? Why didn't no one see this? Whether you're hitting the Fent card or not, why would you ever do a stream like this? Like, your goal as a content creator is to create the best content you possibly can. So if you're unable to function, then why stream it? Just turn it off. It's such a basic thing. How is this person 30 years old and doesn't have like basic life skills and sensibilities? Like, just get the fuck off stream. It's that.
Is she short-circuiting? She never finishes her thought. She then starts a new sentence and forgets halfway through again.
It's not.
This is sad. Somebody then asked her about me in my video, and she quotes Lenin.
Are we gonna talk about the Willie Mac video? Hold on, I have a quote to read out. I would like to paraphrase the late Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Why?
She's so fucked up. I think she's on drugs, dude. There's no way. Because if you're that tired, you just wouldn't go live, right? You just wouldn't go live. Generally, if you're that tired, you're not going to go live. But if you're not in your right mind, she never is. But you're also high.
What the fuck? I have toothpaste all over my hoodie. Did any of you fucking see that? I've been wearing this thing the whole... Son of a bitch.
To the working class, and everyone will understand. So that's my statement.
Toothpaste is meant for your teeth, not your clothes. You got that right, because toothpaste is like notoriously hard to get. Well, if you put it in a washing machine, it comes out. But if you don't got laundry soap, that shit ain't coming off. This jacket's cooler anyway.
There's no point. None of this to ever end. I don't care. You haven't even responded to this.
Oh wow, some of the reflective whatever's on it has rubbed off on this. I gotta get a new one. I've had this one since fucking COVID lockdown. It took 3 months to get here from fucking China because it was stuck in China. COVID really fucked up the mail.
I said that I was done. I said that I was done, and I am done. I'm actually done. I'm not doing drama.
Green Moose says, just so you know, if I'd have noticed the toothpaste, I wouldn't have told you because it's funny. You know, I guess I didn't wear it to work because it was nice out. It was like 70 degrees. I don't know what it is Celsius though.
Althea accused me of exploitation in the form of economic abuse, saying that
Oh, I didn't listen to this.
apartment we shared, and that I made her pay $1,200 in repairs. How is that not exploitative? The apartment was partially trashed because of the police searching for a handgun after the swatting, and also that I sometimes struggle to keep things tight.
50K to crack? Where the other 50K go? Fentanyl?
I'm disabled. I have chronic pain issues.
No comment.
I have chronic fatigue. I give 100% to the screaming to make it. I'm good at it. I love my.
You're good at it? Really? I'm good at it? Bro. Nobody fucking watches you. Look at your channel. New Wilbur Sip video. Evangelina Scott.
The Minecraft?
I'll be watching that. Who is Evangelina Scott? Why do I know this name? Is there some drama with her or something? Okay. 50,000 subscribers. So, in the last 30 days, her channel has lost 1,000 subscribers. Her monthly gained subscribers are 2 years ago. She had a little bit of growth. In February 2023, she lost 3,400 subscribers. She slowly climbed a little bit, getting a 50,000 subscribers on YouTube a month. In September, she got 1,000. In October, she got 700. In November, she got 500. In December of 2023, she got 900. She got 100 subs in January and 100 in February. Okay. Video views, it's negative 100,000 because she removed videos. Daily, she's averaging a couple thousand views on her entire channel. She relisted a bunch of videos here, so she had an extra 5 million views. Her channel's fucking dead. Just look at it. She barely posts. When she does, it gets barely any views. Nobody cares about it.
Community isn't.
Literally nobody.
My job, but sometimes I really struggle with everything that I have to do in my life.
So she's not even denying being a slob. It's like the Victim Olympics. Canada is sweeping this year. It's really stupid. But this is when it was revealed that she was trying to run away from Kiwi Farms or the Doxers. She was just trying to move away from her ex.
And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape harassment.
Why even say something like this when previously you have a ton of clips of her being like, oh, I'm in Ireland. Ireland's such a dense country. I could never be doxxed. Oh, I was clearly escaping the online harassment. Why did you go to the food truck and post pictures of it? Well, I just wanted food. You know, I wasn't thinking straight. It's like this is a completely new explanation for what happened. She's changing the story more than Katie loves this. And now it's like, oh, well, I actually left because of my ex, my abusive ex. Well, then say that in the GoFundMe or else it's fucking fraud.
As long as I truth is, I left the country because of my ex.
Her ex tore straight at
You have to say that.
intercourse, which I guess is where the title comes from, although she never goes into detail. But more importantly, it means her having to move away in her GoFundMe due to her doxers. All the articles claiming it was necessary to flee to Ireland.
Willie Mack shows the one person on YouTube I got to put 1.25 times speed.
Threats to her life. It's all a lie. She moved because of her ex. That's not what the money was raised for. This is fraud. Another part of the GoFundMe's original claim was that her ex needed money due to unjust seizures, impacting whether or not she could finish her doctorate.
So here's a signal message.
Kevels is Wish ContraPoints. Don't do ContraPoints like that, okay? ContraPoints has made some pretty decent videos. Kevels is like Xander Hall from Wish. And Xander Hall is already not very good. So yeah, I would say Xander Hall from Wish is a more accurate thing. Just somebody who doesn't have any knowledge of politics. And the thing you get with Kevels that you don't have from Xander Hall is a completely disgusting degenerate history, right? Of like basically con artistry. At least Xander Hall doesn't have that. He doesn't have any horrible shit in there. I mean, there's like funny stuff, like throwing up and smoking his bomb or whatever on stream, or his like crazy meth head ex-girlfriend, but none of that stuff was like stuff you can really forward with his character, just like but with Kevels, it's like she's just a horrible person. I mean, I've said this like a million times before. She literally funded a website that, according to her in her own words, said hormones to children against their parents' consent. Like, this is like a demon. This is like a demonic person. ContraPoints never did anything like that.
August 21st, between me and Althea, I had a streamer friend who lives in the UK offer to let me live with him and his wife for a bit, and it's such a tempting offer, just out of the country. Now Althea responds, yeah, maybe. And I responded, but would you even be cool with me doing that? I feel like it just make you really sad, because the implication here is I'm going alone. And Althea responds to this, I'd hope you'd want to bring me. And I tried to let her down gently, and I said, you don't have a passport. And Althea responds to that, I thought you could pay to expedite the first one. So she was really doing everything that she could to
Why does she sound so hot?
maintain that proximity to me, even though it had been made clear repeatedly that I wanted space.
You aren't being clear at all. Kevels then says she's never going back to Canada, taking time to zoom in on her progress.
Holy shit.
So scared of her, I'm not even going back.
Can't do that. I was trying to white balance it. I think it's already pretty white balanced.
I thought she lived in Canada.
Because I don't want to be in the same city as her.
Very real crying, by the way. This is very real crying.
This left the ex-homeless couch surfing, and when they asked for the GoFundMe money Kevels had promised, Kevels wrote, I'm not going to follow through on anything, because I owe you nothing. And those offers were based on goodwill, which you burnt through. This whole thing lines up much more with Kevels' past live streams than any update she gave surrounding the lawsuit.
Well, we were in Ireland.
By the way, I don't believe any claim of abuse Kevels makes. Her track record is horrible. She's falsely accused too many people for me to care. She's probably just lying. She probably was never abused. I literally believe nothing she says. Like, nothing she says is true unless verified by true American patriots like Willie Mack show. I'm sorry. I don't believe all women.
I broke up with them. And I was drinking every night, going live on Twitch to
Did that change?
by like 12 to 1.
Kind of looks like the Chud Soy Jack when she cries. Hey, sweet. That's actually cool. Like, she literally does. Look at that. She does look like the Chud Soy Jack. Hey, wait, she's a Chud. Wait, we can forgive her.
This left the ex-homeless couch surfing, and when they asked for the GoFundMe money Kevels had promised, Kevels wrote, I'm not going to follow through on anything.
Can you please confirm you'll follow through on the bed and the GoFundMe money? If I know that, we can just stop talking. That's what you want. So they're literally letting her know, like Kevels is like, they're doing everything my parents are still with me until you go home. And they're like, okay, well, can you just give me a little money to go to bed, and then I'll just fuck off. I don't know if the bot posting person was mentioning in this video, she was arrested for robbing a bank. I did see that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I owe you nothing, and those offers were based on goodwill, which you burnt through. This whole thing lines up much more with Kevels' past live streams than any update she gave surrounding the lawsuit.
Well, we were in Ireland. I broke up with them. And I was drinking every night, going live on Twitch to my like 12 to 100 viewers. Am I okay? Am I okay?
What are you doing? Why is Tom so afraid of admitting his right-wing beliefs? Is it because he's afraid of sounding stupid? He's already expressing most of their beliefs. I don't necessarily admit it. What right-wing beliefs do you think I have? Is the question I'm asking. Like, what is like a right-wing belief? Is like being pro freedom of speech a right-wing belief? Because I feel like that's the only like right-wing opinion I have, and that's just kind of right-wing in today's context. I guess if you want to call me right-wing, the closest I would be like center-right, but I don't really think about politics that way I guess I'm like pro-capitalism broadly, and I don't even feel informed enough to like totally say like capitalism is I don't know. I'm just chilling. Transphobic, pro-Trump, pro-landlord. I'm not really pro-Trump. I didn't vote. Pro-landlord. I guess I'm pro-landlord, unless they're shitty to me, in which case I hate them. Transphobic. I don't think I'm really transphobic. I mean, I don't agree with every aspect of like transgenderism as a concept necessarily in the way it's presented in like the modern day. But like, I believe in like trans rights in the literal sense, where they should be able to do whatever they want. You know. I guess I feel like I just fit within like the basic like paradigm of like the average person in the United States. Second Amendment. Yeah, I'm pro Second Amendment. But I don't know that that's like, is that the most right wing position in the world? I guess that is relatively right wing.
Am I okay?
So what happened to the rest of the money? Well, there's some evidence supporting that she spent it on things that were not listed on the GoFundMe. Some of it we already know, like her IRA.
I am pro-full gun. Plenty of hard records that are pro-gun. Yeah, I think they're mostly like far left though, and they believe in being, they're like pro-gun because they want to like use the guns to like kill Republican heirs or something.
Streaming setup, as well as suspected drugs. What other receipts I'm just not comfortable with going public yet until they are confirmed. I'm working with a much bigger, more experienced YouTuber on that. Until then, I want to
Transcritical or moist critical, choose one, true.
talk about Keffel's grooming allegations, victimization, and black market hormones. It just...
Let's go. He's actually going into all this shit. I feel like nobody's actually gone over this in depth on YouTube. I wonder how deep he'll go.
Seems so wrong, it makes me want to break things. Throw things at the ground, throw things at the wall, but it won't break. Because it's the dependable and reliable Ridge wall, made from tough materials like titanium, aluminum, or carbon fiber. I've been using Ridge for about 5 months now, and it's the best wall that I've ever had. I've sent this thing through the washing machine, spilled drinks on it, my old one literally had stank to it, but with Ridge it's no problem. It's a tank and incredibly comfortable, but my favorite feature is that your wallet is now part of your swag, another way to express yourself, whether it's
Based. Glad you're getting your bag.
Keffels is a big trans youth advocate.
Ridge wallets, upon seeing like an anti-Keffel video, is so fucking awesome.
Because she transitioned at just 16 years old. And if Keffels wants to promote that parents should let their kids medically transition while they're underage, then I'm okay with that. It's a conversation. What's crazy is Keffels going behind parents' back to promote black market hormones to minors. Someone would argue 80% laws are good for a reason. Under 18 is too young for permanent life-altering medical decisions, such as hormone therapy. Keffels would quote tweet, I am donating thousands of dollars a year to a resource so people affected by hysterical anti-trans laws can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. This is a heated topic, even among other trans people.
I don't think it's fair to parents. Not just the kids, but it's also not fair to the parents.
It's not fair to the parents. Since when has being trans and transitioning had anything to do with anyone except for the person who is trans?
Okay, so if we apply this argument to literally anything else, since when has a kid had sex with an adult had anything to do with what the parent is saying for anyone who isn't a file or a victim? Like, this is just so retarded. Like, obviously parents should have like some say in what fucking happens to their kid. Like, it would be slightly more understandable if Keffels was like,
Why am I streaming 48 frames per second?
then I think kids should be able to access hormones.
I don't know. I didn't know I was doing that. It sounds like more than I need. More frames than I actually need. I don't know if that's a Twitch setting or an OBS setting. Or a restream setting. I don't know.
Yes, but yeah, actually that's probably a better analogy. But I feel like there's different implications that come from both. Like ADHD meds, depression meds, they can change your brain chemistry, but depending on how long you're on them, it's my understanding that you can get back to a normal baseline if you stop taking them.
Yeah.
With hormones, taking up hormones, you just have
Yeah.
or your puberty.
I'd probably do fine on 30.
You can't really change that to a certain degree. If you're taking hormones from the time you're 14.
Yeah, 48 is weird. I wonder when I set that up. I bet you I set it up so long ago. Because I really didn't. I still don't entirely understand what the benefit of the frames per second is. I understand it's like mostly for gaming. But I could barely tell the difference. When I see side by sides of how many frames per second something's going, I'm just like, I don't know.
They're not medical professionals who are doing this. This is like freaks in their fucking basement making drugs for kids.
For relevancy with their Drop TV Farms campaign, she realized that this was a bad look and just started lying about it on the H3 podcast.
One of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make
nervous. I don't know how to make hormones.
I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
But the thing is, like, okay, it sounds insane, but that's like what the website was. Like, it was resources for how to make them, and like make them with homemade stuff. Not necessarily in a bathtub, but is the bathtub really the greatest fucking delineator here between like good and bad? The greater criticism is like, oh, you're sending hormones to kids against their parents' will. You're instructing people how to make hormones in their own home without the advice of a medical professional. That's obviously a bad look. It's obviously horrible. She sounds so nervous in this clip. She's shaking.
I noticed the new thing is
her entire body is shaking.
I don't know how to make homemade hormones.
She's trying to laugh it off because she knows she looks like a fucking freak to thousands of people right now.
I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how
Yeah, why is 48 even an option? What is that fucking for?
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? The bottles the site was selling had literal transgender polygon on them. Not joking. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I think I covered that in my video idea. Hold it up down there. I talked about Keppels yesterday too when I showed that.
What's the truth? I mean, you do have some kind of community where you're helping young
transgender kind of disingenuous. What's disingenuous?
trans people, right? That's like something
Yeah,
you're passionate about.
Yeah.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch.
Notice how she like misdirects it, almost as if she's trying to make it seem like she misunderstands the question. When in reality, it's obvious what Ethan is asking about. What's Twitch stream?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public.
Yeah.
Because they
Notice how she can't elaborate on anything, but she's like figuring out how to formulate her lie. You can see the gears turning in her little fucking head.
They make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff. But that's not even the case.
No.
They really are just straight up lying, huh? Shouldn't surprise me that much, but yeah.
That's not true. She has a private Discord called Catboy Ranch, where half the point of joining is for bi-weekly support groups that are facilitated by a support worker. She's tweeted, I've assisted at least half a dozen minors to get hormone replacement therapy. Cope and see. Her friend who's
Gah!
Who's coping and seething now? She felt so confident admitting all this stuff because she was at the top of the internet. Well, not top of the internet. The top of the Twitch political landscape zeitgeist trans community followers on the internet for a little while. She was at the top of that. She had media support. And now look at her try to run from it. When she gets a little bigger and a general audience has to look at her and be like, hey, what's going on here? And you realize you can never fucking justify any of the positions you had for years. It's disgusting, man. This person deserves way worse than the positions you're in right now. She'll probably get it.
And I have unironically transitioned half a dozen minors. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The packaging of the hormone says keep out of reach of parents. They had Lolly branded HRT, which writes, don't look at my giant girl dick. There's an instructional video showing minors how to inject it.
48 is an option in OBS, but I have no idea why. Does it look different? Can you tell by watching me that it's a different frame rate? I probably never noticed. I just never noticed. I can't tell. You know what? I had it at 60, but I was probably having like the computer's probably blue screen of deathing while I was streaming, and I probably changed multiple settings, including that one, to make sure that it's I probably had it at like 60. I probably had it at like, okay, go to the top, but it was freaking out my computer. But I don't even know it was that, because I would just change settings. I'm like, hopefully it doesn't crash again. And then I probably never thought about it again.
I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone would ask, by that you mean you'll leave the Discord? Keppels would reply with, already did. I wasn't active or aware of this until now. She would then get pummeled in the replies. Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. Did she actually just admit to being part of that rumored Discord? Kaz law is once again proven true. So she was in it, and there was one inappropriate public message, but nothing damning, right? Well, she still owns the Discord Catboy Ranch, and it's locked behind a Patreon paywall. When I joined, I was pleased to see that the rules ban all NSFW content. They They even had a snitching rule.
Oh, really?
I was still clearly locked in seeing the entire server. So the question
Can you refresh my memory of what PAL is?
named after her grooming allegations? Well, because it was a good meme.
So, like the story, the reason why the Discord is named Catboy Ranch isn't because I love cowboys or something. It's a throwback to the fact that there was a conspiracy theory made up by lolicons, like by people who like really love Sharon child pornography. Because I call them files, right?
Why does she defend Vosh now, though? This is the same person who defended Vosh.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hey, Ethan, why don't you talk about Chris from Mr. Beast being a Shadman fan, Lolicon enjoyer? Like, what is her actual position? Did her position officially change on Lolicon, where she was anti-Lolicon then and now she's pro-Lolicon? Because Kemples then was not even that long ago. What if called Vosh?
Response to that was to make up a conspiracy about how I had a grooming Discord called Catboy Ranch, and I decided as a flex to name my Discord Catboy Ranch.
Thanks for the gift of
Just
membership.
just to fucking flex on.
It's a weird thing to meme, especially when you're selling lolly branded HRT to minors, which you gotta question the safety of. She has a normal Discord, but names in a way that will bring her and her community heat. Awesome. She truly is the worst activist.
What is this edit, dude? This is cancer, Lily. Why does Vosh have cat ears? Why are they on a safari?
Keffels is the kind of person that always has to relate things back to her being a victim. A black guy
I didn't pay attention.
and Keffels has to relate it to her slaughter. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle pointed at me.
This is so insane. It's so insane how literally every incident, literally every
Oh, wow.
somehow. And by the way, nothing that bad even happened in this situation with her. How easily this situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. Yeah, dude. Strong activist over here. Someone died? This is just like me, when almost nothing bad happened.
Me by the police. And how easily that situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. When people point out that this is a ridiculously narcissistic thing to do, she twists it to make it seem like she didn't bring it up. Virtue signal. People who have never once tweeted about Elijah McClain taking this time to shit on me because they hate me more and want to use his death as discourse to talk about. It's so that I feel some shame for such obvious grifting. You're the one grifting on.
I don't follow. I don't know how to follow Milo Yiannopoulos, but I'm surprised he hasn't popped back up with all this talk of Gamergate too. That's what started his 15 minutes of fame right there. I guess he did have that thing with Kanye recently.
No way.
Get massive group pie infestations. Let me just address this. I didn't drown my guinea pig. My guinea pig was sick.
Okay.
My guinea pig passed away in an accident. She was in the bath, 2 inches of water. I got a call I needed to take. I stepped out for 1 minute, and when I stepped out for that 1 minute, I came back and she was dead.
You drowned in a minute? How long? Anything I look up is just that hotline. Person with excellent health but has training for underwater emergencies can usually hold their breath for only 2 minutes. The person is submerged after breathing in water for 4 to 6 minutes without resuscitation. How long does it take to drown a guinea pig? I have great search results after this. You can't seem to find it. I guess nobody else is figuring out how to drown a guinea pig or how long it takes. I don't get a full time with this one. 1 minute? This doesn't make sense. Well, if you have an animal, you should probably know how to take care of it. You should probably know not to leave it inside of a bathtub where it's going to drown from 1 inch of water or whatever. It's in a bathtub for anything to swim, of course it's going to drown. She said it was 2 inches of water. Did she say that? I'll play it.
Minute. She was in the bath, 2 inches of water.
2 inches of water. 1 minute in personal experience.
1 second.
I got a call and I stepped out for 1 minute. And when I stepped out for that 1 minute, I came back and she was dead. I wasn't in enough water to drown. I screamed and I cried because I lost a pet that I had since they were a baby.
So to be
Bro, the emotional diatribes are so crazy. Everything has to do with why we should feel bad. I screamed and I cried. I can't have an empathy. Everything's so fucking bad. Say you fuck no. How does everything have to turn into like why we should feel bad?
clear, you did drown the guinea pig. Why even respond to this? She's always putting herself in drama.
There were multiple summers where she let 4 of them roam in their own ways for so long, we'd get massive fruit fly infestations. I also want to address that Althea accused me of economic exploitation and economic abuse, saying that I trashed the apartment we shared and that I made her pay $1,200 in repairs. How is that not exploitative? Sometimes I really struggle with everything that I have to do in my life, And she went into the relationship knowing that I'm disabled.
What up, Wakero?
When I was depressed after my dad died, instead of helping me to take care of my guinea pigs, she pressured me into putting 2 of them up for adoption. The pets that I had since they were big.
Well, if you couldn't afford to take care of them, you couldn't spend the time. It's not their responsibility to take care of them. So maybe you should have given them up for adoption. I mean, clearly you don't even know how to take care of them, considering you let one of them fucking drown. You're that absent-minded. So maybe you just shouldn't be taking care of pets if you're that depressed.
Babies that I love, because she said it wasn't
It's a
her
personal
responsibility.
It's not. It's yours.
Take care of them when we were partners, but it's somehow my responsibility to take care of her when I want nothing to do with her.
How is it never your fault? Things are allowed to be a depressed person's fault, right? This is where I want to introduce you to the Keppel cycle. Keppel will needlessly insert herself.
I've never even heard about that guinea pig.
Drama, like defending Bosch for having loudly on his computer. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. When people say it's sus to defend this, she hides behind being trans. It shouldn't be acceptable for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to pedo jacket trans people. We are already a target by the right. Incredibly disappointing to see from people who should know better. When Keppel gets blood up for this, she hits on stream in virtue signals.
I literally keep bumping into her. He gave it to me. I'll try to call him later. Do not call me. I don't remember giving you my phone number. I don't remember talking to you on the phone. But do not call me, please.
Do you want to know the context of that? He saw a Twitter circle where I was talking about how I wanted to just end it.
Everything is reasons why battle basically this fucking bitch.
And he reached out and gave me his phone number. That's what the context was. Piece of shit. It's like really bad.
What are we watching? This here? This is this week's episode of Culturescape. We have a guest as this games journalist from the Philippines named Carlos, who apparently I don't know I don't remember his last name. It's some Filipino Spanish sounding name. You hear a girl? That's Keffels on the television. So yeah. Keffels is a woman. There's it's Turkey Tom watching Willie Mack dissect Keffels. So it's kind of I'm like looking through a tunnel of of the internet. It's Keffels. That's the chick's name.
Like with any public website or disinformation that spreads, right? Is anyone going to post into corners? But realistically, what misinfo is she specifically talking about?
Keffels does have a totally passing voice. I didn't know that she was. I didn't know that.
I'd love to know.
What misinfo? She will never clarify.
Well, Green Moose, I'm not supposed to be. I keeped it on because it makes it so that I'm not just spilling this interview out onto the internet. It's only you guys watching, but plus I have a headphone in, so I can't. It's at the perfect level for me to be able to listen to that and do this at the same time. Yeah.
Saw all of this playing out. I wasn't planning on weighing in. None of this was my problem. But then my friend Tipster decided to call
Let's go.
On Twitter for how he covered the entire situation that happened with Bosch. And then when Ethan Klein responded, I was like, okay, I have 2 friends now who are getting put on blast by a really large content creator. I decided that I was gonna get into the mud. And this entire situation has kind of made me reevaluate how I even feel about Bosch in the first place. To be completely honest, I don't really like him as much as I used to. I actually feel hurt and let down.
Here's another one.
what the fuck did you expect? It's Vosh! He's the creepy, weird leftist guy. Like, what did you expect? Have you not seen all the, like, hundreds of old clips of him defending weird shit? It's literally Vosh. It's literally Vosh. How are you let down? You knew all this shit before. You're his friend. You're literally his friend. You know him. You know what he's like. The reason he renamed himself to Vosh is because he got exposed for sex. He got exposed for sex. That's his Discord server. Like, this has always been his fucking thing. He's a weirdo. That's like part of his brand almost. He likes horse dicks and horse. Like, what did you expect, dude?
James Somerton posted a side note to Instagram, claiming it was a scheduled post. So the interpretation is that he's already dead. Kevels then post immediately, and James Somerton has taken his own life. Kevels got heat because we don't know if he's dead. Nothing's confirmed. It's just a poor way to cover a story. Kevels complains that people who were mad probably didn't even watch her video. But when you watch it, she acts like James is coming back to redeem himself.
And I agree. He obviously messed up. Maybe he can come back one day. If he continues to show that he is truly sorry, if he's willing to make amends with all of the people he's hurt, if he's willing to accept that not hurt.
Let down by him because you chose to defend him on some shit he was caught red-handed with. That's the thing. It's like, I'm let down by all of my friends, you know? I defended all of their positions publicly, and I got in shit for it, and it's their fault, and that's why I'm let down. Just don't defend it. Just get out. Just stop. Leave the internet. No one cares about you anymore. You're a locale. This is your life forever now.
Not everyone is going to trust him anymore.
Kevels, how? You reported that he's dead. Kevels would then change the title of her video to James Somerton may have died. Even with my last video on her, I reached out for a question. She doesn't answer. She panics and calls me a stalker and harasser for doing research. The video drops and she says she's done with drama.
I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm not doing drama coverage.
It truly is the never-ending cycle. I pointed it out 2 years ago, and it still rings true.
I do want to say, like, I think I reacted more harshly than I otherwise would have because you were the first YouTuber to ever make a YouTube video about me. It's like, you know, a lot of shit happened. And yeah, I've been pretty aggressive in the past, but
The acting is so funny. Like, how is this even a real person? Why is she acting like that? She seems so. It's so off-putting to see her talk.
I don't think I can ever move on or calm down unless I'm given the space to.
She's done this with the GoFundMe, her ex, her drug addiction, her hamsters, the lawsuit.
Why'd you delete your Death Like 82R album? I didn't delete it. It's just unlisted.
Bosch, Catboy Ranch, James Somerton, the HRT directory. I am just so sick of her acting like a victim. You can't even point out that she talks slow, blaming it on some disability.
One of the things that I suffer from, which I'm sure this video will get, which I feel like this video might even get demonetized
Audio
if I were to actually.
Psychomotor regeneration that you're unable to fucking
I bet.
balance audio or something. What is wrong with you?
We say it out loud, so I'll just put it on the screen. It is a symptom that causes my speech to slow down, causes my emotional reactions to slow down. And this has been often a thing that people have mocked me for consistently.
Psychomotor retardation. To be fair, I've been diagnosing Kevels with this for years. I have more to say when it comes to Kevels' lawsuit and her potential misappropriation of funds, but that will have to wait. If true, it is career-ending and she belongs in jail. So subscribe to the channel and shout out to Doomer Media for helping me write her.
Doomer Media, that's the guy who made the block. Interesting watch. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, you get the members-only podcast and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
Who is this?
Remember when entertainment was about fun? Imagine that. A video game is for your fun. That you can just do things that are fun and make you laugh and that you can enjoy and that you can look at aesthetically and enjoy. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now it's a very serious business and it's all about making sure the right politics are put in front of your face. And you better like it, bigot, or else. That's where we're at these days. I mean, we've been uncovering a lot of this since the Sweet Baby Inc. drama erupted, and we found even more consultancy firms going out there and destroying video games like this, destroying your entertainment, destroying your enjoyment, and there's no fun anymore. And another company just found out that they're not allowed to have fun, otherwise they get hit with a little bit of a woke mob, and they're bowing and censoring themselves. unapologetic since 2017 when I came out of the closet as a Trump supporter, and I got banned from various conventions. I got blacklisted from publishing. I got nasty warning letters from various editors and publishers out there. You guys remember who you are. And I said, you know what? I'm going to write my books and have fun anyway, and you're not going to stop me. And I've been doing so over and over and over again. I've got 18 novels now, 12 graphic novels. I'm a #1 bestseller. And it's been great the last few weeks. Thanks, guys. You've come in super hard. We've been selling like 20, 30 books a day off our videos here. And revitalizing this old trilogy which I made, which is amazing because I've been sitting here brainstorming stories that are going to come out of this for a lot of fun, and I'm ready to start writing these. So this is a great time to get in. This is the Stars in Twain, the Oration War trilogy. If you like big space opera war, if you remember the settings like Mass Effect before they ruined it with Andromeda, if you remember Babylon 5, this is going to be the book for you. You're going to enjoy this. It's going to be a great series. We have this. It's a full trilogy, and it's done on audiobook. And like I said, I'm going to be spinning off a new series out of this very shortly. I'm finishing up a Space Marine comic book for my Warhammer 40k fans. And once I finish writing that comic book and handing that off to the artist, I'm going to be back to writing prose books again and having fun. And that's what we're going to do. Maybe I'll put some jiggle physics in the text. As she walked down the corridor, they jiggled at 50%. Yes, we're going to talk about this today. Thanks. This link's in the description below. Go check out my books, and thank you for supporting the channel while we report on these crazy things. And this is this happened the other day. This is a game called Farm Folks, and they posted this on Twitter, which is just fun. They were just having fun on their account, laughing. You can tell by the emoji that it's not serious business whatsoever. They said, "All right, folks, it's time for some serious game development talk. We're tinkering with character physics from Farm Folks. The burning question, which version has the perfect breast jiggle physics?" And here they are. They had 50%, 90%, or 30%. Obviously, they put 50% first because that's probably where they really liked it. They made another joke saying that they've got a version at 150%. And if you go and look at the replies on this, at least when you could, they mostly had people interacting with this font. Gamers enjoy fun. Gamers enjoy not serious business. It's games. And cartoony, it's just silly, and there's no reason to take this seriously. But there are a few vocal, woke, crazy people ruined everybody's fun, just like always. And this is the problem. And the main problem here is listening to these people. Every time these people go off on these kind of tangents, they shriek, they cry, they call you bigots and racist and sexist and all the things. It's because they're miserable in their lives, and they want you to be miserable with them. They want you to fail with them, and that's what's going to happen. I mean, the poor farm folks who just posted this fun thing probably got some gamer attention on this, and probably some people were going to be like, okay, maybe I'll play that game. These people seem chill and fun. And now they're going to be like, maybe not, because they're bowing to the DEI, ESG, woke mob inquisition, the Sweet Baby Inc. style people who are trying to harass these people, and they did. Black Girl Gamers actually came on and made their little comments on this to try to go at these people, and that's who they listened to. They bowed to them rather than just going with their gut and having fun with gamers. And here it is. An apology for a silly tweet. Ugh, terrible. Long apology as usual. Hey folks, we'd like to address a recent post where we came to our community asking for feedback. Our intent is always to connect and grow with our players, but it's clear that we missed the mark on our recent community feedback post. For that, we sincerely apologize. Why do all these sound exactly the same? I feel like there's the same corporate PR person that just goes across, like there's like a template for like, I'm a corporate goon, and it's like, ugh, it's painful. It's painful to read. We received concerns about female player models' breast physics in the past, and we thought we should ask the community what felt more appropriate. Come on, it was a joke. You know it was a joke. Unfortunately, this crossed a line. Oh God. We try to foster a welcoming community, and the post and subsequent replies made many of our community members uncomfortable and alienated. Yeah, well, now all gamers are uncomfortable and alienated because you suck. Reply made about 150% physics was also inappropriate. And we apologize for that. Why? Why is physics inappropriate? We are taking necessary steps to learn from this, and we're committed to doing better moving forward. We value the feedback of our community and work hard to include everyone in our discussion, except gamers. Now you get out. If you actually liked this, and if you just thought it was fun, and if you were looking forward to playing this just because it seemed fun and silly, no, you're not welcome. You're not included anymore. Only the people who are those angry people screeching about Stellar Blade outfits and calling you sexist over it and trying to torch a game at Kotaku and IGN because the game's good, but they're not allowed to have fun with this kind of thing. Those are the only people who are included. Well, guess what? None of those people actually buy video games. None of those people actually buy video games. And the consultants
Oh, that's funny.
Going to destroy this game, and now nobody's really going to want to play this. So good.
Oh shit, the fucking desktop audio is not. Well, you know, you could listen to what I just listened to.
Interpretation of live and let live, or
Yeah, just listen to this whole thing he says here.
well, I can only speak from the perspective of my own and probably my immediate community. It's just that looking at America from the outside, it's like it looks crazy. It's like you're like, no offense to the Americans, but you can come off as generally wound up or perpetually angry. It's like rather than live and let live, or at the very least agree to disagree, it's like you have people instead looking for the worst possible interpretation of something as innocuous as I like sand or I like this game, and somehow interpreting that as either a racist thing or some dog whistle for communism or something. It's like sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Like, you need to chill. But that's one thing. On the other hand, here, there is also a lot of American cultural influence here that
you need to chill really got me too.
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Like, you need to chill.
104. No chill.
But that's one thing. On the other hand, here, there is also a lot of American cultural influence here that I see, whether it's, it could be anything from American pop culture, we get a lot of that, to, political thing, like local politics also. It's like we have our fair share of leftists, we have our fair share of hard nationalists, you name it, we probably have it.
Mm-hmm. I am amazed. I just find it so interesting to talk to people who are not, in the northern hemisphere, in the Anglosphere, and what they think on all this. Because some of the stuff, it feels ridiculous to me. But I've never, sometimes they're like, is my thermometer off? Do I have this right? So to hear people from the outside and their perspective, what happens is always good to hear. You said earlier in our discussion that you felt that GG 1.0 had been successful. So how in your view, how was it successful, and then how would you compare that to what's happening now?
He's got like a ray of sunlight right on his mouth, and it's making him look crazy.
Successful, and then how would you compare that?
It makes it look like his mouth is glowing. I don't know if I've ever seen sunlight get into this room.
What's happening now?
I would say that it helped basically shed a light on
successful, and then how would you compare that to what's happening now?
Well, the sun will move after a few minutes, so.
basically shed a light on what was.
But I'm just posting what I think, and that's something and that person's usually never going to buy my books anymore. That outrage brigade never does. Cancel tapes never do. And so that's where they're at. So you should never try to appeal to them. That's why I just try to appeal to actual readers.
Horrendously
Companies
embarrassing.
to actual gamers. It seems very simple, but it's weird. It's like they don't want the real gaming audience because they want a virtue signal to their friends in the industry that they're like above that or something like that. It's so demeaning the way that they treat you and us as customers. It's crazy. But you know, they're never going to learn. They're always going to see it the hard way. And that's how you know it's never really about games or making.
Here in our discussion that you felt that GG 1.0 had been successful. So how in your view, how was it successful, and then how would you compare that to what's happening now?
I would say that it helped basically shed a light on what was initially seen by some as a rot within like media reporting, in journalism. However mocked it was back then, was actually exposed for what it actually was, and it basically showed that yes, you can make them accountable, because not long after all those gamers that hit pieces, after the constant outcry, there was an actual push among at least some publications to make a more visible sense, a more visible ethical policy, as it were. And at the same time, though, these things had a trickle-down effect that eventually led to Gawker's implosion. Granted, I mean, Peter Thiel also had a big hand in that one, but the constant criticism of Kotaku and other affiliates in Gawker eventually helped bring down particular giants. But as time went on, though, it's like you had that sense of, okay, now that it wasn't enough that we won this one. No. We had to basically batten out the hatches. We had to basically hold the line against the constant tide of wokeness. And over time, at least among the more cynical and among the more pessimistic, there's a sentiment that Gamergate lost, because instead of, seeing their enemies crushed before them, seeing wokeness defeated once and for all, there's this kind of like negative feedback of, this new woke drama, or this game has something deemed woke, and whatever, anything one angry gamer posted after 2016, that one was horrendously embarrassing.
Yeah, my buddy Tony, he was one of the writers of One Angry Gamer, and I've talked about this with him, and it is interesting that shift that happened. But you make a good point where like people there wasn't a clear understanding of what victory looked like, and I think this is kind of here today. But both sides, at least in the West, have this really bad. Sorry, but there's like a glare coming out this back window, so if I look really shiny, that's what it is. It's okay. That's what it is. Shiny. It's okay. That's.
Although he is sour, so he might wear Lululemon. Is that Lululemon? Lululemon. Do you have a men's department? Yes. Okay.
That's what it is.
Men's department. You do the men's department? Also, it's gender fluid, dude. It is. Lulu's gender fluid.
Do you know about the creator? Do you know like why he named it Lululemon? Hold on.
It's okay.
Can we make a guess? Yeah.
Okay, so Lulu. It's gotta be somebody's name. It sounds like fruit.
No. You ready?
You're good.
This is.
Damn, dude, you're good.
No, I'm not good.
Sides, at least in the West, have this really bad. Sorry, but there's like a glare coming out this back window, so if I look really shiny, it's okay. That's what it is.
It's okay.
They couldn't really figure out really what come out of what victory looked like, and I think this is kind of here today. But both sides, at least in the West, have this really bad. Sorry, but there's like a glare coming out this back window, so if I look really shiny, it's okay. That's what it is.
It's okay.
They couldn't really figure out really
That's
what
funny.
the terms of victory were, and I think the big problem today is, and this is a kind of scary. Like this is actually this worries me, and it probably should. But I get the feeling in today's culture and the culture war that neither side, at least from politics, will be happy till the other one is gone. They want total victory, complete and total victory, where the other side has been atomized to the point that they have no influence in the culture. which, by the way, is unrealistic. Neither side has any
Yeah.
chance of ever having that happen. Neither side
Names it so Chinese can't. Yeah, funny to watch Japanese.
has any
Yeah.
chance of ever having.
Oh, this guy's the best. Say it. Say it. Say it.
Which, by the way, is unrealistic. Neither side has any
Yeah.
chance of ever having that happen. But if those are your terms, this thing never turns off, and all sadly, scarily, it justifies bigger and worse things to try to get there. But that's
Oh,
my
I get-
observation. I hope
I get
I'm
where you're
wrong.
coming from.
Hope
I mean, I
I'm
get where
wrong.
you're coming from. Because, I mean, it doesn't help either.
That's
Oh,
my
I get-
observation. I hope
I get
I'm
where
wrong.
you're coming from.
Hope
I mean, I
I'm
get where
wrong.
you're coming from. Because, I mean, it doesn't help either how how those try.
I hope
I get
I'm
where
wrong.
you're coming from.
The whole idea of like racism is bad is not a real idea.
Look at
Made up by the media.
Chip Wilson is his name.
Great name.
All right. Work some editing magic here. Cacao. Cacao. Get rid of this.
Let's say we're, you know,
Cacao. Get rid of this. Let's see how it looks now.
It justifies bigger and worse things to try to get there. But that's my observation. I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. Because I.
Damn it.
Harry, Mary, Larry's, Harry, Mary, Larry's, contrary.
The mistake, though.
Yeah, little lizard loves ladies.
Oh, the little lizard loves.
That's it. Little lizards love ladies.
The alter, the overall discourse.
The store opens, right? You're a Japanese person.
No, you're the Japanese person. Nah, dude. I'm Chip Wilson. Yeah. I'm the bigot that owns this, and I'll be a customer. Yeah.
Oh, sadly, scarily, it justifies bigger and worse things to try to get there. But that's my observation. I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. Because, I mean, it doesn't help either how how those trying to silence, criticism of, Sweet Baby Inc. and this kind of like culture around it, including the media, have tried escalating the game by, oh yeah, let's drag in, oh yeah, government-backed studies, and that'll prove that, oh yeah, these gamers are hotbeds for white supremacy. It's like even I personally don't believe that it's going to spark this great, jackfruit march that'll take your games away. Honestly, I find the idea that people are using the fear, the moral panic, the outrage to somehow prop up their own academic credentials or get government grant money much more tasteless, but more to the point. I would say that Gamergate, I guess Mark Kern would say that one of the biggest mistakes Gamergate 1 ever made was that there was this push. There was this, I guess, one song of if we somehow align ourselves with outsiders interested in joining the fight, we would, win. The mistake, though, was that many thought that conservative we would, win. The mistake, though, was
I'm a woman from America.
Yeah, we can tell.
I'm the lady from America and from Japan. So it looked like they had some.
we would, win. The mistake, though, was that many thought that conservative Inc.
I don't think you fit into our stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought I could.
The mistake, though, was that many thought that conservative Inc., the Dating Wire, or the likes of, Milo, would be that answer. But it became clear over time that they were just in it to push their own culture war agenda, and they saw Gamergate as little more than one step to fighting the culture war. Like, it wasn't enough for them to, say, oh, we just want to be left alone, or we just want to play video games. Like, for them, the victory condition had to be, we must win the culture war our. And we can see how that can dramatically alter the overall discourse.
Yeah, no, that's very.
Did you get some heat online, to be honest?
honest. No, sometimes, but I just because when you did that, you know what they say about me now?
See how that can dramatically alter the overall discourse.
Yeah, no, that's very sage insight. I'm glad to hear that because that was kind of my feeling on it too. You know, there was this discussion about people were like, well, we really care about games, so it would be awesome if people like Matt Walsh took up this cross and walked this cross. This cross. So it would be awesome if people like Matt Walsh took up this cross and walked beside us. And I was like, no. Well, that's a stupid idea. Don't do that. It doesn't work. And I speak, by the way, because it's not from video games, but from disability issues. You know, I've been a disability reporter. I've been an advocate for chronic pain stuff. And and
Communists want to destroy society. They want to destroy our way of life. They want to steal your stuff. They want to steal your private property. So obviously people react to that in a negative manner.
it's not from video games, but from disability issues.
How is this possible? What do you mean you don't want me to indoctrinate your kids about the Communist Party? That's horrible. Why are you reacting? You're a reactionary, right? So this is why communism is the only ideology that uses...
You know, I've been a disability reporter. I've been an advocate for chronic pain stuff. And big problem we have right now is that there are many disability issues that need addressed, at least here in the United States. I don't know the Philippines that well. Here in the United States, I don't know the Philippines that well. But we can't get any of them addressed because you go to these organizations like the NCIL, any of the national organizations, and they're on the agenda for everything on the progressive slate. Race, equity, LGBT, race, equity, LGBT.
What the fuck?
Oh, did I lose you? Did I lose me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think my camera just turned off. 1 second.
No worries.
LGBT. Oh, did I lose you? Did I lose me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think my camera just turned off. 1 second.
No worries.
That's so strange. You gonna start up camera? Okay, let's get up.
It's still a screen.
Yeah, I know. It is still screen. I don't know what happened there. 1 second. You might see my dirty room. Well,
oh, there you go. It's working.
I have never seen that happen before. That was weird. Okay, so I'll back it up. My diatribe. This comes from me not from gaming or even politics. It's come from working in the disability community.
Oh my God, he's going back that far.
My diatribe. But we can't get any of them addressed because you go to these organizations like the NCIL, any of the national organizations, and they're on the agenda for everything on the progressive slate. Race, equity, LGBT.
All right.
This comes from me not from gaming or even politics. It's come from working in the disability community. I've been a disability reporter. I've been a chronic pain advocate. Those are issues I care about on a personal and professional level. And a big problem we have with the disability issues is there are plenty of them, at least here in the United States. Philippines, I don't know what you guys have. That's your problem. And it's like you go to
all right.
This cross and walked beside us, and I was like, no, that's a stupid idea. Don't do that. It doesn't work. And I speak, by the way, because it's not from video games, but from disability issues. This comes from me, not from gaming or even politics. It's come from working in the disability community. I've been a disability reporter. Problem we have right now is that there are many disability issues that.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's good. Glad your heart's not stopping.
Advocate for chronic pain stuff. Don't do that. It doesn't work. And I speak, by the way. Don't do that.
Like when you hear the word girls' nights out and you have the girls getting together and having a night out, does that bother you? Does that make you think that it's something?
Matt Walsh took up this cross, and walked beside it. And I was like, no, let this. There was this discussion about people who are like, well, we really.
I was talking to an American yesterday who broke her arm, and the ambulance ride hospital cost $15,000. Is that normal? Yes. She shouldn't have gotten that ambulance. That probably costs like... It was $800 to get picked up by an ambulance like 15 years ago. What's it now? How much does it cost to get picked up by an ambulance? $400 to $1,200 just for that. And mileage could be $10 to $30 per mile. With insurance, average out-of-pocket costs for an ambulance ride is $450, but it could exceed $1,000 in some states. Advanced life support ambulance ride is $1,277. Basic life support ambulance is $940. So yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive as fuck. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Medical stuff. And it doesn't cost them that much to fucking do. It's really sick.
Discourse.
I'm just such a lucky guy that I haven't had any crazy health issues.
Yeah, no, that's very sage insight. I'm glad to hear that, because that was kind of my feeling on it too. You know, there was this discussion about people who are like, well, we really care about games, so it would be awesome if people like Matt Walsh took up this cross, and walked beside us. And I was like, no, that's a stupid idea. Don't do that. It doesn't work. This comes from me, not from gaming or even politics. It's come from working in the disability community. I've been a disability reporter. I've been a chronic pain advocate. Those are issues I care about on a personal and professional level. And a big problem we have with the disability issues is there are plenty of them, at least here in the United States.
Oh my God.
Philippines, I don't know what you guys have. That's your problem. And it's like, you go to these organizations, NCIL, you go to any of the big national organizations, you're like, we have these big issues, like medical freedom to access, pain medication or whatever medication people need for their disability. And they're like, yeah, we care about that. And then we're like, well, then why don't you do anything? And they're like, well, then we'll get to it. And you look at where they put their priorities, and you attend these conferences, and they're like, I just lost my mind. This is probably 2019, where the big issue was like equitable appearances of disabled people on TV and movies. What they cared about was making sure that there were enough people in wheelchairs in films. I'm like, I guess it's nice. Priorities, and you attend these conferences, and they're like, I just lost my mind. This is probably 2019, where the big issue was like equitable appearances of disabled people on TV and movies. What they cared about was making sure that there were enough people in wheelchairs in films. I'm like, I guess it's nice. Not a very high priority,
Oh my God.
though. And the problem is,
That's
with
such
these organizations, it would be every political issue under the sun, so on the progressive slate. So it wouldn't be just...
That's actually insane.
disabilities, like, yeah, it's on, but it's with everything else, LGBT, all the equity stuff, environmentalism, all of it. And the problem with that is it choked out actually any action whatsoever that would ever happen on disability issues. And this is the problem with coalitions and coalition building, is often you do agree to do this, but the other people in your coalition never have the intent to follow through. And that's why when I was looking, I was like, look, you don't want to bring in people like Matt Walsh, because they don't actually care if you get to play games or not. They could care less. And if the rubber meets the road, and they have to decide between what's good for them and what's good for you and what you care about, they're choosing, they're choosing mano a mano. They're choosing me, and that's what happened. And I think what you were saying, Carlos, is so on point, because I was, I'm not GG, but I was surprised and happy to see that actually in this culture war event that they chose, actually, no, we will keep this in-house. And that was good. That was a positive. Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, vultures circling around, because
Apparently, Zack Snyder's been working on Rebel Moon for decades. It's the dream story he came up with, all on his own, is to do another retelling of The Seventh Samurai. What an incredible original idea. Why hasn't it been done before?
it's like, it's astonishing how they managed to slip in the first time around.
To fight off the evil bad guys. That show was criticised for having an imbalance of power between the farmers and the space hopping technology used by the baddies. But at least in the Mando show, they tried to minimise this by having just one ATST station
in-house. And that was good. That was a positive. Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say one major difference between GG1 and GG2 is there is much more awareness of, grifters and outside players, the proverbial vultures circling around, because then now, just as back then, you have a lot of people just, hoping to somehow join in, to bring gamergaters back to their fold, or to somehow find the proverbial smoking gun that, OMG, these are the actual biggest we're looking for. Or in the case of a certain Sargon of Akkad, if gamergaters were to fight my way, or if they somehow stopped with, I just want to play video games, instead of completely changing the culture. Yeah, I would say one major difference between GG1 and GG2 is there is much more awareness of, grifters and outside players, the proverbial vultures circling around, because then now, just as back then, you have a lot of people just, hoping to somehow join in, to bring gamergaters back to their fold, or to somehow find the proverbial smoking gun that, OMG, these are the actual biggest we're looking for. Or in the case of a certain Sargon of Akkad, if gamergaters were to fight my way, or if they somehow stopped with, I just want to play video games, instead of completely changing the culture, because, liberalism is just wokeness diluted or whatever. It's obviously people are catching on to the fact that they're not really interested in video games, or, I don't know, the ideas of Gamergate, and more interested in pushing their own agendas, pushing their own grift, their own whatever. So you had a lot of pushback from Matt Walsh this time. You had a lot of pushback, even from the likes of, say, Ian Miles Shaw, who, mind you, previously defended Matt Walsh not just over this, but on how anime and manga are degenerate. It's like, when you think about it now, it's like, it's astonishing how they managed to slip in the first time around.
Ian Miles Chong was so obviously a bullshit artist since the beginning, because he was like, ah, fuck. He's like, I'm not going to be able to make any money with this left grift. So then he flips over to Gamergate, and he's just been grifting and grifting. I mean, it's crazy. He's sitting there in Malaysia making all kinds. I think he probably does all right for himself, but it's a lot more relevant than Milo. Elon Musk, at least for a while, was retweeting him pretty often.
Yeah. What are there other lessons that you hope people take away from this, if per se? And I don't think this will be, because it's the internet economy completely relies upon. But maybe one of the lessons is maybe outrage has its use, but it's finite. It can only be used so far. Like you were saying, like Ian Miles Chong, who, by the way, you do have this in common. He is not from the Philippines. He lives in Malaysia, but he also likes to write about U.S.-centric stuff. And people always hold that against Ian. And I've never met him in person, but I've talked to him before online, back when I did some writing for the Post Millennium.
It's just Zach trying to cover the fact that he forgot to give his characters any discernible characteristics in the first film. This exposition dump is only a dump when Zach realizes that for any
Likes to write about.
you better give them some backstory. So he literally just gets everyone to sit around a table and tell us their backstory.
You do have this in common. He is not from the Philippines. He lives in Malaysia, but he also likes to write about U.S.-centric stuff. And people always hold that against Ian. And I've never met him in person, but I've talked to him before online, back when I did some writing for the Post Millennium. I mean, I thought he was, a nice enough guy. And if he wants to, talk crap about the United States, I don't see why he can't do it also. I mean, we're already doing it. I don't know why it's so much worse when he does, but But
I mean, in the case of Ian Mouse, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Maybe you have an amazing product you want to sell. Maybe you've got skills you want to teach people.
I guess in the case of people like Sean, it's not so much that they're outsiders.
But
I mean, in the case of Ian Mouse,
we're already doing it. I don't know why it's so much worse when he does, but But
I mean, in the case of Ian Mouse, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Squarespace also provides secure payments and client invoicing, so you can just about run your whole business straight from your website. Plus, if you have a great idea for a course you want to teach, Squarespace lets you set up online courses, multimedia lessons, progress tracking, and flexible.
Do it also. I mean, we're already doing it. I don't know why it's so much worse when he does, but
I guess in the case of
One moment, please hold.
also, I mean, we're already doing it. I don't know why it's so much worse when he does, but
I guess in the case of people like Sean, it's not so much that they're outsiders talking about American politics. It's more like they're basically using an existing topic, like say video games or whatnot, as a platform to push for American politics. And mind you, American politics that he has the likes of Chong have no real, investment in. It's like he lives in Malaysia, but he's basically covering for Matt Walsh, the dating wire, for politics and ideals that won't really affect him in any meaningful way in Malaysia.
That's great. Another great point by this Carlos guy. I like him. 1:16:03. Ian Miles Chong. I think I'm Facebook friends with Ian Miles Chong. I definitely was back in the day when he worked for Heat Street, back around like 2014, 2015. Yeah, we were Facebook friends. Probably still are.
There's a fundamental difference.
Let's check. Yep, me and Ian are still friends. Journalist and video creator. And we have 16 mutuals, including I Hypocrite. And Alum Bukhari from Breitbart. I haven't heard about that guy in forever. I don't hear about Breitbart anymore. Breitbart was huge around when around the Trump election, the first one, and I never come across an article by them. Like even being shared on Twitter. Nobody's sharing their articles. And I follow, like I'm seeing a fair amount of conservatives on Twitter.
Good point. Good point.
I was actually on a Breitbart live stream once when I went and I filmed all that craziness at the Milo Yiannopoulos like speaking event at DePaul University, Chicago. Yeah, it seemed like they had, they had some money, they had a lot of like momentum, it seemed. You know what? Prior to the 2016 election, I had never heard of Breitbart either, but apparently they've been around for a long time. What's the deal with them? Why aren't they? Are they like blocked? Are they like what happened to like censored TV? Are they like you can't share them on certain sites?
I hope. I don't know. See, there's no way out of this the cul-de-sac that we're stuck in with the internet, with outrage being like the all important, the attention economy being the all important currency. There's not really a way out of that. Good point. Good point. I hope. I don't know. See, there's no way out of this the cul-de-sac that we're stuck in with the internet, with outrage being like the all important, the attention economy being the all important currency. There's not really a way out of that. So I don't know how people.
I think there is, because this
attention economy being the all important currency. There's not really a way out of that.
I forgot that I took half a Ritalin earlier. That might be why I'm like so in the zone right now. I think I took it at 1, so it's probably going to be wearing off pretty soon.
All important, the attention economy being the all important currency. There's not really a way out of that.
I think there is. Most from the odds.
The fuck?
True. It's just that, of course, that doesn't get as much attention as the out.
True.
It's just that being more constructive and positive compared to before.
True.
It's just that it video games. That misconstrues the whole point.
Be the all-important currency. There's not really a way out of that.
I think there is, because this kind of leads to the other noticeable difference between Gamergate 1 and Gamergate 2, because almost from the onset, there is a much more pronounced attempt towards, reaching out not only to other gamers, but to other developers and others who are on the fence and whatnot. It's like, it's not batting down the hatches. It's not closing the doors. It's not absolute gatekeeping, as it were. Instead, there's a cautious hand reaching out that somehow we are not your enemy. We just like to play video games, and we want to help the video game industry thrive. I mean, Cabrutus is doing it. Even Mark Hurd, to his credit, is actually doing his part in being more constructive and positive compared to before. It's just that, of course, that doesn't get as much attention as the outrage. And rather telling how Sargon in his video on Gamergate 2 conveniently left Kern and Cabrutus out of the picture when describing how Gamergate 1 failed, or how Gamergate 2 can only succeed if somehow they stop doing I just want to play video games. That misconstrues the whole point.
It does. I wonder if that's because he, in his own life, he's kind of moved it. Because he's had some interesting transformation. Because, like, GG,
That's
the
one
first...
way to put it.
Yeah, GG the first time around... GG,
That's
the
one way to
first...
put it.
Yeah.
Point.
It does. I wonder if that's because he, in his own life, he's kind of moved it. Because he's had some interesting transformation. Because, like, GG,
That's
the
one way to
first...
put it.
Yeah, GG the first time around was around the same time he was starting as a YouTuber. That was, I think, one of the first big things he talks about. So maybe that's also about, like, his own personal journey, less so than Gamergate. Where do you think all this is going to go? Does what's happened over the last month leave you more positive about the future? Less positive? Where do you think all this is headed?
I hate this guy. I hope he gets shot in the head.
I can hear you.
Sorry. I'll start again. Sorry. Anyway.
And these people that people who do this type of influencing and they can't talk, they can't get through a fucking sentence without sounding.
I mean,
we got $85,000 on this. Sounds like a fucking toddler.
It's
And what he's trying to do,
practically 50-50. Even after just 1 month, it's too early to say
stop going to play golf and drink beer at the
where the wind will blow, because there is every sorry, is it working?
I can hear you.
Sorry, I'll start again. Sorry. Anyway, I mean, it's still early to say.
Excuse me.
When you buy Jeff Bezos stocks, you're paying whatever the market rent is, and he can print as many as he wants based on the option that he's already controlled, based on the board of directors, based on all those things. But when you're investing in real estate, you have a commodity that is producing you cash flow that will be sustainable.
This type of shit too, this like broad strokes kind of stuff. Yeah. And the guys who flip 20 houses at a time really are doing the world a service. They really do give ammunition to, like they should. People should get jerked off with these guys. Which is by making shitty.
Less so than Gamergate. Where do you think all this is going to go? Does what's happened over the last month leave you more positive about the future? Less positive? Where do you think all this is headed?
I mean, it's still early to say how things will go. Maybe it'll be a repeat of Gamegate 1, only more farcical, like constant screaming, a perpetual culture war, essentially endless outrage and toxicity, and everyone loses. Or alternatively, there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to take longer because even as Mark Kurt admitted, at minimum, it's going to take 3 years before the industry catches on. The AAA industry, at any rate, catches on to the fact that relying on DEI or ESG as a winning formula isn't exactly helping them at all. So, in that, in the meantime, people are actively finding ways to make sure that the light at the end of the tunnel is going to be a reality. They're not just idly waiting or just saying, I just want to play video games. You have people doing their part, or at least trying to make that a reality.
Is he doing like shadow puppets? He's throwing crypt signs. He's doing crypt.
To make that a reality.
Is that the...
Do you think the games industry will change or learn anything from this?
Yeah. It could be science. They're always doing science. That could also just be an autistic tick. I've seen people do. Like it feels good to make your joints go like that. Like
and you know it's comfortable because there's like the joints rest on each other, so you can do this, and it doesn't mean you're doing inverted pyramids and all this stuff. Like it's like comfortable for the fingers.
Keep your fingers stretched out like Andrew Tate. I mean, it literally is.
I guess that's his move.
Learn anything from this?
Yeah.
Not overnight, no. Barring some traumatic event or whatever, I would say it is going to take, I think as mentioned, at least 3 years. So it's going to be a bit of an endurance test. It's going to be, and many of the games that are already funded with DEI or ESG money, or many of the games that have already received quote-unquote consultancy from the likes of Sweet Baby Nick and Black Girl Gamers and whatnot, are already down the pipeline. So it's going to be more of the same, at least for the immediate future.
Yeah,
But
the hang
yeah.
time on some of these games, game development for a AAA game, I think average is now 6 years.
Yes, but by that very same token, that shouldn't be surprising. Like, this shouldn't be an excuse.
Motherfucker.
The hang time on some of these games, game development for a AAA game, I think average is now 6 years.
Now, what are you going to do about it?
Then get in your car and bounce. No, I hope those guys get frozen. What does two guys take on real? Oh, they should get frozen. Anything.
Game, I think average is now 6 years.
Yes, but by that very same token, that shouldn't be surprising. Like, this shouldn't be an excuse to blackmail or to somehow say the West has fallen or all is lost, or just simply resort to the usual culture war outrage baiting. No, I would say this is to be expected. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Well, that is way more positive than I started. I find all this stuff really interesting. Your writing is interesting. I appreciate the stuff you've written on these topics. I learned about Tijuana Bibles the other day when I was reading one of your old Quillette articles. And I didn't even know. I didn't know what that was. So fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Hey, Sammy. Gonna put on these cool new shoes for you? Check these bad boys out.
Reading one of your old Quillette articles. And I didn't even know. I didn't know what.
Hard to get. Like, you ever see those zip ties that are that thick?
Reading one of your old Quillette articles. I learned about Tijuana Bibles the other day when I was reading one of your old Quillette articles. And I didn't even know. I didn't know what that was. So fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm very. Oh yes. You won't see.
Oh yeah, that Nitsa.
What the fuck was that?
Is that shoe ice? No.
You won't see them again until the laws change.
The other day when I was reading one of your old Quillette articles, and I didn't know what that was. So it's fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes. America had their own Bujinshi, and it's a shame that, well, because partly of Disney, you won't see them again until the laws change.
I learned about Tijuana Bibles the other day when I was reading one of your old Quillette articles, and I didn't know what that was. So it's fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes. America had their own Bujinshi, and it's a shame that, well, because partly of Disney, you won't see them again until.
Oh fuck. This guy driving such a dipshit.
God damn.
Know what that was. So it's fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Like not putting the fucking brake lines on.
It's because the I think it's because the engine was so powerful at idle. Like, you know how if you're in an automatic you have to hold the car with the brake? This one at idle, it was.
So we take off like we always do.
Can you go back to the crash and just play it?
Fascinating.
Oh yes. Oh yes. America had their own Bujinshi, and it's a shame that, well, because partly of Disney, you won't see.
Can you say it one more time, Chris?
God damn.
See them again until the laws change.
The other day when I was reading one of your old Quillette articles, and I didn't know what that was. So it's
That's pretty sick.
fascinating.
Oh yes.
I like that.
Oh yes. America had their own Bujinshi, and it's a shame that, well, because partly of Disney, you won't see them again until the laws change.
Oh yeah, no copy.
Boom.
Change.
Oh.
Natural response.
Oh.
Right elbow. I find it interesting that at the point of impact, both of us just an unconscious reaction within our bodies. Both of us turned our heads to the left and closed our eyes. I wish closing my eyes would have made it all go away, but it didn't. And that's what happened, man. It was a brutal car crash. There's a lot of damage to Russ's car. Between both of us, a lot of dollars in hospital bills. There's points that I learned from this that I hope we can pass on to you guys.
Until the laws change.
Oh yeah, no copyright. All that kind of stuff is so such a mess.
So the laws change.
Oh yeah, no copyright. All that kind of stuff is so such a mess over here. Such a mess. It's like because like it used to be like life of the creator plus 7 years, and then Disney messed it with it so many times. It's like 70 years, I swear. I have to look at it. It's been a while since I took a media law class. But it's a mess.
Yeah.
Carlos, I appreciate you.
People like this getting voted into office, it's just, you know that you better just get some popcorn.
You meeting here with me to talk. The time differential was a bit of a pain. We made it work. You're a fine writer. I appreciate you trying to inject some wisdom into these topics, not just to peddle outrage or try to do what might be easier. help your ranker, but try to do the right thing. I try to do the own thing. I try to do that as well, but it isn't always easy, and it sure doesn't always reward lots and lots. But it's good to have people like you. It's good to have people like you. It's good to have people like you because when people read your stuff, they know that they'll be more. Reward lots and lots, but it's good to have people like you. It's good to have people like you because when people read your stuff, they know that they'll be more reliable. They're gonna say, "Oh, Carlos, he's just saying this because he wants you to click his." They want you to subscribe to his Substack. No, it's like Carlos writes this because he really believes it, and here are all the links, and there's so many links in your articles, which is good. I like that, and yeah, it's strong. When people read your stuff, they know that they
Zuckerberg are legitimately trained to fight in the Roman
lots and lots, but it's good to have people like you. It's good to have people like you because when people read your stuff, they know that they'll be more reliable. They're gonna say, "Oh, Carlos, he's just saying this because he wants you to click his." They want you to subscribe to his Substack. No, it's like Carlos writes this because he really believes it, and here are all the links, and there's so many links in your articles, which is good. I like that, and yeah, it's strong stuff. I highly recommend people if you are interested in the topic of Gamergate at all, any of its facets, you go and you read Carlos's stuff. We'll have final word here. Carlos, what are some things you would like to leave with the folks? Then you can tie it off here by telling us where they can find you.
The same. I hope you enjoy what you find.
Tie it off here by telling us where they can find you.
Well, you can find me on
2014 was the first one. Because a lot of those grifters and stuff, they formed up these consultation firms, and now it's recently been exposed that the reason all these new video games have all this stupid shit on it, like the reason that Mary Jane is butt fucking ugly, the reason why the writing in the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is ridiculous woke cringe, covered in trans flags for some reason, the reason that all these different games have this dumb shit in it is because of these consultation firms, which are basically, it all just sounds like a fucking grift. They come in there to they hire these people on to come in there and work on the game, and you just put in all this political nonsense. Sweet Baby Inc., for example. The same people who made Mary Jane ugly made every single female... It made, like, most of the female characters in Mortal Kombat just, like, look like old women. No tits. And no sexy outfits. And it's all because of... There's outsiders who probably, like, actually hate the content and the fans, so they just insert this stuff that doesn't serve the customer. So yeah, the Gamergate 2 is Gamergate 2 is in full swing. Started a few months ago. It's one of those consultation firms. Somebody made a curated list of all the games that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on Steam. It was like a Steam curated list of all the games. And somebody at Sweet Baby Inc. tried to get his entire Steam account taken down, which you know what that means. He's like possibly like thousands of dollars worth of games like taken away. I don't even know he had the power to do that, but yeah, one of the people at one of these freaking dumbass activists tried to attack a customer who just made a list, and that's pretty much how Gamergate 2 started. And then, you know, of course, Kotaku and all the games, a couple different games websites, posted straight up articles lying about what happened and lying by omission. So yeah, I'd say now this Gamergate 2 is a lot more even more justified than the first one that broke out, because all that Zoe Quinn stuff was kind of distracting. That wasn't that big a deal, but people would talk about that so much. And you're just worried about this little indie game with it happening right here with all this stuff. It's very irritating. Well, how did they get hired? Well, it's all about like the DEI and ESG stuff, like money that they get to fund the games, so they could work on them for fucking 6 years. And some of it might be overblown because, you know, it seems that the companies themselves have probably been taken over by diversity, equity, and inclusion quotas in entertainment. So yeah, it's makes games suck. It's not the only problem, but I think it's undeniably a problem. But Pete brought up earlier in the episode that these companies are probably like super far left to begin with, so you probably don't really have to twist their arm to put a bunch of pandering, ham-fisted woke nonsense. It's just like by writers who just aren't very talented. Because you could have like political messaging in a piece of media without being obnoxious and making everyone roll their eyes. And, you know, it's like, and then the scapegoat is like, oh, it's just these right-wing people complaining about it. And I'm just like, why are you handing over good taste to the right? You say only the right cares about good screenwriting and want to see attractive women. The left people love that you're making Mary Jane ugly. No, I don't. It's annoying. It's just as annoying as if, let's say, like the Catholic Church had a stranglehold over the games company, and all of a sudden you had to put all this Catholicism. It had to fall in line with Catholicism. I'd be just as annoyed. Keep your fucking shit. Because these activist types, I really see them. They're some of the dumbest people alive. So I really don't need to have their Twitter persona. I can see it. You can see it through the game. You see it through the game when it's happening. Yeah, we'll see. The new Deadpool movie trailer, I think it looks fantastic. I hope it saves the MCU, because I really miss that. I really miss the MCU. And the MCU, too, you could mark the moment they started, because, you know, they have Disney. Everything in Disney has to fall under the same guidelines. Like, similar to how Amazon is trying to make every piece of content they make, like the Burger King Kids Club. You might have to Google the Burger King Kids Club. They're very diverse. I don't know if you have Burger King, or if you had the Burger King Kids Club in England. I think you have Burger King. But, yeah, it's the Burger King Kids clubification of all entertainment. And that's like the push of this weird goal that these far lefty types seem to have been pushing for like a really long time. Burger King Kids Club. Oh, so Disney left Marvel alone because they were doing such a good job. Like, they were doing better than anything Disney was making. Yeah, that was funny. But it was up until Endgame, and I think that this is a very probable theory, They got up to Endgame and they still hadn't have a Marvel movie starring a female-led Marvel movie, which, you know, granted, they should have probably made a Black Widow movie years and years before they killed the fucking character off. I mean, that was so stupid. It's just like, she's dead. Why are you showing me this? But yeah, but they said before Endgame you have to put out a female-fronted movie, so they rushed out Captain Marvel, which was the character they are pushing really hard in the comic books that nobody is reading anymore because they've been shit since 2015. And so they fucking pop in this OP character into the series who apparently is stronger, way the fuck stronger than Thanos, the big bad that they've been building up. So it's just like, what was she here for? She had no really real impact on Endgame. And now we just have this overpowered character who exists, like, it's just all exists solely to check boxes. One of the not as good Marvel movies. I think I might like the Marvels better than Captain Marvel, but Captain Marvel, I went on the pre-screener at a 7 o'clock showtime, which those used to all be sold out weeks in advance. There were 2 other motherfuckers in the theater with me, and that's how much I devalued. Because, like, no, you have to do the same thing that has killed Star Wars. You have to do the same thing that the Disney way. So, ever since Endgame, well, since Captain Marvel, it's all had to fall in the line where all women have to be flawless. A character has to be complimenting a woman in every scene. It's just like, what the fuck? And I do like, and I don't hate everything post Endgame. I did like Doctor Strange 2, directed by Sam Raimi. There was enough in that I liked that, like, none of the woke stuff in Doctor Strange 2 bothered me. People were harping on it. It didn't affect the way I enjoyed the movie. I thought that movie was fun. What else did I like? Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is the only Disney movie that made money in 2023. It's the only Disney movie, period, that made money. And it's because I think people are just sick of this Disney nonsense. Because everything is the same. You can predict everything that's going to happen because it all has to have this, and that. All the check boxes need to be checked. And it's just so fucking predictable and shallow. Yeah. Be right back.
They've been forced into retirement, or they just said, I'm done with this. Just the one that goes, ow, ow. Yeah.
Keep coming down, man. You got it.
You got it. I like this.
What do you think of the Fallout series? I haven't watched it. I've never played any of the games. They seem like too much of a time sink. I'll check out that show, though. I think when Fallout came out, I opened the Amazon app and noticed that new Invincible episodes had come out. So I watched that and I never went back around to Fallout.
And tie it off here by telling us where they can find you.
Well, you can find me on Substack, and you can also find my Substack's account on Twitter if you want to find out a little bit more and a little bit of side commentary on there. But
you know I don't gush over stuff easily. Yeah. Oh, I'll check it out. I forgot it when I was explaining myself that you just said something nice about it. Oh, you need to watch it. You don't need to have played the games at all. It's hands down the best TV show I've seen in years. Okay, man, shit. I might watch this after this. It's getting a little too late to start up a game stream. Because I know once I get into that game, I'm going to play it for 3 hours and then sleep through my entire fucking day off when I need to do things.
all the same, I hope you... All the same, I hope you enjoy what you find there, because I can guarantee you it's not going to be more of the same. Well, you can find me on Substack, and you can also find my Substack's account on Twitter if you want to find out a little bit more and a little bit of side commentary on there. But all the same, I hope you enjoy what you find there, because I can guarantee you it's not going to be more of the same.
What's your Twitter handle? Like exactly?
Okay.
Well, I would say it is CMC. Well, I would say it is CMC. CMDC PH Ramblings.
CMBC Ramblings.
Or
what the fuck? What the fuck?
Let it play a few times.
Well, I would say it is CMC. CMDC PH Ramblings. Well, I would say it is CMC. CMDC PH Ramblings.
God damn it. I can't.
CMBC Ramblings.
Or you can just say, or look up Ramblings of a Filipino Word Nerd on Twitter/X.
I'm looking it up right now.
God damn it.
What's your Twitter handle? Like exactly?
Well, I would say it is CMC. CMDC PH Ramblings.
Where's that? Oh my god.
CMBC Ram.
It was all rotten milk, by the way. You've been in there for 2 weeks getting pissed on. You know, that part actually reminds me
Ramblings.
of other song.
Or you can just say, or look up Ramblings of a Filipino Word.
CMBC Ramblings.
Or you can just say, or look up Ramblings of a Filipino Word Nerd on Twitter/X.
I'm looking it up right now.
And we're gonna start using the term ninjas and midgets more. And I'm gonna do a mic drop every sketch.
There you go.
I'm gonna talk about cool things.
I'll come on. Work with me, Zoom. Work with me. Share screen.
You're gonna share screen.
That one. Share. Okay. There you go.
God damn it.
Awesome Sauce Productions.
Because this has to, Chris. This has to come from Chris.
This is Chris.
Is this Chris?
This is Chris.
What the fuck?
Is this your doing, Chris?
This is Are you trying to talk to my friend? Joey Laker made these ones. It's kind of I think probably Joey's the inception of this idea, and it's a Chris vibe type deal. But yeah, melting minds. It's a melting mind, but you understand. You get it.
Okay, I gotta shut the program off and turn it on again. This thing is fucking up.
Hey Chris, what's our runtime? Chris, what's our runtime? Hour 30. That's good, right? Was the instruction to hey guys, how do we make money, right? Out of nowhere. And you see this one's
CMBC Ramblings.
Or you can just say, or look up Ramblings.
I gotta do another one of these. You should do it as a small business. Yeah. Should do one as a realist, as a guy with doors. Yeah.
CMBC EH Ramblings.
Like not knowing what the car is generic. In your mind, is generically a sports car. I drive sports. Yeah. I drive sports car. Tuned sports car. The only thing I want to drive is a fast sports car. Having my sports car? Yeah. It's like LA guy. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not LA guy. It's like LA guy terminal.
The safe. What's your Twitter handle? Like exactly?
CMBC EH Ramblings.
CMBC Ramblings.
EH Ramblings.
Green.
My Fight Like a Girl program.
That one. Share.
I like it.
Okay. There you go. You guys should definitely check out his stuff. Okay. Okay. There you go.
What the fuck? Why is this thing fucking stalling out on me? It's really pissing me off.
CM.
It's not going to be more of the same.
What's your Twitter handle? Like exactly?
CMBC EH Ramblings.
You guys should definitely check.
Oh, this is great porn. Yeah, I found it. Very cool. At work. Yeah. Should I open this in Chrome? Well, now people are gonna find the link and dox it. The Google Doc.
Well, luckily, anyone that has the link can edit it.
Good.
EH Ramblings.
You guys should definitely check out his stuff. If you should go, you need more Twitter follows. You have a good Substack following, much better than mine, but you get some more Twitter follows because you're really good at what you do, Carlos. People should check you out. So definitely go and subscribe to his Twitter. People, check out his Substack. What are your projects you're working on right now, Carlos? What are you going to be writing about next?
We're working on 2 articles right now. The most immediate one is about
next.
You don't want to go challenge somebody who's been training for years if you've literally never done it. It's not really.
We're working on 2 articles right now.
Why does it keep fucking stalling? God damn it. Everything is running slow. Not even rendering shit.
What are you going to be writing about next?
We're working on 2 articles right now.
Oh. I could just cut to him.
Next.
That's also true. Yeah.
Well, you could really injure either one. And make a big change in the world. Change the course of everything. Remember, tsunami too soon. Thanks for joining. Trend injector, shout out my fan.
There's a fucking delay on everything.
Now, I want to see renderings of implosions.
Maybe it's the video
Going to be
file
writing
that's
about
tweaking
next.
out the...
We're working on 2 articles right now. The most immediate one is about autism in the Philippines. It's actually a continuation of an earlier article about comparing the experience of Greta Thunberg and James Ward, the Google guy, and seeing, well, I want to see how does that apply? How does the issue of autism apply in the context of the Philippines, and what are the ramifications? Because I think it's important that you kind of mention that whole issue regarding disabilities in the US. Here in the Philippines, it's like in the context of autism, it's a lot more difficult because essentially the idea that somehow people with autism are somehow it's like the focal point of all the evils of the world. Like they are the most vulnerable to all the evils of the world, if you want to put it that way. And that's in a developed country, like say the Netherlands. Imagine that, multiply that a few times over in the context of the Philippines, where up until relatively recently, autism wasn't really much of a national concern at all. It was often dismissed or often left to private entities, or in some cases, just generally hand-waved aside as, weird or, retarded or just broken.
That's interesting. I will definitely check that when it comes out. I don't know. This is a failing of mine about I don't know a lot of how disability is handled outside of like UK, Canada, United States. It is a hard thing. Like I could imagine that being a difficult thing. I know even disabilities, the way they're handled in Mexico, in many ways culturally is much harsher than the US. So that'll be interesting to check out. Okay, guys, well, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, Carlos, for taking the time to come on the show today. It was a great discussion. Thank you again
Likewise.
to every... Yeah, no, I...
Likewise.
Thank you again
Likewise.
to every... Yeah, no, I enjoy it. We'll have to have you on again sometime.
Thank you also.
In some time.
Thank you also.
By the way, to those who... By the way,
Did you change your profile picture yet?
Yeah, I did.
Really?
Yeah, on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you in a second here. Oh my god.
Thank you also.
By the way, to...
Thank you also.
I guess this is just what happens when you've got one
today. It was a great discussion. Thank you again
Likewise.
to every. Yeah, no, I enjoy it. We'll have to have you on again sometime.
Thank you also.
By the way, to those who helped put the show together, of course, my editor, Chris, who makes me appear way more competent than I actually am.
I didn't have to do much here. Where did I put that? Did I put a picture of me in the cultural assets? What was the last? Oh, it was the fucking. Oh, it was the veto episode. Did I put that in here?
I wish there was a way to safely Google vacuum suit porn, because that would be applicable in this situation. Like dude, we should do a TikTok explaining the OceanGate thing and just put vacuum suit footage in there. Like some Japanese guy in a latex. Yeah. This man was under the ocean. Man.
Yeah, that effect you have when you're underwater at high pressure, isn't that called the bends?
Well, the bends is when you come up too quickly, I think.
Okay. And then the oxygen bubbles in your blood pop or something.
Yeah, you don't want that either, but you really don't want to be so deep underwater that you explode from the outside in. That you're fucking turned into pulp.
Michael the Boss Smith with the generous 25. Hello, Jet. Hello, Sam.
I lost like fucking 30 followers on Twitter the other day. I'm like, what the fuck did I do?
Extreme science. Look at that, mate. Fucking British. Yeah, you don't want to be a monster can going down.
Yeah, people use Twitter.
This right here? I don't know.
You're allowed to say retarded on it again. And they won't ban you.
If it's compressing that monster.
It's the best time for me to be alive.
Yeah, but it's not pressurized liquid. So it was empty. But still. Or I got emptied out at some point then. This is close to what the OceanGate sub looked like.
Yeah, there's the top comment.
That's exactly what it looked like.
You got your OG account back? Nice.
No, actually I don't. Let me actually find out where that could be. Here, just take this. Just take this petty cash.
By the way, to those who helped put the show together, of course, my editor.
Thanks. And actually, don't take that.
He's out.
Well, guess I'll never see it again.
He just handed him 4 months salary.
Whoops.
He's out.
Alright, see ya.
Hmm.
Well, that was a good 4 days.
That's what
He was working here
before that happened. That's how it goes, man. Small business.
Yeah. Big sneeze with the 25 New Zealand. Absolutely same take on carbon Kevlar versus carbon fiber. Putting carbon Kevlar back buckets in my 13B Turbo Swap 97.3 Series wagon. Carbon Kevlar reigns supreme. My Jason Gold Striker tattoo is impregnated with carbon Kevlar.
You gotta get some carbon Kevlar, man. That's what I like to hear.
For real, I have to look at the end of the veto episode. I don't know which one I used. I know that one of them fucks up in the render, though.
Got captured by the ATM, and they were just like, we're not the company that opens the ATM.
Guess it'll be easier to do this.
Created a fucking half-hour line for people and totally ruined everybody's day. I should have asked for 50, but I didn't want to. I was gonna ruin their. Yeah, I was gonna do that, but then I was like, this is just. I gotta temper my anger here with some. But that was.
No, reward insanity and
How I
killer
said that.
things.
You were correct on buffets. It is kind of a scam, a little bit.
Thank you. I'm right. Yeah, Shin. See, now I'm grifting.
So much again, Chris, for all the good you do.
Damn
This
it.
show was helped put together by Bane's Book Publishing, which is an imprint.
I appreciate it nonetheless.
I'm glad to have you as a friend. I've enjoyed it.
I don't
You're
have
a good
Twitter
guy.
Blue.
You keep
No.
trying.
There's
That's all you can
positives
ask
along
of
with the
anyone.
negatives. We're gonna
Yeah, a
win.
bunch of
We
positives.
will win. Hashtag. At the
All
end
I
of the
see
day.
when I look at
believe
Twitter are
it.
borderline racist opinions
All right.
and cam girls
Well,
trying to get
thank you
clicks.
everyone for taking the time to
Yeah.
watch today. This show is edited by the wonderful Mr. Chris Holowicki, who makes me look way more competent than I actually am. Thank you so much again, Chris, for all the good you do. This show was helped put together.
Why isn't my fucking drive opening? Open the fuck up. God damn it. The screenshots I take on my computer look like dog shit, but the screenshots I take on my phone look HD. Why is that? Why is it like that? It really makes me mad. Oh shit.
Lamb Lover with the 25. No drinking for 6 months, no weed for a month. Thank you for being a good example. Sam, any tips on managing my IBS? That's what I smoked for. Jet, any interest in AGM's thermal nods? The Rattler looks dope.
It's fucking made in China. Is it possible to buy something? Listen, I don't mind shelling out $10,000 for a lighter. Is it possible to get something that's not made in China though? Or is that just what would it cost? $100,000 if it was made in France? We're sorry, it would easily add $90,000 to the manufacturing cost of this high-end lighter. Sorry, these aspirational goods that cost $70 to make anyways, it would easily add $90,000.
Come on.
To make it in France. Fuck. Man.
I don't think anything is made outside of China now.
Fucking assholes.
Lamb Lover, to answer your question, for thermal, I was looking at the ATN Thor, but then I got some sense drilled into me. The reason
By the way, to those who helped put the show together, of course, my editor, Chris, who makes me appear way more competent than I actually am. Chris Holowicki. Competent than I actually am. Chris Holowicki. Way more competent than I actually am. Of course, my editor, Chris, who makes me appear way more competent than I actually am. Chris Holowicki is amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you to Baines.
Chris Holowicki is so amazing. I need to get that as a drop.
Than I actually am. Chris Holowicki is amazing. Thank you. Than I actually am. Chris Holowicki is amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. Way more competent than I actually am. Chris Holowicki is amazing.
I'm just listening to that drop over and over. I'm like, okay, I need to isolate that and use it. Just put it on the soundboard. Every time I win a level, I just
way more competent than I.
Let's do this.
Chris Holowicki is amazing.
That's a great drop.
Thank you also. By the way, to those who helped put the show together, of course, my editor, Chris, who makes me appear way more competent than I actually am. Chris Holowicki is amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you to Baines Book Publishing, an imprint of Simon & Schuster, and of course, Young Voices, a journalism advocacy organization, for helping put this show together. That is much appreciated. And lastly, but most importantly, of course, to all of you, my viewers, my listeners, my audience. You guys are awesome. You're the reason why I keep doing this. So until next time, my friends, and you never know who might show up on the show. You don't know. They could be from any country, could be any side, could be any profession. You don't know who's going to show up next. on Culturescape. So until next time, keep geeking out.
Good episode. Nailed it in one editing session. Took me 4 hours. Plus, I spent like an hour on it last night, lining everything up. Oh, and yes, well, no, I'm 6 hours into it because I had to record. I had to screen record the Windows Media Player wave effect.
Probably should end the stream and just get on that immediately.
I like your Jamaican doppelganger.
Yeah.
Tim Smith with the 25. How much and what kind of cardio do you recommend? I'm a former distance runner, but too many injuries and too easily injured, and I quit running.
We play audio on this.
With my gloves and punching bag lately.
Okay, Carlos, thank you for getting through with it. We had a couple technical hitches, but we worked through it. Sorry, Chris. You have a lot. You have a lot of editing.
It wasn't that bad, to be honest.
I think if you need muscle mass. You need muscle mass to keep your joints like together. And I also think it's a bad idea generally to train past the point of fatigue where you can no longer have good control over your joints. So when you're running and you feel your stride getting sloppy and you can no longer, that's when injuries happen. That goes for pretty much everything. It's a bad idea to I think it's a bad idea to spar or do boxing stuff when you're so fatigued that you really have effectively you don't have any control over what your body's doing and you're learning nothing, you're just being a punching bag. I think it's a bad idea to do lifting when you're like CrossFit rep ranges, like hundreds of reps where you just don't have control over what your body's doing.
Okay.
Applying like raw muscular exertion.
It's almost 7 in the morning. I'm not sick of doing this yet. But I've finished editing the core episode. Now is to add on some more shit. How about I burn one? Cheers. Be right back. 1 second. God damn, the sun is well up, isn't it? Didn't I just grab a fucking... Oh, there it is. I had to text my neighbor to find out if my landlord is dead. He's not dead. He's just in China. Dude, I think I was telling you earlier, Green Moose, I paid my rent way late and he didn't even text me once about it all month. Usually around the 15th, if I haven't paid that month's rent yet, he'll be texting me, but nothing. And then he didn't respond to my last 2 texts. But apparently he's in China. So he's probably busy. Okay.
talk for like hours about what it was actually like living there, which is rare because you don't get to hear anyone really talk about it.
Well, there's sometimes you'll see expat vloggers, but you can always tell they've got some weird ulterior motive.
Yeah.
There's a guy on YouTube who's like the Mr. China basically. What's the competitor to Neo Stock? There's a guy who like once a week, this fucker, East-West Investment Opportunities, Dong Z, and this guy used to be Marcel. He used to be more veiled. It was not called East-West Investment Opportunities, Dong Z. He used to try to like be like a regular sort of vlogger guy, and he would be like, today I'm in China and I'm hanging out and I'm having a McDonald's hamburger. Look, guys, they're just like you and me. Yeah. There's a bunch. Anytime you look at, if you try to figure out what's going on in China, there'll be guys like this, like Western guys, who are like, yeah, you know what? It's crazy. People think China sucks. Today I just went to the shopping mall. I got my driver's license. Here I am. I'm getting fresh food at the farmer's market. Like, what are you talking about?
That's one of the things I learned about yesterday. This specifically is how quickly, if you're a vlogger, especially a white guy,
I would do it.
You get asked to and paid well by Chinese government to run cover.
I'll go do it right now.
Yeah. Well, they start you off with like
a sexy prostitute.
Step one. No, they start you off doing like tourism stuff. Like, hey, come film a vlog in our city.
I'm down.
Restaurants, and then
I'm ready.
Now you're denying like genocide.
Let's go.
It's crazy.
Tiananmen what?
Yeah.
Be the Tiananmen rectangle that I'm going to do. Be the Tiananmen trapezoid.
It's probably not even that much money.
Tiananmen hexagon? What are you talking about? I don't remember anything like that. But hey, they're just like you and me. See, excellent motative. That's what the guy's shirt says in the background.
Excellent motative. Cameras, right?
Excellent positive.
It's like an alternate reality.
Yeah.
The funny thing is when you find these vloggers doing a video and you see two people following them the whole time, they monitor you while you're making your vlog.
Yeah. Well, apparently they've got people in the States too.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. And if you have like someone was telling me if you do a protest or even a traveling vlog, if you do anything that the Chinese people are real sensitive about in the States, there will be Chinese people that show up and elbow you in the ribs, and fuck with you, and they got operatives here.
They do.
Anyway, hit me up for a deal. Immediately, guys.
And there's the Chinese.
Oh, that's my hand. America, Disney, John Cena. Good, positive, excellent. Yeah, guys, Neo stock is where it's at. I'm buying, I'm loading up. I'm loading up, guys. Oh, good, it's $8.
Oh, it's down 6% today.
It's down from its all-time high of $62.
Motherfucker.
No fire. No fire.
No.
Another thing is if you, and this is a little thing you can test out. Test this out today on Twitter.
What the fuck?
Oh, there was a tweet I did.
Why?
There was a tweet I did a few months ago, Sam, where do you remember when they skinned the endangered lizard?
No.
And they ate it on TikTok. I made a joking tweet. I was like, all right, I'm in support of the war now. Sign me up. Let's do a draft. It was so disgusting to see.
Yeah.
There's like a cute girl like making a TikTok about like slaughtering this endangered creature that God beautifully created. And what? Yeah, it's terrible. And I made a tweet about it, and I shit you not, thousands of like Chinese bot accounts attacked me and like threatened me on DM. Death threats. Tried to find my address. It's crazy. It's insane. Ramini Sciences. Opinions on tattoos on women. Something that spirals into broader degeneracy, or can it be an art? Some have a portfolio and are carving out a niche, but then one's covered in scribbles. Is the common factor just time?
Hold on, read that in a second here. 1 second here. What's the Falun Gong shit?
The Uyghurs? The Uyghurs? The Uyghurs?
What's the app? Is it WeChat? Is the Chinese app? Or
Yeah,
is it,
WeChat.
are we you sure about that? Isn't it WhatsApp?
I think it's WeChat. Yeah. There we go. Just to cover our bases here.
Nice.
Ramini Sciences. Opinions on tattoos on women. Something that spirals into broader degeneracy, or can it be art? Some have a portfolio and are carving out a niche, but then other ones are just covered in scribbles. Is this a common factor, or is the common factor just time?
Tattoos on women cannot be art.
Pastel, thank you for joining. And we got Lost in Technology with the 25. Hey, Sam and Jet, big fan. Are you aware of the Street Beefs fighting war? I would love to see your commentary on the Gash versus Gumby fight. He/she really knows how to throw those kicks. Would love to watch them get trained by you.
Yeah.
I love fucking Gash is a beast. Not gonna lie.
Dude. Street Beefs is a never-ending font of fucking awesome, crazy hilarity, though. But it does. You can watch too much of this. You don't want to watch. It's not a good idea to watch hours of this stuff, because it is poor people getting hurt, and it will. This is not that good for your psyche to watch a shit ton of this.
If you watch like more than 3 videos in a row,
Yes.
you like
Nah, you don't want that.
you look up and there's just like a snapback on, like tilted on your head.
It also turns your feed into a sewer nightmare if you watch more than one of those. Here it is right here. Well, this is best of April, so we do. Let's see.
Feisty thing for fun.
Oh my god.
Fights are always so attractive. It's just one person being a punching bag. It makes you appreciate like actual real boxing matches.
Dude, the names are
Yeah, we did a whole bit on that.
unhinged.
What was your Street Beefs
We
name?
we did one where I changed my name every round,
Yeah.
and I was just sparring with Scott, and I was like, I'm Red Spider, I'm from Hoboken, New Jersey. Let's just come in. Like, the names they come up with are nuts, dude.
I like that video.
Soldier. Yeah, Ryler, aka Soldier. Ryler,
From Wilton,
aka
Connecticut.
Soldier. Will CT. I want Canelo, baby.
Go, baby. Shout out 413, baby.
The haircut.
scared off this girl I was talking to and had a bad breakdown at work. 27, no car, no family members. Any advice would be cool. Much love, MDE.
That shit sucks. You gotta get control of your head. I mean, scared off this girl, that's meaningless, that doesn't matter. Who cares? Had a bad breakdown at work. Well, if you have no car, your work probably sucks too, so whatever. You'll move on from these two fucking retarded episodes.
Seems like the car is the big problem.
Well, you don't want to have manic episodes. You want to have you want to temper your highs and your lows and just be more level-headed. Which, beating a dead horse here, you get that through exercise and getting your hormones figured out, brother. So you got to exercise. You got to get control of your hormones, probably, unless you just have schizo brain. But I feel like most people who are having manic episodes is because they, I think it's I think it's related to hormones, honestly. If it's not, I mean, drug use is the main one. If you smoke weed, that's gonna fuck you up super big time.
Excuse me.
But yeah, so stop smoking weed.
Flip Fleet sucks with the 25. Hey Sam, do you think hookup culture is a spiritual gluttony as poor as drug use?
For girls, yeah. For guys, no. I think drug use is probably worse for you. Although I think hookup culture is bad, and you should not engage in it. It's far worse for girls, and but drug use will really derail your shit if you're a young man. It's not good to be using drugs. CPAT versus Canelo. They got Canelo in this fight.
He's so Carl with the 20. What's up, man? Jet, please read this in the accent. Some tweet good, social credit skyrocket, very good swag, supreme leader, Xi Jinping approved. I think I just melted into John on accident there. I can't do a Chinese, man. Your social credit went up from that.
Good. Might guy? These names are fucking crap. Might guy?
Couldn't even come up with that. When we're making the fake names, there's no way we can come up with Mike Guy.
Might guy? Holy shit.
That was a little rough.
Hi Sam and Jet, this is the first time that I've ever donated to any stream. Your high work videos
What the fuck?
really helped me get my life straight. The advice was at least worth the 55 euros. Love your work and keep up the good stuff. Chris, thank you, man.
Good lad. Thank you, brother. Fucking might guy?
It's a Naruto reference.
This referee looks like AIDS. Oh, it's a Naruto reference.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah.
Damn. I wish he had just come up with that on his own. That would have been one of the most high-flying of all time. I wonder what some Chinese operatives gonna think when they see this. Like,
Oh, there's all the Chinese. Oh, that is crazy.
Hell yeah.
There was a very Chinese vibe in the fish tank. We were constantly smoking cigarettes indoors.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun. That's one thing China does right.
This is a good little tweet right here. You can almost hear the China President Xi Jinping not the best. China technology fake. Human rights violation. Phone gone under WeChat. I like my own tweet on that one. Who you talking about the fight's over?
Jeff Sidhu. Jeff Sidhu with the 50. Hey Sam, I remember you saying you liked the first Fallout game. I recently beat it, and wanted to know what about it appealed to you.
Are you bragging because you know I've never beaten it? How dare you? No, it's it's there's a I really like humor in games and books, and there's some point in like the 2000s where it all switched from for some reason being good to being like extreme cringe, yeah. And so like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy will always be one of my favorite books, and it's a comedy book. Like every sentence or every paragraph is some new joke, and I think Fallout did a really good job of keeping the jokes coming and keeping the humor, or at least the background in place without getting pushy or getting just being the sort of flavor that I hate, you know. This referee looks like a fucking meth head.
Now Fallout is like Cthulhu.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like man, they should have kept Tim Kaine. Should have kept Tim Kaine.
This kid needs to quit. And he's still going. Pop the jab, that's good advice. Oh, he didn't get knocked out? That's crazy. Good for him. These guys look so weird all the time. These people outside a bodega fighting over like a piece of fruit.
The winner gets chicken nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson chicken nuggets with ketchup.
Oh, best of April. I was wondering why this wasn't better.
Gen 2, thank you for the Chinese 4th day.
Sure. Gay Kiss America. American Kiss Gay.
Jay with a 25. What do you guys think of teaching yourself full stack programming and web dev for a career shift? Get a skill always resonated with me. I'm a proficient video editor, but there's not a lot of opportunity or stability in that trade.
I mean, that sounds reasonable. If you think you can do it.
The play is always combining two things that you can do pretty well, I think. And being able to build a website and run the promotional material, edit the videos. That could be a play.
I think I'm gonna have to start a car dealership.
Yep.
Because I want to. How do you buy a super expensive car and not pay registration tax? Probably you'd have to be a car dealership.
Yeah. Well, you could make the unique one. You could have a comedy car dealership.
I could.
You could tell jokes to anyone who comes in.
Fuck.
How much is that registration tax thing? I don't even know.
My wrist just popped.
Like on like $1 million car.
7%.
Jesus.
70,000 maybe? This is the ugliest person that ever sat in this car.
Geo Burry with 25. Hi Sam and Jet. What's your thoughts on EU and some GAY states in the US wanting to ban sales of internal combustion engine cars by 2035? I think our current electricity grid is too weak and it will ruin motorsports.
There's just more of everything being ruined.
I think it's just posturing.
It's
Not gonna.
It'll probably be inevitable. It'll all get ruined. It's all gonna be ruined. So you're just gonna have to do it illegally or something. I don't know. It's gonna get ruined though. It's all gonna be ruined.
Did you see Bert Kreischer discovering live that he's blacklisted?
From what?
Go down to the I got background. Bert was trying to get all these other LA comedians to do his tour with him, and this whole thing is kind of a look into the puppeteer's hand behind all these like comedians and how entertainment works for even these guys. Not even like major movie stars, but like even podcasters. Bert wants all these people, Tim Dillon, Bobby Lee, forget who else. All these people, he's trying to get them on tour, do shows with them, and there's always these problems. They're always backing out. The reason apparently is because Bert's agent and all these other comedians' agents, they're two different people, right? And they go back like 15 years, and they had a fight like 15, 20 years ago about what level the thermostat was in their office building. So they hate each other so much that they're blackballing the comedians from working with each other. And like anytime Bert wants Bobby to do something with him, his agent will talk Bobby out of it. The funny thing is, everyone knew about this but Bert for years. Like, and he this is the first time he's finding out that his career has been like pretty intensely affected by a thermostat dispute like 15 years ago. This is him finding out about it.
Who's your agent? Yeah. I believe you did. Right, so that's the problem. I think it was. No, I mean 100%. So and I'm gonna say this out like, don't cut this out, right? My guy at CAA and your guy at UTA are mortal enemies. They are. Did you know that? No. They're mortal enemies. In fact, so there's a photo in my phone. There is. Right? So they used to work together at an agency, and they hated each other because of chemistry. Right? So like, how am I just hearing about this? Or yeah, this is real. Thermostat. Because I will tell you. Thermostat. It's about the temperature of the office. What? No, this is not.
He's like
Right, so
visibly
I
upset.
have a photo with, because they used to be at Hers, and I was at Hers, and I have a photo with, and I sent it to, and cut up in the return. Oh yeah. Anyway, the two agents are mortal enemies. I'm talking about like Biden and Trump kind of animosity. Name 3 other really big comics like that. And where I'm at, Shane Gillis, but he's in. I saw him. Yeah, Andrew Schultz. I will. Ken Gillis.
That's what he
Yeah. Temperature of the room. What? Am I blowing your mind? No.
For years he couldn't work with these people. And he didn't know why.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
You shouldn't tamper with people's ability to make a living. I don't think that's a good thing. I think someone deserves to get shot for that.
A lot of people are like talking about it, and it's kind of crazy that he found out live on video, and you can see the moment it all clicks.
Yeah.
And he's like, damn. All my money's gone.
Yeah,
This is why.
There's some slime ball. I mean, he's not suffering, but it's still. I mean, forever. You know, he's hugely wealthy, but you know, still.
Whiskey Mood with the 20 greetings, Jet and Sam. In reference to Fallout and how you can live in that world, any games that have a similar feeling? Did you play Red Dead Redemption 2?
I did. I played Red Dead 2. It was really great. People love Planescape Torment. I never played it. It's on my list of stuff to play though. But yeah, those are the games. Those are the only ones I'm really interested in. Is the ones where you can really just escape into a different world. I would recommend reading Jack Man's books though. The Dying Earth series, if you want that feeling. You can get it there.
Rick Shaw, owner with the 20 Hey Sam, working on a dead-end welding job. Been thinking about getting my welding inspector certs or going for my commercial pilot's license. I'm more passionate about being a pilot, but both pay about the same. What should I go for?
If there's something you're passionate about, go for that. Although, is it going to be the case that finding a job as a pilot, as a white guy, is going to be a problem? I mean, I think you would need to. You would want to talk to find a pilot that you can talk to and ask that question to, and get a serious answer from it, because it's possible that a lot of white male pilots are going to be getting the axe. That seems to be an area where they're kind of focusing their lens there. So be on the lookout for that. Definitely talk to somebody, but I would say that if you're passionate about something, and if it's not bedroom noise music, if you're passionate about something that makes money, that's fantastic. That's a place to definitely dive in and start go on your quest there. But I don't think welding is necessarily a dead end either. Just thinking about how you can take it to the next level. Certifications, my hunch is that's a Nick or a Rocco Quattrochi question, but my hunch is that the more certifications you have, the better. What's the certification cost?
For welding, probably
$600.
Yeah, not
So anytime where you can pay hundreds or a couple low single-digit thousands of dollars and get some piece of paper that everybody in the industry has, that's always a good move. That's actually how they got. They shut down World Peace 1, the filming of it. The local union, they offered all of our crew that if you IATSE, IATSE, this union, the fucking Atlanta branch of it, which does film crew, theatrical stage employees. Membership in IATSE membership is like $10,000 or something, and it's good to be an IATSE worker because you get jobs that way. So what the union did is they went to our crew and they offered all of them membership in the union in exchange for not working on World Peace 1.
Really?
Yeah, and then from then on out we had like a skeleton crew. We had just the people that were left that didn't join the union.
So the union had a problem with the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
Which and they rolled up on us too. They threw a brick through the producer's back window. But I was never there when they rolled up on us. It would have been a huge problem if they had done that when I was there. But they threw a cinder block or something through the producer's G-Wagon window, which was
God damn it. Ugh.
Well, watch something else then, you fucking retard. Watch something else. You can't? You just locked on the signal? What does that mean? There's no music on the phone. Hello? I literally can't hear what you're saying. Your music is so loud right now. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Who's the guy that was that guy that called in from like Algeria?
That was Krusty Nuggets 7000. Oh, the guy that immediately started talking about Jews or whatever? Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, yeah. Man, people in the world really, they hate Jews.
Come on.
No, I'm not even talking about 4chan or white people, white supremacists, or our fans are.
I can't play this in the background.
Africa or the Middle East or like Europe.
Why the fuck is this? Oh, I see.
There's no way to do it. It's just having one of those days. There we go. That's a better frame. Can you turn that filter on to make me look old and hideous? Yeah. Or is it already on? I could actually mess around with that if you want. It looks like it's already on. Good. I don't want people knowing that I'm handsome. It would just be bad for my image.
You're a moderator.
Oh, good.
You got it.
Yeah, we gotta make sure the filter stays on that makes me look all fucked up and old so that people don't know that I actually look cool and good. That's step one. It's like the dream. You know the streamer, the dream? Guys, I'm actually, it's time for doing a little reveal. I'm actually the streamer, the dream. Do you know that? I'm making it orange.
I'm just,
Let me get in there. I know video stuff. Watch this.
yeah, increase the sharpness.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, the dream. Yes. Zoom? Whoa. Yeah, that's good. You set it to auto mode? Wow, it's amazing what you can do with modern technology.
Are we sharpness maxing?
Yeah. It looks better that way. Oh, that's fine. Just try out anti-flicker. Make it so strong that it starts flickering. Right.
We got it open.
Good God.
Oh, we got a member. Badger Down. Oh, Mr. Boobies. Fork Bomb. Good to see you, my friend. Had a lot of fun with Fish Tank, but it's also great to have these streams back. Got curious watching the last stream. What are your thoughts on using digital asset management software like Adobe Bridge for organizing footage?
I don't use Adobe Bridge. I think it's gets in the way. It just doesn't. Anytime when they try to make it smart, it just doesn't come off so smart.
Yeah. I didn't even. That's my first time hearing about Adobe Bridge.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. I will say Bridge is the best one. All the other stuff, Sony fucking ass massager. What's it called?
Does Sony have
Sony Alex. Yeah, this is like dirt. The Adobe one's actually fine. Anything else like dirt though. You don't want that on your computer at all. For any reason.
So Who's that again?
Man, there's a lot of famous scammers named Sam. There's Bankman Fried.
Yeah.
Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI.
Oh, okay. I know the name.
Which is
Oh my
neither
god.
which is neither open nor AI, but his exact name is Jew.
His face is very
And that's not anti-Semitism. People accuse me all the time of being anti-Semitic, but his birth name is Jew with no last name. Did you know that?
the S A and the M are the S A and the M are silent.
Yeah. But this guy's very entrepreneur. Real name's Jew, which I always thought was kind of weird. But
Weird face.
he goes by Sam Altman. He's like an alternative man. Holy shit. He looks like, have you ever seen the movie Happiness? Todd Solondz movie?
Hey Wolf, thank you for joining.
There's this Happiness, the guy that wrote this, it's pretty out there.
Yeah.
And I don't mean out there in a good way. But the character, one of the characters is a sympathetic character. He's a pedophile.
Yeah.
You're supposed to feel like sympathy for this guy. That's like the reason this movie is known. And this is his dream of just shooting people in a public park. This is his fun daydream that he has. Oh, we can't show this, can we?
Oh, not.
Anyway, he reminds me of this guy. He's got a very weird face. But yeah, this guy did WorldCoin, which that's one of the dead giveaway tells that AI is bullshit. Is because this guy's previous heavy hitter, big time idea was WorldCoin. Do you remember what that was?
No.
That was where they were going to have people think take this as evidence of the CIA orchestrating everything, but sometimes people are just retarded. And WorldCoin was the one where they were going to have an optical eyeball scanner.
Yeah.
Scan your retina, and that's how you get a unique ID. And after you scan your retina, you would get some balance of WorldCoin deposited to you. And the program was going to be, this is weird. What are these weird alien glyphs on this? But everybody was going to get a little bit of WorldCoin, but in exchange for having your retina scanned. And people were like, "Oh, it's clear the NWO just wants my retina." It's just this.
More likely it's just fake tech bullshit.
This turbo Reddit fucking nerd. That's all it is. At least.
I swear I'm black. Thank you for joining Severe Beast.
But that's how you know that anything this guy touches is also oh God. Oh God, man. Jesus Christ.
He looks like he can fit a whole sandwich in his mouth.
Yeah, you can fit the whole D'Angelo's in there.
He eats sandwiches in one bite.
Anyway.
He can scan debit cards with his wide mouth.
Fake tech.
Roboman. We got Roboman 2444 with the 25. Now the fish tank is done. Will you have time to hit the track? Also, you see my Roomba emails for Season 2.
You will be hitting the track. I will be hitting the track.
The Roomba is going to be in play for Season 2.
I had to get that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like the running track. I should have known.
You may hit the running track too.
Yeah. You gonna do cross country?
Yeah, I'm gonna do cross country and do all that shit.
I used to cheat in cross country.
Nice.
Doofus Dan, what's good, fellas? Congrats on the success of Fish Tank. Looking forward to MDE2 trophies.
Thank you very much.
And Ghetto Hummus. Welcome to Severe
sure that we have full bubble coverage.
How long do we need it?
For an entire day of shooting. Oh my god.
So how do we get untampered meat?
Probably just gotta go to like a farm or buy a cow and put it in a freezer.
Yeah.
But this is getting ridiculous. Is that actually a thing that we gotta worry about? Someone tweet me the info. I'm gonna make a thing. I tweeted it. If you have the info, reply to this tweet, guys. Do not reply if you don't have the info or if you have fake info. I'm not interested in fake info. Thank you.
There needs to be a cappuccino you can take that will prevent being affected by the cappuccino.
Well, I think there's a protocol. We call it the mo protocol. But I'd rather just not have a bunch of shit floating around in my veins in the first place.
Well, Momomo's protocol it's pretty good. But it'd be much easier if there was just a one like shot we could take.
Like a shot?
Just prevent.
You know, a vial?
Yeah.
You go to the doctor and get it?
Yeah.
Alright.
It's kind of scary thinking all the things you have to avoid.
Yeah.
The microplastics,
Yeah, there's a lot of junk out there. I mean, I think it's I feel like as long as you control your water, you're kind of okay. But I gotta go to the distiller. Start distilling my shit.
Monkey Horizon with the 25. Sam, I'm making a video game. I need to find music for the soundtrack for an SSX style game. How do you go about licensing music? Contacting people I like on SoundCloud? How much should I expect to spend on 15 to 20 songs for my game?
Oh god. Probably about $50,000. What was the question?
How do you find, I need to find music for a soundtrack for my SSX style game. How do you go about licensing music? Do I just contact people I like on SoundCloud? How much should I expect to spend on 15 to 20 songs?
Just try to get them to do it for free. If they'll, if your game's gonna make a ton of money, free and do it for free and let them get profit from selling the soundtrack. Kanye West celebrates his birthday with sushi being served on naked women. Make sure you post for my social too when I do this with me. I think a one-page, like a very briefly worded contract is fine. If you're not going to make any money with your game, then you don't even need to bother with a contract. But if you think that you're gonna, if you've got some success, if you have a successful idea potentially, get a briefly worded one-page contract, and just don't even mention money. Just say, you know, if we get big and sell a soundtrack for the game, then I'll have all that money go to the artist. You can do it that way. I think that's a pretty fair way to do it. Unless you're getting custom music, that's kind of a different thing. But you probably can't afford custom music. It's easier just to let someone give you permission to use what they already made.
Michael the Boss Smith, what's up, man?
I'm sticking my face in the sewer right now. This is fucking.
He says, what's up, guys? Have a great week.
Hey, thank you.
And Glory Hole Fred, welcome.
Hey.
Those two back-to-back really counteracted each other.
They did.
Johnny Meringue, thank you for the 10 euros.
Johnny Lemon
That
Meringue.
was a perfect cut. Can't even tell. Wow, it sounds like nothing was edited.
This is how when I took my own.
Oh, I plugged you.
I'm just so lazy. I'm not even gonna paste that. same thing everybody else thinks about ESG
Uh-oh.
scores. What's the closure of Splash Mountain?
Is that like a theme park?
What did they do?
There's a ride at Disney?
I'm gonna close and open the program again.
Friendly?
Oh, no. I almost closed OBS.
Hey guys, look being splashed.
What do you think about rides?
I'm gonna finish this episode. Whoa!
Covered it soaked in bacteria.
Like pea water just being splashed all over you?
Don't send report.
It's like fucking...
It better have saved all my fucking edits. I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God, that better have worked.
We should make sure everyone's MRSA positive.
Yeah. First challenge.
First challenge, guys, we're gonna go to the hospital and check out some of these patients. Grab their dirty.
We're doing best kiss with a hospital patient.
Best kiss with a
MK.
lifelong disease haver.
Yo, MK with the 25. Sam, how do you find a really good artist to do branding and social media art for your business? I'm not in the art world, so I don't know anyone.
I mean, what's your business? Do you really need branding and art for your business? Most people don't. You could just make it yourself in Microsoft Paint.
Yeah. I think everyone could benefit
What the
from
fuck?
taking a weekend and learning Photoshop from no matter what your business is. Just like having even like announcements for your, like, hey, it's 20% off weekend at my store, or something like that. I would say just learn it yourself. Just get Photoshop.
If you have money, you could message Miles McGrady. But if you don't have money, you probably don't need branding. I always overestimated the importance of a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, it's like for what we do, if it's funny, then there's not the visual, like nothing. The visuals don't matter. Like all that shit doesn't. I do the graphics because it's fun, but there's like
Why the fuck?
450 people appreciate those. Like not enough people to make a difference.
I think my keyboard's batteries might be dying. I don't think I've ever had to change them. That might be what's going on. Oh no! Oh God. There was a button that said PC and I thought I shut down the computer. Everything shut off. Well, now I know I have a button that'll turn off the screen.
Recording. Sending this from the sauna, he says. Giving us 25. Good lad. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the batteries and the keyboard that are causing me the problems. Some of them.
We'd edit that out, don't worry.
Noah McCarthy.
Hey guys, just catching back up. The last 15 seconds didn't happen.
Thank you for joining Severe Beast. We got Brendan N. giving out 5 memberships. Black Oa. Sam, please do another merch drop of the 1-800 We Help You or spiritual successor to it. Sorry, it's only 20. Don't know how to do 25 on mobile. Sorry.
Is that true? You can't do 25 on mobile? Maybe we should adjust the price to 20.
Well,
we're missing out on all these mobile bucks. What's the most you can do on mobile?
Well, if the reason it's 25 has to do with the 20 is the max on mobile.
Oh. Okay, so you've strategized. I'll leave it. Okay, alright.
That's what gets us 50s.
Okay.
Rewind that. Don't tell them I said it.
Guys, in case you're just joining us, the last 10 seconds we had a blackout. The internet actually went down. Crazy stuff. Why am I scrolling Twitter and what's wrong with me?
Damage Control 20. Hey Sam, my uncle love your streams. He is 53 and has degenerative brain disease. You always make him laugh.
percentage. But hey, Unc, sign the papers, man. Trust me, the kid knows what he's doing. Get it done. I'll take a 5% commission on that.
Joseph with the 25. Well, that boy ain't got no chicken oil. He ain't gonna get up.
This is fine.
Down, but he's got to keep him greased up with chicken oil in the ghetto. Last Tuesday, shots rang out on Martin Luther King Boulevard. George Bush, why?
That they did.
A black boy died.
Hate to see that.
He got no chicken oil. They're mad. At 25 price set.
I've never authorized that. I don't know why it's set up that way, guys. It's really just horrible. It is horrible.
Let's hear what it sounds like with the music. I think I'm going to use a different track than I normally do. I need to be able to listen.
Aesthetically, I like the but I like a wood AK, the blonde wood. I think that's the coolest.
Yeah.
Coolest looking, especially when it's got the wood on front and the back. But I like them both.
We changed to change scenes here.
Yeah, I'll use my scene changing, my rig here. But
It's like a 74.
this type of that sort of finish. And I like that shit.
Yeah, mine has that.
This is cool to me.
My AK's bad though.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like the I forgot. What's the bad AK brand?
I really like this one.
Wazzer? Mine's a Wazzer, I think.
Oh shit.
They're bad?
I think it's red too. Red looks good. What's the Czech gun that looks like an AK but is not actually?
Why isn't there names on these fucking clips?
Is it CZ? No. Yes?
Damn.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
VZ58. Is that?
Oh,
No.
That's the Hunter on Tarkov. Jamie, thank you for joining Severe Beast, as well as Dick.
Yeah,
Dick and Jamie.
I like this gun. I like the way this one looks.
Yeah. Oh man. The VZ58.
Whatever the fuck this thing is. I think it's cool.
Do you like Daewoo's?
Probably. Yes, I do. I do like that. That's crazy. It's sick. I like that a lot.
I need a beer. Hold on.
Talking about what to invest in. He was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get a AUG.
And that probably would be a good investment.
Yeah, for real.
You see these videos, specifically this
Yeah, I think I should keep it short because it kind of makes it look like he's saying all that stuff at once.
Ecstasy of gun.
I used to have an all metal airsoft gun copy of this.
I know what to do though. I'm going to add on an adjustment layer. And put a little distortion effect to leave a visual cue that we are jumping time. I'm going to use the same one I always use on Biggest Problem in the Universe. Distortion.
Turns gray. Sugar Mountains with the 25. Can we pretty please get BG Cumby on season 2? He would be so funny. Also, have the season 2 house have a log cabin aesthetic and make Sam the grizzled mountain man fur trapper dweller of the domicile. Oh, is that the? Oh yeah, the MP5K carry case. Have you seen? Look up FMG9.
That's nuts. Yeah, Cumby's in season 2.
Season 2 of Fish Tank, I think.
Oh, Fish Tank. Oh, yeah.
Hey, you can't get it all. He's a little piece though.
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
That gun is crazy. Damn.
Yeah. A little block carry case.
Yeah.
A few more here. We got a member, Mr. Nobody. Hey man, thank you so much for joining. Spooky. We appreciate you, bro. And Todd, thank you for the 550. Catch up here. We got our boy Iso Carl with the 50. Man, thank you. Mommy told me not to send super chats to the guys anymore, so I punched a hole in the wall and did it anyways.
Yeah.
It was an overreaction. Why does the 25 autocorrect to 50 on mobile? Weird.
No. Don't look at that.
Thank you for the 50.
Don't look at that.
But dude, thank you for the love, man. Thank you. Punch holes in mommy's wall. You know, her life is too easy.
Yeah, some of you guys, you're too easy on your mommies. I think you need to start to regulate a little bit. Show mommy who's boss. Alright? You know what I mean? Step 1, credit card. Whip it out. Make a few super chats here and there. Show her who's boss.
Yeah.
Okay? Step 2, you guys are just being too nice to your mommies. You gotta start laying down the law, laying the smack down. Alright? Now, here's a question. Do we have more viewers right now because we're looking at gun videos?
I think they like this. Chat is going crazy for the gun stuff. Joseph with the 25. Does RFK
Oh, fuck.
the Democratic nominee?
I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention other than the tweets that have, clips that have gone viral enough for me to see them.
Yeah. I did see Donald Trump going crazy at the Waffle House in Georgia.
Yeah.
He's so good at talking to people. It's crazy.
You wanna see something that makes me sick?
Yeah.
You seen this fucking
What's up, Loto? Over on the Twitch chat, how you doing?
Yeah.
Animators will spend like weeks making an 8-second reloading video.
I mean, they should, but they're terrible at it.
Sound drunk? Well, we're about 6 hours into the stream. I started drinking probably like an hour before then. Probably am a little drunk. And I'm also exhausted. Fucking exhausted. I haven't been sleeping well.
This guy is an animal.
Staying up too late, going to work 3 days in a row. I'm probably going to sleep till like 5 at night today. Cheers. Sorry, I don't have the right screen up.
You don't like this?
No, man. I
You don't even see what I'm working on. Work fixing cars or you think I work fixing cars? No. But I do need to get my brakes done. And I need to get a fucking oil change. And I'm probably not going to wake up before I can get an oil change. And I still have to organize what day. Because I need my car. I got to organize a time to go and get the fucking brakes done. Shouldn't take that long, but still, it's going to fuck up an afternoon. Because I'm not going to take it to a shop. I'm going to take it to a guy that I know on his schedule. So it's a fucking thing. No. I mean, if I could change the brake pads, but it would take me probably 6 hours if I did it. I don't have the quick tools. I'm real scrawny. It takes me forever just to get the fucking tire off. Plus, what if I do something wrong? I had a guy who wasn't a car guy but said, "Oh, I know how to change brakes." Changed my brakes once. And it was a 97 Nissan Maxima. And he put the fucking brake calipers. He put the calipers on. He twisted it and put it on backwards so that it pinched the brake line. And I'm flying down I don't know what the highways. You know, it's fast. It's fast as fuck. What are the speed limits on the highways in Illinois? It's probably like I don't know, 50 or something. I'm flying down 50 and all of a sudden I hit the brakes. My fucking foot goes down to the pedal, and luckily for me, I had a lot of space in between. What happened was, because of the twisted around brake line, for some reason that heated up all the brake fluid and vaporized it. So it literally vaporized within the brake lines. It turned into steam. It turned brake fluid into fucking steam. And my foot went straight to the ground, and I was going at least 55, 60 miles an hour. But it started as I kept on pressing and I wasn't accelerating. It's amazing that I didn't die. It's just that I noticed that I had no brakes, like, way before. And it was because this fucking idiot flipped the goddamn caliper around. Yeah, on some vehicles, the caliper can be installed on the wrong side. It wasn't that it was on the wrong side. It's that he twisted it like this. Like, picture this is the way the caliper is supposed to go on. Like, picture there's the wheel in front of me. It's supposed to go on like this. He accidentally twisted the line and put it on like that. And moral of the story is, I'm afraid I'm going to do something like that to myself, and then I don't have to blame myself. So I'm actually going to give it to someone who is qualified and not try to, because brakes are important. I'd change a tire. I mean, I don't. I'll call roadside assistance if a tire goes flat. I'm not changing no tires. That'll take me 45 minutes to do, because I don't have to. And then I'm going to be sore the next day. Fuck that. Fluid can go to steam if it has water. But yeah, see, it was crazy. This is the one and only time I've ever had that happen to me, when they say that all the brake fluid vaporized, because I went from having zero brakes at all, zero brakes, there was no pinch, to probably, like, let's say I had a 1,000-yard stretch on the highway in front of me before I got to the intersection where the cars were stopped, and eventually just the brakes came back, and I was able to make it back to my apartment. But oh, and the other thing was that because it was put on backwards, it created this rubbing sensation that created an extreme amount of heat. I remember I poured a water bottle on the rotor through the tire while it was right when I got home from that, and it was just like there's a lot of bad scenarios that could happen. That tire could like burst on fire or something on the road, or yeah, it's because I let an idiot change my brakes, and I'm kind of an idiot, so I'm not doing it myself. That's the story. Oh wait, that's from the top. What's this? Oh yeah, adjustment layer. But because I go through the mechanic guy, I'll get a discount on parts. So that's another reason. That's a great reason to go through if you have a friend who's looking to make a little extra money to change your brakes in their garage, and they're a mechanic, and not some idiot who thinks that he can make money on the side changing brakes just because he knows how to do it. What a fuck up that was. He put them on backwards. I remember I ran into him in a fucking bar the next time I saw him, because I didn't hit him up. I'm just like, this is fucking embarrassing. I don't want anyone to even know about this. That this fuck almost killed me. It's annoying little fuck. He's an annoying fucker too. But he said he would. It beat going to the shop. Okay, let's do this.
John Sullivan Irish Animation Studio. Yeah, sorry.
Derek G, thank you for the 550.
I'm an editor.
Hey Sam, you want to get your hands on an HGH prescription?
That turned out okay right there.
Find a men's health doctor. Do it with medical supervision, probably, is my advice. Or just ask the biggest, nastiest dude at the gym. Bro, where do you get your stuff?
Dude, where's the junk?
I'm editing right in front of you right now. Video editing. Video production. Drunken Atheist Studio. Oh yeah, you're watching me on Twitch. On my YouTube channel, there's all the stuff that I do for different channels. I work for the Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast. I'm right now making this week's episode of the Culturescape podcast, hosted by the number 3 most popular Newsweek journalist of 2023, which is what we're pushing right now. Yeah. Yeah. Let me show you a peek behind the curtain how I made this thing. So this guy, this journalist, he in this episode, Pete is interviewing this journalist guy from the Philippines who doesn't really do face on camera stuff. So to make the hour and 20 minute, or whatever it is, hour and 15-minute interview more fun to look at, I've put this together. Pete handed me this avatar image, so I put that on top of this back here in the black screen, the squiggly line. What I did was I put the guest's audio into Windows Media Player and did the visualizer that's been around for like fucking 25 years or whatever. And then I cast that behind him. I think it looks pretty sharp. I don't think people are going to even guess how I did it. It just looks. I'm happy with the way it turned out because I'm just like, okay, he's not gonna be on camera. I'm like, okay, I guess I could try this. And I just screen recorded the audio of his interview, playing through the Windows Media Player, and it looks all right. I wish I could like change the color to be more. Maybe I can change the color. Timeout. God damn it. If I do this though, that's gonna be probably like another 45 minutes of work. But if I can make it match the rest of the set or something, that would be fucking gnarly. No. Yes. It doesn't change color.
Get back on the wagon. Just do it one step at a time and don't punish yourself. Negative reinforcement doesn't work, so you have to
Oh. Fuck. Oh man.
This video right here.
It didn't change that much though. Here, let's try some more adjustments here. What the fuck? Why is the color menu always on some bullshit? Oh, here we go. I mean, it looks better. Next time, I can't go in and change every single little fucking thing about this. There's like 1,000 cuts in the video. If we ever have to do this again, I'll change it, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm mad that I didn't think of this fucking at the beginning of the stream. Fucking shit. We're at 5 hours 48 minutes. The stream has gone on for almost 6 hours. And I thought that I was gonna get this done. Oh man, I'm in like a fast track. I'm getting this episode done way faster than normal. Nope, still long as fuck.
Satisfied with doing 80% of what you think you should be doing, and just try to get better every day. Yes, Chris, I can. Be better than you were yesterday.
I like how his tips for sleep are just like mental, mostly like getting the frame.
Yeah, getting your shit verified, getting your ass registered.
Graveyard King suggests we eat KFC.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that thing where it's not sending me the approval request for some reason.
All seen nap with the 25 Sam. Where do you get your iconic?
See what it looks like.
It's hard to find because most things don't fit my head. So I have to be pretty selective. I've been wearing Frankie's version.
None of this has been rendered yet, and I think I want to let that hang a little more.
I wear the one for women because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
It's the same cut though, but these are pretty good. The cashmere ones.
Dennis McEarney with the 25 Sam. Is there anywhere to watch your senior thesis? My friends and I have been fans for a long while, and we would love to watch it. Congrats on Fish Tank, and MDE never dies.
Push that. I got that approved. Did it work? I need this Red Bull, I think. I'm fucking up right now. The senior thesis. Sometimes I'll have it on the $1 Million Extreme 2 YouTube channel, but it moves so slow and it's so.
Fuck.
It's a curiosity for people that are real heavy fans, but I don't think it's good though. I think it doesn't deserve to be seen really.
Derek G, man, thank you for the 11 there. And Obamazilla, thank you for joining. We got Silver joining up to Freak Monster Nasty. Thank you, man. Moving on here. Oh, what's up, Spark Z1420? Thank you for the support here. Hey Sam, I'll be hitting 33 soon. Should I be looking into TRT? Any side effects? My work drive has taken a nosedive this year.
You should definitely get your levels checked. I think everybody should get their levels checked. And then if you look at any other influencer, they'll say, "Oh, there's 100 ways you can get your testosterone levels up naturally." No, there's not. Not if you're working. If you're an influencer, and you have a farm. Yeah, sure. Just go to the farm that you want and sunbathe and
I'll tan my balls
and get the meat from your hens.
Yeah.
You have a hen coop, right, at your apartment?
35 hens.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal because that'll help you with your testosterone. Get you those levels naturally. And then when I'm paying people and worried about my failing business at 2 a.m., that's usually when I get the best sunbathing in. That's usually when I get my hour of sunbathing and meditation. That's the easiest time to get it. In the middle of the winter when I have no woman to cook for me and I'm eating roller hot dogs at 7-Eleven and I'm desperately trying to up my income from $800 a month to $1,200 a month or whatever your business is. That's when it's the easiest time to get an hour and a half a day in the ice tub. And that's going to shock your testosterone levels way back up to almost enough. That's the easiest time to do it. And then, of course, meditating 2 hours a day. All this stuff, you only need about 6 hours a day and probably like $40,000 a year disposable extra income to spend on raw milk. What I do is I go right down to the convenience store to get the raw milk.
Yeah.
But people pointed out to me, no, because you don't live in a rural area. So then what I did was I just said to my boss, I said, hey, I don't want to work in the city anymore. I'd rather be an influencer and live in the country. And so he was like, bet. Here you go. 6-figure income. You go out there and live on a farm. It's easy. You just gotta know how to put together a log cabin by hand. But yeah, if you're actually a real person and you're trying to do something, trying to do anything that doesn't involve sunbathing for your 800,000 Instagram followers, and you can just if you have fucking 400,000 Twitter followers, you can just monetize. It's the easiest thing in the world to monetize. Put up a tweet here, Patreon, $5, whatever. It's me picking my nose. You get enough money for whatever you want to do for a month. But if you don't have that, and you actually have to do something, then yeah, go to a doctor, get your testosterone levels checked, see if you need to get on TRT. I would recommend that.
Taylor, 25. Love your music, Jet. How did you learn to make beats in music? Where did you start? Man, my first stuff was I would just record over the song. I did not know how to make beats. I only knew how to do that recently, and it takes me so long. And music makes no money, so it's kind of discouraging to do it. I see Letty, me, and Tax. It's gonna have like 30,000 views in one day. It's pretty crazy. People really wanted to hear that song.
I think you can make money doing music. I think anybody, if the rap thing specifically, if you do it for a long enough time and you're good enough at it, you can probably make money. You don't need to be a huge name.
It's just not. It doesn't come naturally to me. I know it takes me too long. It's too much grinding my teeth, literally. It's not my main forte, but still fun. Do it on the weekends and stuff. Somewhat Schmidt says, have you seen Mark Lee animation? Pretty crazy animations. Not. And Buckle Dealer with the 25. Yo, Sam, should my brother get a Lexus GX 470? If not, what should he get? Love y'all.
Hell yeah.
Oh, those are cool.
Yeah, you should get that.
How much are those worth? Used?
Fucking probably $9,000.
I already hate my C300. Chrysler 300.
Piece of shit.
Does anybody want to buy my car? I hate it.
Your car's good. What are you talking about?
Well, no. I'll put up pink slips. Dick, 20 Jet, you remind me of my brother. Y'all have many of the same mannerisms. It's nice to see because I don't see him often and I miss him. He's severely autistic and incapable of living on his own. Think it, dream it, do it. Yeah, I got a lot in common with him.
Yeah.
This is just your brother simulator.
You actually remind me. I was going to say that I didn't want to interrupt the stream, but yeah, you do remind me of that guy.
Andrew Stitch, Jeff, please don't forget about your Instagram subscriber chat. We miss you. I want you to come back home. I'll be home soon. Sam Yorney with the 25 Canadian. In the World Peace 1, the visuals were pretty basic. In World Peace 1, the visuals was pretty basic. In what way would World Peace 2 help on that problem? Also, you touched in a Hive Wars video that you got into a scuffle with the lead cinema about lens choice for World Peace 1. So is everything to your liking this time around?
Well, if by visuals, if you mean the way that the video looked, it was just shot with whatever it looked like an Adult Swim show. It was the same camera. I'm sure it was the same camera and lenses as all these other piece of shit shows they pump out, which
okay.
And this is green screen, so this is green.
What is that green?
I fucking hate the way this looks. It just looks like a cell phone commercial. It's a Verizon commercial or something.
It does look like a Verizon commercial.
It looks like when they try to do commercials that are comedy sketches, where it's like, hey, you didn't know that you could get 5 for 5 off at fucking HomeDepot.com. I mean, this is like the worst looking thing on the whole planet. Never mind the fact that these actors are all soy and the premise is gay. It just
Perfect timing on that.
It just fucking looks bad.
The Satan Show.
Yeah. So anyway, this time around, it's okay. I mean, it looks better mostly due to Alex Lucarini's skill. The guy shooting it's really good. We're using Sony FX3s with Sony lenses, which are pretty clinical, but we're using diffusion, and I would say the footage looks pretty good. If I had if we had an unlimited budget, I would want to do vintage Panavision lenses. That's my dream, to shoot World Peace 3 on vintage Panavision lenses, partially. But World Peace 2 looks, it looks much better, yeah. But we have, this is the guy that's shooting it. Yeah, this guy right here. See? It's fucking some royalty-free song. Actually, I just saw his logo. Hold on a second. Yeah. this dude. And I don't think he updates his YouTube page, but his website is. Just follow him on Instagram. Is this even his Instagram?
Nah.
Come on, man.
I think it was the other one.
Bro. I'm gonna actually ask him right now.
Wayne Cool. Welcome to Severe Beast. And Liam O'Brien, what's up, dog? Fallout 1 or 2, which is supreme, Sam? Also, have you seen Starfield? It actually looks good.
I mean, they're both. You have to play them both, but I think if you're not a Fallout fan, I'd say Fallout 2. But if you're, I think Fallout, just that hit so heavy. Oh, this is his Instagram, yeah. Follow this guy. Give him a follow. Mindless Pictures. But he's the reason why it looks good. That and set design. Set design by Nick, by our other guy who I don't know if he wants to be credited. I'll ask him. Come on, man.
All seeing Nap with the 25. Opinion on Roger Stone. I think he's genius and hilarious. Like when he persuaded voters not to vote for Al Gore because he made a lie about him wearing pink socks every Sunday. The two of you were master gaslighters.
Set designers, and then the two directors, Bobby Hacker, who's insane, incredible, and Alex Schultz, Be Nice to Me Productions, who's doing a really, really bang-up job. This fella right here. So follow this man also. Be Nice to Me Productions.
Just want to ask if you knew who Roger Stone was?
Yeah, I don't necessarily get it. I haven't watched. I just don't. I remember back in 2016 him being all over the place, but I don't know if I care. I definitely don't actually.
Have you seen the Star Citizen stuff? I have not yet.
Is that the one where you can buy a $50,000 ship?
No, it's the new Bethesda.
Bethesda
game,
one?
yeah.
Starfield.
Oh.
Star Citizen? Is it Star Citizen?
Let me see.
Star Citizen is just this one where you can spend a lot of money on
Starfield.
gay shit. I have not seen Starfield stuff.
I think they just teased it.
I hope it's good.
It's like a Fallout.
Do you have to play as the transitioning person with chest scars? Okay.
Yeah, I
It
don't know.
looks like it could be cool, but it could also suck ass. I mean, it's more about the you never know. You never know. I got roped in by what was that? I installed Destiny 2. I installed what was that piece of dog shit? The fucking Out There.
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds. Good.
Yeah.
Brother, what a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, but this looked interesting, you know, the trailers and everything.
Swiss face.
You never know. I'd be very surprised if anybody put anything out like this. I feel like Skyrim might have been the last one where it was a huge scope, did it right, wasn't a fucking school mom lecture about, you know, capitalism or whatever.
All seeing Nap.
Suck
Thank you
dick.
again for the 25. We got a bunch here. I can run through these quick.
Yeah.
Somewhat Schmidt, we'll look into that, bro. And RoboMan244. Sam, I know it's not masculine to cry, but did you tear up a little at the Rage Your Dream ending of Initial D?
I don't think so.
Little Bubs with 25 euros. What up, man? Thank you. Idea for Fish Tank 2. When the fish arrive in the house, have each one walk in alone, only to be greeted by the real Chris Hansen, breeding a fake Chaplon. Convince the fish that are on the reel so up to catch a predator. You need some money, you probably do it. Plans for it or other projects priority right now? Fish tank was lit. I'm pumped for World Peace 2. Theater of the Air. Are we still doing it, or is it?
I have Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm eating some of this shit.
I'm trying to get through these and then we'll do two more. Dumality. Are you guys planning on using the same house for Fish Tank Season 2? No. Or will there be a new premise? Still catching up on Season 1 with all the clips. I missed so much of it. Well, don't stress yourself too much. If you want to just relax and watch anime and play video until the actual episodic series comes out, that is going to be the master cut of Fish Tank. That is coming soon. Season 2, new house.
You said there was a look.
Yeah.
We're doing that forward, right? The thing that I bounced back to you, you know what that was?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I like that a lot. I like the you're talking. I don't want to say it.
No, that's okay. You know the thing.
I know.
Is it doable? You can do that?
Yeah, and in fact, I think we could go extra with it and convince people that that's where they're actually at.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
That would be cool, man.
Stephen Novak with the Fitty. Just graduated college with a degree in accounting. I'm currently studying for my CPA license. Any tips on studying? Also, if you have any opinions on accreditations, waste of time or worthwhile?
I think you gotta ask a
Okay.
Really cool art all on the show. New shirts, artworks. Just checked out live. Click the merch button.
Crazy. Thank you to the artists that made all this stuff too. Very cool. Psyop hat.
Yeah, I really want that one.
Yeah. You know how much I'm supposed to pay Christian?
I'll check my messages. I think it was. I don't want to say it out loud, but.
It's crazy that you can't just like pay someone with a button press.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking process still.
You know, Western Union. Julian, can we get shirts at cost for ourselves? Okay, cool. I want to, what was it? There's something where some of the Clipper guys want to send them merch too. We should sell like Camino's business book on the site. We just like transcribe everything he said and then use AI to like fill like 400 pages. Acid Mouth just asked when are shirts being shipped out. They are all on the way, man. They're either in, I think they're out of. So anyone who bought the first round, literally every order is on the way out of production, like on the press, or it's currently being shipped.
God fucking damn it.
DJ Top Text, thank you for joining.
like this.
Yeah.
Or something like this.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's crazy.
What the fuck is going on?
Be right back.
Okay, this thing is fucking up on me.
Sorry guys, I just need to know what these sound like. God damn. Fuck. Joseph Anthony is the guy who did the set design. He does want to be credited. Luckily, he's got no website, so you can just remember his name, I guess. Chris, are you using your car getting food at all? Let's take a look at this. The Trevor Project. This is my next car right here, guys. It's going to be sponsored by the Trevor Project. And yes, this is a Lily Allen song, okay? But this is my next car. This thing's great. just some racist that can't tie my laces? Hell, fuck you. Look inside your tiny mind. So you say it's not okay to be gay? Well, I think you're just evil. You're just some racist that can't tie my laces. Your point of view is medieval. Fuck you. There's a hole where your soul should be. You're losing control of it, and it's really distasteful. It's people like you that need to get slewed. So you...
Guys, the blue screen. Look. Chat here from Fifth Freedom with the 25. Yes, Sam, the Premiere Pro file naming was a game changer. Could you go over how you manage your main asset library? I have a ton of good stuff that I've downloaded over the years, but it's tough to keep track of all of it.
Yes. Just a fault. So I put everything in,
I love how we got this set up. So outside of your like working folder, like jobs.
I'll tweet a screen cap of this. That's the easiest way to do it.
Thumbs to God, thank you for joining.
I'm just gonna tweet a screenshot of the source. Shit. There you go. It's on Twitter. Save that, 'cause I'm gonna take it down in 10 minutes.
Keen Lewinsky with the 50. Thank you. Hi Sam. Can you rant about boomers more? It's therapeutic. An example, last month a 75-year-old narcissistic dementia boomers threatened to kick me out of their family for literally changing a light bulb without their permission. I could write a book rivaling Tim Dillon. You probably put up smart bulbs.
You gotta, get them committed to an insane asylum. That's the only way people keep your, money, before they spend your inheritance on pain pills. Alright. Time to pay. Pay the man.
Corey Weir. Hey, thank you for the 10 now. That's some control freak shit. Changing a light bulb. Causing like a big family blowout.
I closed my fucking drive folder. God fucking damn it.
I don't know what can even come after that. Clop it up.
Why do I have to click Google Drive fucking 7 times for it to open? It's so fucking annoying. Where'd it go? Oh my god!
Guys, what's the next? Blank it up. Stream it up. There we go. Ban it up. Lachlan M with the 31 Australian. Hey Sam, work hired a new graduate and I'm responsible for training her in a new skill set. Any advice on training them up quickly and getting them good at what I do?
Yeah. We call that sexy training protocol.
Yeah.
Anytime you get a, you just gotta go to work to train a female. It's one of those days. Just make sure if you have a girlfriend, just tell her, yeah, baby, I gotta go train a female. Do it the way I do it.
It's for work.
It's for work, though. Don't worry about it. That's called dread game. You ever practice dread game?
No.
Cool.
Should I practice that? What is that?
Yeah, why not?
Is that a finger measurer?
Oh, yeah, you gotta measure your finger right here. Caliper.
Finger drift device?
Yeah. Where's my hat when I want it? This one.
Train it up. You gotta train her up.
Yeah, train her up.
The skill set thing you're talking about is a little broad. You just said you need to train her in a skill set. What skill? Now, I'm not just baiting another super chat here. It is a little bait.
Didn't he say it was pleasure in a man?
Yeah. You just gotta show her what you like.
He said that it was training to pleasure a man. That's what you said, right? Dude?
He said that.
Pretty easy. Just make sure that she signs the paperwork.
There's apps for that.
Where's the app for that?
Stars and Cats.
Is there a new dating app?
Hey, Stars and Cats, thank you for making it, man.
Isn't what people use for dating?
Yeah.
And why is that different than Tinder now?
Because Tinder's blown.
You get more of their personality? Chris, are you on Hinge?
Everybody's on Hinge.
Are you on Hinge?
Yeah.
Can I see your profile? Do it on your phone?
No, I don't want to show you.
I gotta see that.
No, I can't show you.
Please.
I can't show. I haven't used it in months.
Oh,
But I do have it.
Chris, do you have a Hinge profile? Is it like the same?
Yeah. Hinge is the new meta over Tinder because girls can pretend to not be S word.
Oh yeah. They're good girls from there.
Yeah, they're good girls. Just friend dates. Hinge it up. New date unhinged. It's for base dating.
Maga dating.
Plenty of fish tank. Chat's funny. You guys are funny. Jacob Dewey has joined Zombie Viper Badass. How much a month is that? 1,000 a month. I forgot what all the tiers cost. I don't even know. But hey, I know that's a bug freak monster nasty.
You know it's an investment.
Yeah, we know it's worth it. Thank you, man. For real. Chat it up.
a thing.
Aren't they doing bare knuckle?
They're doing bare knuckle, yeah, they are. Which I don't know if I necessarily care about that so much.
Aaron A says, "Hey boys, just have my first day plumbing in the shop for now, but should be in the union and on site soon if I'm not an idiot. Thanks for the positive vibes and the parasocial relationship." Hey man, welcome. Aaron, we know you on a first name basis, and I consider you a personal friend.
We were just talking about him.
Yeah.
We were saying that that operation would fall apart.
We're in a Discord together, me and him.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, make that money.
I don't use Discord. He just emails me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if he has
told me
something,
you guys were talking though.
yeah, he emailed you that, but if he has something important enough and needs your attention,
No.
he'll tell me in the Discord, and then I'll come to the desk and tell
He'll
you.
text me stuff. He'll be like, listen, I know Jet's sensitive about this stuff. Let's just talk about it here on text.
He's been saying that about me?
Well, not in so many words, no, but I know that's why he's making me use WhatsApp. Okay. Yeah.
All right, it's done. Complete episode's finished. Yesterday I spent like probably good 2 hours on it, so 6, 7, 8.5 hour job. Jeez. I really got into it in the intro. I think that took me the longest, and that's when my Ritalin wore off. But yeah, I'm gonna render and export this. A lot of people actually tuned in. It's been quiet the past hour and a half, 2 hours, but that's okay. Thanks for watching. Regardless, I'll probably leave this up. If you happen to watch this later, you weirdo, thank you. Until next time, stay metal and hail fucking Satan. Goodbye.
The Cool Guy Club. The Association for Retarded Citizens.